I would just like to introduce now our esteemed Chair, John O'Flanagan. John?
Delegates, colleagues, friends, Mór Yves Galéir Armagin agus Fáilte Róg. I want to welcome you to our biennial conference of the Civil Service Division of Fórsa. This is our second such conference since the foundation of this great union. When we last met in person for our divisional conference in Kilkenny 2 years ago, it was the first coming together of three separate entities under a single umbrella. It was a packed conference. Space was at a premium, and there was much to be learned and improved upon as we faced the road ahead as one union. And while we developed as a union, and as we took on board those lessons and prepared to meet again, we were broadsided by a pandemic. The learning curve over the last 15 months of this pandemic have been sharp, steep, and enlightening. At that conference, you elected a Cathaoirleach, 2 Las Cathaoirleach, and a divisional executive committee. There have been a number of changes in personnel since then, one of which was sadly necessitated by the sudden passing of a member of our DEC. That brave son of Wicklow, Willie Sargent of the AHES branch, Yesterday go raibh anam. I was elected Las Cathaoirleach at that conference and later assumed the role of Cathaoirleach in February of last year following the resignation of Niall McGurk. I want to take this opportunity to thank Niall for his enormous contribution over the years, but most especially to the pivotal role he played in the formation of Fórsa. I want to single out the 2 serving Las Cathaoirleach of this division, Melissa Brennan and Helen Lenihan, for mention here. These are 2 names you will hear much more of today and in the future. Melissa is sharing the platform with me today, and Helen Lenihan will assume the role of Cathaoirleach of the division after conference. Melissa and Helen have provided excellent support to me as Cathaoirleach, along with a brilliant and diverse divisional executive committee, all aided and knitted together by the Fórsa staff and the team that is led by our National Secretary, Derek Mullen. Go raibh Mahagaibh Galéir. A few short days into my tenure as Cathaoirleach, we heard of the first reported case of COVID-19 in Ireland. This triggered a chain of events that has been unforeseen and unparalleled in our lifetimes. It projected public services to the forefront of our societal response. I believe, as civil servants, we were central to that response. Colleagues, you should take pride, individually and collectively, for the work we undertook to ensure the delivery of services was maintained during this pandemic, very often in the most trying of circumstances. As employees and activists, we've had to adapt to a radically new way of doing business. And while we can take pride in some of those efforts, let us all take this opportunity to salute our comrades in the health division who were propelled into an even more volatile crisis. They responded magnificently to circumstances that have often been fraught with risk to their own personal safety. And more recently, it has been compounded by a large-scale cyber attack with which they have had to deal. It is very much to their credit that they have, as one social media well-wisher described, utilised pens, papers, phones, their ingenuity, solutions, cooperation, resilience, patience, and most of all, a can-do attitude. That spirit of cooperation and resilience is what our union is all about. All of these actions have made me proud to be a civil servant and a member of this union. These 2 life experiences for me, a civil servant and a trade unionist, are the most sustaining elements of my life, and they have gone hand in hand for the last 46 years. Now I'm going to indulge myself a small bit here, and I'm going to give a shout out to my 3 adult daughters. They're in their 30s now, and they've been with me for a long time of that journey. There's a while more for them to catch up on those 46 years, and I'm looking forward to that when there are less demands on my time. The youngest daughter is the furthest away, and to Dr. Aideen O'Flanagan in Adelaide, South Australia, I bid you good evening. My eldest daughter, she's in Rotterdam, and she is the news story in the family this week. Congratulations, Sinead, you're a mum-to-be. And nearest home is Emer. Now, for her sins, she works in Dublin, and wait for it, she's a HR director. Imagine that. Imagine the conversations we have. She, of course, is already a mother, and she is the mother to my pride and joy. Blessed am I amongst women with my daughters, but I have a grandson, Emerson, Emer's son, Emerson. He was 6 last week. Now, because of the pandemic, he's already had his year out, and we have a bit of catching up to do. So, Emerson, saddle up, fella. Your world tour recommences next month. Now, throughout all of those years, I have seen my branch grow in organisation, influence and stature. Firstly, we were members of a very loose alliance within the Civil Service Industrial Relations Scheme, and now we're in its 3rd union iteration. We're under our 3rd union umbrella. This is a good example of the evolution of the public sector trade union movement that has brought us all into Fórsa. I was a long-time advocate of the formation of Fórsa, and in a funny way, I had an intention of stepping back from frontline activism and to try and usher in a newer, younger, darker-haired, I was going to say shorter-haired, crew. But I got reactivated when that goal was achieved. And I'm now glad that I didn't step back, because the cut and thrust of Fórsa politics, elections and activism was too much. And it was very satisfying for me to be part of the establishment of Fórsa. And that saw our colleague Anne McGee become the first elected president of Fórsa. That was a phenomenal achievement. And I want to acknowledge Anne here today for her brilliant term and tenure as president, and for her continuing high level of engagement in this union. Now, I want to talk about a structural gap that I've identified within Fórsa, where I'd like to see it rectified. It's a small bit of marginalisation or underrepresentation. When Fórsa was formed, one of the most eye-catching features, to me at least, was the implementation and the establishment of an equivalent grades structure. I identified that as a novel and valuable innovation. It has already proven useful, and it has great potential for members, for branches, and ultimately for the trade union movement. Anne McGee has been a strong advocate and a driver of this concept. The equivalent grade structure fuses and meshes our traditional vertical organisation through branches and divisions with a lateral cross-divisional strand where peers and grade equivalents can come together. The value and the potential of this concept was underscored recently when the consideration of the building momentum proposals was underway. However, as we speak, this structure only permeates upwards as far as the executive grades. There is an absence of structure for the grades above this. Many affected members didn't join the civil service by traditional recruitment routes at CO or EO level. Their qualifications or their grade should not diminish their access to an equal representative structure within the union. These members are not just confined to our own division. There are similar numbers in other divisions of Fórsa, and there ought to be an equitable representative structure for everybody in the union. To embrace them wouldn't even require a rule change. It's embedded in the rules. So I call now for them not to be left behind. I would hate if they were to be labelled by themselves or others as the forgotten. I've just mentioned building momentum, the public service pay agreement. It has in it a provision to address the additional Haddington Road hours. Now, that was a headline issue, and I do not believe that progress that we already achieved would have been possible without Fórsa as an authoritative and forceful voice that it has already become. I will say without equivocation that on this occasion, the unstoppable force took out the immovable object. There was massive resistance to it, yet it was a massive achievement. And I want to commend our General Secretary, Kevin Callanan, for his leadership in fronting those talks and the outcome. It was the first real test of Fórsa in the public domain, in the national discussion, and I believe we passed it. And I again single out Kevin for his leadership and pulling together the whole public sector side of the house on that. I'm going to finish now, and I'm going to talk about sustainability. And don't worry, I'm not going off on a green tangent. But we do need to keep building and rebuilding this movement of ours. I'd love to come back to this biennial conference in 2 years' time and see old faces. It'd be great. Bit of repartee, bit of crack, the old days. But more importantly, I'd love to come back and see an infusion of new activists. The future of this union and this organisation is theirs. And try as hard as us experienced campaigners might, we can't actually think for them. And the regeneration of our ranks and the restoration of the previously there were marvellous high-density numbers we had. And if we can restore that and move on, it will leave this as a much more sustainable union and a much more sustainable movement. And I'm going to leave all that to you guys. So in conclusion, delegates, we have a very busy conference agenda ahead of us here. The DEC took a decision to put the emphasis on motions. There's a high emphasis, there's a bias towards consideration of motions. We went low on guests and high outside guest speakers. That was a conscious decision. It looked judicious because we have a lot of motions to get through. I believe if we continue the collaborative approach that we've seen already this morning, we can enjoy a productive conference. We have a lot of business to transact, and if we get a fair wind, we can transact it all. I'm now going to introduce to you the president of Fórsa, Michael Smith. Michael Smith has taken on this mantle following Anne McGee. Michael I've known a long time. He's from the education division. He has a long history in union activism. His take-up of office was delayed again because of the pandemic, but the highest office in our union is respected by me, will always be respected by me, and I'm now going to offer the floor to our president, Michael Smith. Slán go fóill.
Thank you very much, John, and chairperson as you are, John, and delegates, members, Derek, and all the staff and guests at this year's Civil Service conference. I just want to acknowledge also our General Secretary, Kevin Callanan, who is with us this morning, and the other 4 officers of the union who are attending this morning also, Martin, Eugene, Kevin, and of course Anne McGee, who is a member of your Civil Service division. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak. It's always a pleasure to have an opportunity to address the delegates of the union. The pandemic has had a profound impact on all of us as workers, as citizens, and as civil and public services. The union's officers and NEC met at the very beginning of the crisis, and we have consistently and strongly advised members to cooperate with government agencies and public service management in their efforts to contain the COVID-19 coronavirus, protect the health and safety of citizens and workers, and to maintain essential services. And our union's approach was informed by the seriousness, scale, and unique conditions of the public health crisis and its challenges. And often this has meant doing different things in different ways and at different times. And I want to salute the efforts of all workers and trade unionists in Fórsa and beyond for what has been a magnificent response to what has been a long and trying public emergency. The challenges for many civil servants have been considerable. And I want to applaud Fórsa members in all branches, but I'm going to particularly acknowledge staff in social protection and revenue, whose exceptional commitment, skill and agility continues to ensure vital supports and comfort for hundreds of thousands of workers and businesses hit by the economic impact of the pandemic. This incredible effort belies the lazy stereotypes about our civil and public servants. And you and your union have successfully shown the public the true value and commitment of our civil servants. We're very lucky to have you. And this has often been done in the most difficult circumstances, where safety protections for staff and the public haven't always been up to standard, not only in intro offices, but also in the court service, probation, and other public-facing settings. But we now have hope on the horizon. We must focus on that hope. But it's important to acknowledge the stress experienced by civil servants and other workers who have risen to every challenge. That means those who have come into workplaces, often at considerable personal risk, and those who have worked from home, often under considerable strain and difficulty. I know you'll want to join with me in applauding the elected leadership of this division and the officials and staff of the union who have given their all to protect the health, safety and income of civil servants throughout this time. From the very outset, a small number of commentators sought to use the national emergency to undermine the Public Service Stability Agreement and specifically the final pay award. But they were out of sync with the national mood, where workers, citizens and communities applauded the civil and public services they depend upon. Our country and communities came together in united determination to beat the virus, look out for each other, and avoid the austerity we all experienced just a few years ago. It is a credit to our national leadership in Fórsa that not only was the PSSA defended, but that we negotiated a new agreement, building momentum, which will see us through the uncertainty of the next 2 years. This union is particularly proud that the deal was weighed so much towards those on lower incomes, including clerical officers, service officers, and many executive officers. And I think we should acknowledge the impact of Fórsa's equivalent grades committees, which have harnessed the power and imagination of clerical and executive grades, not just in the civil service, but in health, local government, education, and beyond. In this tangible way, the merger of 3 unions had given a much stronger voice to these grades. We have also ensured, for the very first time since the Haddington Road Agreement introduced additional unpaid hours for many of our members, that we have a public service agreement that addresses this injustice. Again, I do not believe that this breakthrough could have happened without the creation of Fórsa. We can also be proud that over the last year and more, Fórsa has led the way on the workplace and societal issues that will shape our future and the future for our children. Remote working, the gender pay gap, the 4-day week, climate action, collective bargaining, housing and homelessness, an end to austerity economics, and the right to disconnect. 3 years on from the amalgamation that created Fórsa, we are building an organisation of delivery for members in their workplaces and pay packets, and a collective effort focused on organising workers into unions to protect their jobs, pay and conditions, and to build public services fit for the people who pay for them and depend upon them. This is the result of a lot of hard work from branches, activists, staff and members. And on behalf of the National Executive, I thank you for all you've done and for all you continue to do. Our success as a union belongs to all of you and all the people you represent across the civil service. It is your commitment that has made all these things possible. Your chairperson, John O'Flanagan, is moving on this year. John has represented this division well on the National Executive. We wish you all the very best in the future, John. I want to pay a tribute to Betty, Tyrrell Collard, Don Dean and Debbie Brennan as members of the outgoing NEC for the manner in which they represented you over the past 2 years. My colleague on the officer board, Anne McGee, is moving on from the role of Vice President in the near future. And I want to thank Anne for her dedicated service to members, not least in this, her own division, but also across the union as President and now as Vice President. And I wish you all the best, Anne, as you commence your new role representing members as an organiser. I also want to acknowledge all those who put their name forward for election but were not successful on this occasion. And I look forward to working with the new officers and executive you have elected. You'll be led by Helen Linehan as chairperson, and I've no doubt but that Helen and Vice Chairs Michael Crowe and Dara Fox, along with your other elected members of the DEC and NEC, will carry out that role with integrity, acutely aware of the needs of you, the members, and never afraid to advocate strongly for those needs when that's necessary. I wish you every success in your conference and in the months and years ahead, and I look forward to meeting you at a more normal Fórsa conference when the circumstances allow. Garamila Mahagoiv Galer.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, and the best of luck to yourself in your tenure as president of this great union. We're now going to move on to another item on the agenda, and it is in the area of employee welfare. And the civil service always had a pretty robust and credible employee assistance scheme. Like so many other things in this pandemic and these extraordinary times, its role and function has magnified greatly, and its value to members has increased enormously. And I can only speak for my own employment. The amount of projection that they had in terms of increasing self-awareness, promoting knowledge and understanding of all sorts of issues, particularly mental health, particularly mindfulness and how to look after oneself in these changed working circumstances. It has been a huge learning process for me. I don't ever claim to know it all, but I certainly have been brought into areas that I wasn't aware of before now, and it has certainly brought me to be more aware of colleagues and the possible difficulties that they may or may not be enduring, and I found it very helpful myself. So the Civil Service Employee Assistance Scheme is represented today by Bernie Morden, and Bernie is going to address us all right now.
Hello, my name is Bernie Moran, and I'm here to give you an overview of the Employee Assistance Service. I usually do this in front of an audience, and I'm a bit surprised at how difficult it is to do it in a pre-recording. Your technical expert has been very helpful and must be traumatized with the amount of failed attempts we've had already. So bear with me. I'm one of 18 employee assistance officers with a combined training and experience. We're available during office hours, but we're also available by appointment outside that time. Somebody will put a list of the contact details in your chat. Most of what we do is directly with an individual. They contact us, no one needs to be any the wiser. They're allowed the time off to do this, and they go back to their life. They contact us for personal and work-related issues, and the service is free and confidential. Time is allowed, but as far as possible, we try to not have a huge amount of paperwork or anything about that. Locally, it's arranged. We often have line managers contact us, sometimes for technical stuff about circulars or that, but often it's a contact to know how they should deal with some complicated dynamics in the office. And again, because of the experience that we have, and because there's 18 of us, if I don't know the answer, I can consult with a colleague and get back to the line manager. We support the HR divisions where we can, and that has become more obvious in the last year, where we will very often give the OBS on documents that are going out, and the FAQs that we've all become familiar with. We'll usually have an opinion on those. Critical incidents, when they happen in the office, usually have some input from us, not always very obvious. If we need to, we can call on colleagues at a time like that, but sometimes the response is not an obvious response. The response might look like no response to the outsider, but we're there in the background supporting people. A lot of our work as well is in information and proactive initiatives, and I suppose the most recent one of those is the People Manager's Guide. There's a bit of time left there if you have any suggestions about the updates that we should include in that. We're working on the final draft at the moment. So 2020, it's been a test of time unlike any other, but we were available and we adapted as quick as we could. We provided Saturday, and really anytime anybody needed to contact us, we, like everybody else, decided that it was a case of all hands on deck. 15% of civil servants made contact. So that's 5,690 people. The entire activity report is available, and we will put that link in the chat as well. If you have any questions other than that, feel free to get back to me about them. I've used this graph of change before COVID, but it's become all the more obvious during this time. Most of us live a relatively peaceful life, blissfully unaware of any kind of stress or chaos. Then we find ourselves in a new situation. We get some level of stress. We're outside of our comfort zone, but that can move into a bit of chaos. Some people get through that without help. Some people need to call on somebody else. But usually what happens is that when people come out the other side, it's an upgrade, really. They have found skills, they're braver, and they're able to move on, ready for another upgrade the next time they have to meet some change. This has been more difficult during COVID because everybody has been tested to such an extent. And I think it's really obvious where some people are coping with it quite well, or some people are spooked by it, and not always the people that you would expect. During this time as well, we have updated our content. So if you go to the website, there's a COVID page, and some of the most innovative stuff we have done is with One Learning, where we have produced some animated videos on anxiety, remote working, and other issues that we didn't even know about a year ago. Again, the link will be in your chat. So for the rest of the year, what we're hoping to do is to return to face-to-face. That's the bulk of our work usually, and I think it's we're very keen to get back to that, but we will have to work within the guidelines like everybody else. We will build on the content. That was very obvious during COVID that people really appreciated that. And we do send it around to the HR units once a month, and we also put it on the website. Usually it filters down through the system. If it's not getting to you, you might just make us aware of that and we can update that. Now that we've all become more familiar with the technology, I think it's clear that we're going to use this new method, like the upgrade. We are now more confident, some days, with the technology, and we will be in a position to use that to gain more access to the different departments. The People Manager's Guide hopefully will be out within the next 2 months. And again, if you have anything that you would like to see changed in that, maybe you could let us know as soon as possible. So Fórsa, I really appreciate the chance to promote the service at this event because we work with the same people, really. There's quite a bit of overlap. So if you find yourself in a position where you're concerned about an individual, you might just suggest to them that they would avail of the service. We don't really refer people, or we don't really ask for people to refer, except in extreme cases, and the details of that are on the website as well. But really it's better if they just get reminded that the service is available to them, and then we can take it from there. But you're likely to meet these people, and you're likely to meet them when they're in that position where there is an issue. Some people think that performance and underperformance are two different people, but actually any of us can have a point where we're underperforming just because there's a combination of other events going on, either at work or at home, that have tested us. So we would love to be in a position to help out in cases like that. So we're available in the 26 counties, but I couldn't resist this map. But actually, we're also global at the minute, and quite a few departments work outside of the island of Ireland. The obvious ones are the Department of Foreign Affairs, but there's quite a lot of other people as well who are dealing with international issues. That phone number, 0761 000030, that's manned all the time by an employee assistance officer during office hours. So if you ring during that time, and if it is difficult for you to meet during that time, we would ask you to make an appointment and we can work outside of that. We will be as flexible as possible to meet the needs of the changing needs during these very difficult times of our strongest members who are going through periods where they're overwhelmed. So that's during office hours. But we would encourage people who are put off by not being able to make contact during office hours to phone and make an appointment, and we can arrange for that outside at the time. We're particularly conscious of the frontline staff who are working shifts and who are not in a position to find a quiet time within the office hours, or they work to a different hours. So feel free to suggest to a colleague, or if you need to contact us ourselves, we will make sure that we can, by consulting our own colleagues, meet the demands, meet the changes that you require. So thanks again for your time, and I hope the rest of your conference goes well.
Thank you, Bernie. Thank you very much. Colleagues, in every crisis, there's hidden benefits and there's unforeseen outcomes. And one of those events is, in my view, the projection into centre stage that has been afforded to CSES Employee Assistance Scheme. And Bernie used a very key phrase there when she spoke about them being agile and willing to adapt to the changing needs of staff. That has been very obvious and it has been very important. And it's, as I said, it's a hidden benefit, as it has also put wellness right into centre stage at the moment in the pandemic, and hopefully as a foundation for improving everyone's lot as we move forward. Now, moving forward on today's agenda, we are going to ask the head of the Civil Service Division, our National Secretary, Derek Mullen, to address you. And he's going to present the report of the Divisional Executive Committee for the last 2 years. Derek has been diligent and put in an enormous workload with his team to bring us to this conference and to bring ourselves to the stage and state we're at in terms of industrial relations. And without making this sound like a reminiscent speech, I've known Derek a long time. I remember the day he walked in to the departmental council or the staff panel in the old Department of Transport or some name like that way back in the day. I was the chair of the staff panel, and they were a long time ago, and we've done a lot, achieved a lot, and we've come back into the same forum under the same umbrella in recent times. So, colleagues, delegates, could I have your attention, please, as we move to Derek Mullen, National Secretary of the Civil Service Division.
Cathaoirleach, I recall that day as well. You were a good comrade then, and you're a good comrade to this day. Before I start my speech, could I also say a very big thank you to Bernie Moran from the Civil Service Employee Assistance Service. I think their work has been invaluable over the course of this year, and indeed before that. And I think many of our members have really relied on them over that time. And I think it's been a great pleasure to welcome Bernie here today. I'd like to also welcome all delegates and colleagues and those joining us on the live stream to the second Civil Service Divisional Conference since the establishment of Fórsa. Who would have guessed, leaving Kilkenny in 2019, that the next time we would convene it would be on a virtual platform rather than Galway as planned? This last year has been like no other. We have suffered through a global pandemic, in which we have lost loved ones and seen others suffer. I would like us all to pause for a moment to reflect on the scale of that loss and to be thankful that we are here today. Thank you, colleagues. COVID-19 has also brought home once again what an unequal world we live in, particularly visible in terms of the vaccine rollout. COVID-19 vaccine should be available in equal proportion in every country and continent on this planet, no matter the wealth of a nation. Looking at the last year, it has been easy to identify those workers who are so important. Our under-resourced health service has been heroic. Who will ever forget the sight of PPE-clad health workers on the front line, risking their lives and looking after our citizens and families? Indeed, no greater effort was possible. Across society, we saw the importance of previously undervalued roles. The shop workers, the postal staff, the garbage collectors, and many more. I could go on and on. In the civil service, we saw 70% of our members being sent home in emergency circumstances to continue to work remotely in the service of the state. Many of them without the necessary supports and systems. However, they got on with it and continued to be productive at a time when vulnerable citizens were relying so much on state support. Not everyone worked remotely. In social protection, it is estimated that 2 years' worth of claims were processed in a matter of weeks, with over 60% of our members continuing to attend at Intrio centres and other offices. Those pandemic unemployment payments made a difference for all those who lost their jobs, and many did, including in our own service and enterprise division, where we have witnessed the decimation of the aviation business. I'd like to send our best wishes from this division to Ashley Connolly and her team and all their members as they embark on difficult negotiations in the wake of the decision by Aer Lingus to shut Shannon as a base. Right across society, we have seen our fellow citizens struggle, and Fórsa determined from the very outset that we would play our part in ensuring the continuation of vital services, even if that created difficulty from an industrial relations perspective. So we delivered. We delivered in social welfare, in revenue with the temporary wage subsidy schemes, in agriculture, in justice, in the customs service, and at border controls. Our law services continued. Civilian staff continued to attend at Garda stations, and many other departments and offices played their important part. It was and is an enormous effort, and it continues to this day. And I've never been more proud, colleagues, after almost 40 years with the trade union movement, to represent our members in the civil service over this last and very difficult year. Over the course of 2020, industrial relations normalised, well, to a fashion. It can be hard to negotiate with employers on virtual platforms, but that's what we did, and when necessary, we also met in socially distanced settings. The big challenge as we headed into the latter stages of 2020 was to protect the pay agreement and persuade government to come to the negotiating table to negotiate a successor to the Public Service Stability Agreement. This we did, led by our very own General Secretary on behalf of the Public Service Committee of Congress, resulting in the Building Momentum Agreement. Reaching agreement was no straightforward task and required significant pre-negotiation discussion to tee up the talks. All of this set against a very difficult economic backdrop where anything was possible. However, the union had made it clear from the early days of the pandemic that imposed austerity would not be acceptable and won't be going forward, delegates. The deal provides 2% over 2 years, a further 1% for sectoral bargaining, along with a return of the pre-Haddington Road overtime rates. And for the first time since their introduction, the establishment of an independent body to assess the additional Haddington Road hours. This body will make appropriate recommendations to be applied equitably across all affected grades, groups, categories and sectors. This important development, as the Cathaoirleach mentioned earlier on, would not, I believe, have been possible without Fórsa. Rollout of the body's recommendations will be initiated within the lifetime of this agreement, with 150 million to be made available for this purpose. Also arising from the agreement is the Civil Service Action Plan, which outlines reforms set out in building momentum and which has been finalised following weeks of engagement. The key actions in the plan are set out under 4 priorities: improving access to services and increased flexibility in resourcing models to deliver better services, the potential for technology to transform service delivery, flexibility and strengthening capacity, and business operation and policy changes leading to internal efficiencies. The agreement, delegates, explicitly references the unprecedented display of commitment, flexibility, hard work and agility in service provision across the civil and public service during the pandemic. The action plan stipulates that existing consultation processes, so important, will be used to discuss any proposed revisions to flexible working arrangements. Any amendments must take account of the current agreement on flexible working, as well as blended working policies across the civil service. However, we have made it clear that it is past time for proposals to be placed with the union. We favour a blended approach to future working arrangements, ensuring that we deal with the key issues that arise, including safe offices, safe home workspaces, serious attention and support for mental health issues, proper equipment and allowances. Choice is vital too, as is the protection of terms and conditions for all of our members, including all new hires in the civil service. I will say more on all of this, colleagues, as I speak to the DEC motion on this matter. However, the key message to government from this conference is that we want your proposals now. Our patience has run out and we will not accept a fait accompli being presented to us. There is also an understanding that temporary assignments for COVID-19 priorities will continue, but further consultation is required if management want to extend the scheme for non-COVID purposes. Fórsa also won agreement that an extension of the mobility scheme to the professional, technical and service grades will be considered. This follows the extension of the scheme to the HEO, AO and AP grades. The plan also references the recently agreed secondment agreement for the civil service. Although challenges lay ahead under the plan's digital and automation proposals, the union reached agreement on language to ensure continued consultation, which deals with staff upskilling, retraining, where automation impacts on jobs or roles and work processes. This presents a chance for us to focus on career opportunities for all staff and not job losses, a very important point. The parties will also engage on amended opening arrangements with a view to providing optimal service to customers, but this will also take account of the growth in online services and will be subject to consultation with Fórsa in departments such as social protection, where the reform agenda is very challenging. It is vital in this context that engagement is meaningful and that matters that are inevitably in dispute are treated appropriately under the dispute resolution mechanisms of the new agreement. It is also envisaged that we will begin to deal with the modernisation of industrial relations in the civil service. 70 years is far too long to wait to have the same access as all workers to the state industrial relations machinery. Turning to another reform matter, I must point to our serious objections to the proposed Policing, Security and Community Bill. Despite our efforts, there has been no formal engagement with the union as the heads of bill were drafted. particularly on the proposed loss of civil service status for our members in Garda civilian posts. This is not acceptable, and we will redouble our efforts to protect members' interests. Returning to pandemic-related matters, colleagues, particularly in social protection, I want to call on the Minister for Health to respond to Fórsa's letter seeking mandatory mask wearing at Intrio centres and other public offices. It absolutely beggars belief that we're required as customers to wear a mask in shops or banks or post offices, on public transport, but not in public offices in the civil service. Delegates, as we enter the summer and the vaccination programme ramps up, there really is much to be hopeful about. But I don't believe we can be complacent either. We should follow the science and stick with health guidelines, and at the same time ensure proper implementation of the return to work protocol for those attending offices. I have, before conference, circulated the biennial report, a report on our conference in 2019. The main report sets out significant developments over the last 2 years, and I should say we have worked hard to deal with the service issues raised in Kilkenny in 2019. In conclusion, I want to thank the Civil Service Head Office team for their commitments over and beyond the call of duty in this last year. I couldn't have run this division without them, I really couldn't. I should also bid fairly well and thank you to colleagues who have retired or will retire shortly, and in particular I'd reference Eugene Quinn and Teresa Barrett and Paul Caffrey, who will leave us in the near future. I want to thank the elected representatives and the Divisional Executive Committee. We got back online pretty quickly once the pandemic hit. I'd like to commend our Cathaoirleach, John O'Flanagan, for an excellent job. We'll really miss you, John, in that chair. And I want to thank the Vice Chairs, Melissa Brennan and Helen Linehan, for their major role too, and all of the Divisional Executive Committee members. I'd like to wish Helen well in terms of her incoming role as chair, and I look forward to working with her, as I do the new vice chairs, Dara Fox and Michael Crowe. And as John did, you know, tragedy has struck over this last year, and in particular, you know, I want to remember our good colleague Willie Sargent, who left us last summer, and we miss him so much. I want to thank Orla Fall and Bernie Aston for their important work in DSP and Garda particularly. And I should mention the important role of the Equivalent Grades Committee, led by Orla and chaired by our very own Anne McGee. And Anne, congratulations. I look forward to working with you in your new capacity. I must also thank Bernard Harbour and Werde Mayheck and Roisin particularly, you know, for making this happen today. We're not in the same room, and I hope that we will be in the same room in the near future. But the reason we have our conference today is because of all of the hard work that has been put in across the board, and the communications team have been beyond excellent. I'd like to commend our members for an outstanding commitment to public service over this last year. Really big questions were asked of you in response to a global pandemic, and you answered them all and then some. And seeing as the Cathaoirleach set a trend, I'd also like to do a shout out to my family at home and to say thank you for all your support over these last few months. It hasn't been that easy for you, and I know that absolutely. I've been hard to live with as I got closer to this conference. So thank you, and we'll see you all tonight. Chairman and delegates, I'd like to thank you all. I'd like to move the biennial report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Derek. We'll forgive the as an outcome. There are no speakers indicating to come in, and the report of the returning officer is therefore written into the record. I want to wish all the successful candidates well. It's exciting times and it's challenging times. It'll be challenging on your own time as well as everything else. And I want to wish you all well, and I will return to this at the close of conference. Delegates, we're now going to get into the meat and drink of conference and to the motions. And it's an example of where we're at, that the first stream of motions have been titled remote working and COVID related matters. A perfect example of what we're at. We have a number of motions. Sorry, colleagues, the Chair of Standing Orders has indicated he wishes to address conference.
Mr. Chairman, just to say that motion 79 has been asked to be remitted to the DEC, so we take that out. Standing Orders agrees with that, okay? I just want to say something as well, Mr. Chairman. There seems to be a number of emergency motions have been received. I haven't seen some of them yet. I just want to let know conference that Standing Orders has to agree whether they're emergency motions or not. And then I will report on it when I look and when we all look at them, just so it's noted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jerry. That's just a reminder, in fact, of normal procedures, and it is defined by rule what can and cannot constitute an emergency motion, and it's also defined by rule how such a proposal should be submitted and how it's dealt with. So, going back then to the CLAR, under the heading of remote working and COVID-related matters, we have 6 motions which are going to be considered in common debate. That means that there is no need for formal proposing. I will just call speakers to the motions as they arise and subsequent speakers, of whom we have 2 already. And I'm going to offer the National Secretary the opportunity to put motion 58 to conference, which is a DEC motion on this general topic. And after that, we will go to motions 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So, Derek Mullen.
Thank you, Chair. Delegates, Derek Mullen speaking to the common debate, and probably one of the most important debates that we will have at this conference, given the last year that we have been through. Motion 58 from the Divisional Executive Committee is one of the most important motions on today's agenda. As well as commending the productivity and commitment of the public service throughout this global pandemic, it will instruct the Union to negotiate an agreement on remote and blended working with government to take us beyond this health crisis and to govern how we work in the future. We will seek in such negotiations to influence the policy positions set down by Fórsa, following significant engagement with our members via one of the first and most important surveys on remote working, and indeed our learned experience of this last year. We have witnessed outstanding and productive responses from the public service throughout the last year, and we believe that we can continue in that vein into the future. The world of work has been forced to examine itself as a result of COVID-19, and it is clear that working arrangements can and will change to take account of this new paradigm. We know what's possible once the correct supports are in place, and we should, as this motion calls for, negotiate that future with the employer. This motion sets out our position on what a new agreement should take account of. We favour a blended approach with time spent at the office. We support a legal right to request remote working. However, remote working should be voluntary, colleagues. Clear criteria for selection and ensuring appropriateness of the work. Full compliance with health and safety, with particular attention to mental health and support for those working remotely. And indeed, most importantly, the right to switch off. Support in practical ways, including the provision of whatever equipment is necessary, and addressing the question of allowances has to be part of that negotiation. The flexibility to manage caring responsibilities. Importantly, no divergence from our terms and conditions of employment, including for new hires, for whom remote working should never be a condition of employment. Support for flexible working hours for all our members, whether at home or at the office, is vital too. Delegates, I urge your support for all of the motions 1 to 5 and number 58 in this section, and I call on the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform to produce their proposals and engage with the union in meaningful negotiations. We've spent far too long awaiting their proposals, and as I said earlier, our patience has run out. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, delegates.
Thank you, Derek. I'm now going to move to not the formal proposals, but the motion number 1, and I'm going to invite Natasha Collins to speak. And if Natasha is with us,
yes. Good morning.
Yes, Natasha.
Hi. Good morning, everyone. Natasha Collins here from the Carlow Clerical Branch. I believe what we propose is, or our first motion, of the meeting has been covered by Derek. Really, we are looking for flexibility in working hours, in that as long as your 7:24 are worked, that if you want to start at 6 in the morning, you can finish up for a few hours during the day to take care of caring responsibilities or appointments, and then you can come back on later on in the afternoon, and that this will allow people to deal with caring responsibilities and appointments without stress of the working environment or management. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha. I'm now going to offer the floor to Francis McHugh, who has indicated to speak. There are other speakers down on these motions, Margaret Rose McGeehan and Adele Meany, but I'm going to Francis McHugh first.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, delegates. Francis McHugh, Branch Secretary of the Department of Social Protection Executive Grades Branch. Our motion 3, focuses on our members' concerns that remote workers could be turned into self-employed workers, and thereby they would lose pay, pension rights and conditions of employment that they have spent a lifetime paying into. Nobody wants to end up like a Deliveroo worker at home, where the Deliveroo workers were put into forced self-employment. While the code of practice by government on the right to switch off, which is of course linked to remote working, while that's welcome, it's not a legal right to switch off. The right to switch off is very important. We blink 66% less when we're at a computer. That leads to dry and burning eye syndrome, which in turn leads to fatigue and poor physical and mental health. What we want to do is safeguard the home working civil servant from creeping forced self-employment while having the right to switch off in law, like the situation in France. So therefore, I would hope that you would vote in favour of motion 3. Thank you.
Francis, thank you. There are no more speakers to this raft of motions which we are taking under common debate, and there has been no speakers against, so I am declaring and deeming that motions 1 to 5 and motion 58 have been carried by conference. We now move to, is it emergency motion number 1? Or are we going to motion 6? We're going to motion 6. Motion 6 is in the name of the Divisional Executive Committee, and I'm asking Martin Keogh to take the floor and propose this motion. Martin, are you with us?
I am indeed. Can you hear me there, Chair?
Yeah, wall to wall, Martin.
Okay, that's brilliant. Listen, good morning, delegates, in this very unusual conference where I'm a blended worker myself at the moment, sitting at home and trying to, hopefully the dog won't bark while I'm giving my presentation on this motion. Folks, I'm going to assume that most people have read the motion because it is a long motion. It is on behalf of the DEC. Just to introduce myself, I am on the DEC. I am a member of the branch committee of the Department of Social Protection. And before going into the motion in detail, I think I want to more or less agree with our Cathaoirleach earlier on and our President, Michael Smith, when he outlined the important roles played by social protection and indeed revenue while dealing with the COVID crisis, and of course other government departments. But particularly, I would like to mention my own department here. I think that during this crisis, I think there has been, on behalf of all our colleagues here, an exemplary role played way above and beyond. Revenue, absolutely, with the wage subsidy scheme, and of course the well-known PUP payment, which has been rolled out literally overnight last March. And basically, the first part of the motion speaks that mentions that the conference notes the important role. I'm not going to look for an amendment, but I would say the very important role of those who attended at work throughout the global pandemic and in delivering service to vulnerable customers. And basically, our staff, particularly in DSP, have went out way above and beyond in this role. As a person that's working on the ground, as a representative dealing with COVID, one of the COVID representatives, I've seen the pain, the stress, the anguish of our frontline staff, and the worry and concerns. And at this stage, I'd like us to think back just to March last year, how this all occurred. We had people arriving at in-trio centres. They didn't have masks. There was no clarity regarding masks back then. There was, and then even if you remember regarding the social distances, whether it was 1 metre or 2 metres, and then concerns of staff basically dealing with the public, and they came in their numbers in relation to apply for PUP. I know you could apply online, but you could also, but most people actually turned up at in-trio centres to claim their pandemic unemployment payments. And I remember talking to staff on the ground, and some in tears and concerned about what's going to happen and their loved ones, etc. I see a clock has appeared there, so I have a minute and a half. But listen, folks, this motion has 3 things: to note the important role of our frontline staff, and basically to put structures in place that the government comply across all departments with safety measures as set out in the Return to Work protocol. It mentions ensuring the appointment of and training of COVID representatives, updating risk assessments on a regular basis. And the one thing about this pandemic, we did come across a number of places where risk assessments weren't even carried out. The other issue was the issue of considering the need for mandating mask use where social distancing is not possible. And as I remember, that wasn't even clear at the start of the pandemic. Ensuring procedures are carried out, assessing appropriate delivery of services in the interest of safety, and looking at the best approach to identify and deliver essential services, and regular reviewing, which is very important, whether we have achieved it in optimum remote working levels. And then this motion also calls for the establishment of a subcommittee to monitor all of the developments as going forward, and also to take into account the vaccination programs as it's rolled out. So folks, listen, this is a very emotion that stands for itself. I'd be surprised if people go against it. And on behalf of the Divisional Executive Committee, I'd like to put this motion forward to conference for acceptance. Thank you.
Martin, thank you. You were both persuasive and timely. There are no speakers against the motion, and your timing was impeccable. So on that basis, I'm going to deem motion 6 as having been carried by conference, and I'll move to motion number 7, which is in the name of the Probation Officers Branch, and I'm calling on Sean Loud to move the motion.
Thank you. Sound check, can you hear me?
Wall to wall.
Thank you. The need for this motion arose due to activist frustration in our branch over the process of negotiation of a new, more realistic workload agreement for probation officers. To summarise it as briefly as I can, our managers did not want to change anything. They resisted and argued against the need for the process in the first place, and when they were finally persuaded to the table, used every trick in the book and sometimes outside of the book to distort, delay and disrupt the process. After ridiculous amounts of time, we finally got an agreement and we put it to ballot, and it was passed overwhelmingly, thank goodness. But since then, the implementation process has been further hindered and at times put into serious doubt by the continued spoiling tactics of a group of senior management. We were actually at a point where frustration and desperation, if you like, of the members was such that all options for responses needed to be considered, discussed, explored and ruled in or ruled out. Now, I well remember this from my old Impact days, and I'm sure I'm not alone in the room from a general sort of view that head office, won't like this or won't sanction it or will rule it out of order or so forth, or somehow try to sort of discourage you or prevent you from taking action as you see fit if that action is seen as basically too troublesome or too assertive. A reluctance to fully assert ourselves, even when it's needed, is a cultural phenomenon within the union movement that really does not serve us well and needs to be addressed. We value very much the support and guidance of a good full-time official, and our branch is indeed blessed with one of the best of those. So we've no complaints there. However, having, of course, taken and considered the advice and guidance from the relevant professionals involved, in the detailed discussions and the explorations of the practicalities and, of course, the legalities of a given situation, the final decision on how to proceed must always rest with the members in the workplaces. They're the ones uniquely placed to decide on the best course of action, and in the very rare event that they decide that asserting themselves through a ballot of action of some sort is the right thing to do, then it's the job of our structures, including our paid officials, to get behind them and support them if this is the course of action that's been decided on by the members in the workplace. If we can't agree that, then, well, what are we doing here? Thanks.
Thank you, Sean. There's one speaker showing. I invite Sean Carabini to present. Sean?
Thank you very much, Chair. Sean Carabini, Assistant General Secretary here, coming at you live from the wardrobes in front of my box room. I would like to speak on behalf of I've been asked to speak on behalf of the Executive Committee to ask that this motion be remitted. First of all, thanks to Sean for the comments that he's made there earlier on, and I have to say the workload agreement that they negotiated in the probation service, I think is a fantastic model, and it's a model that an awful lot of branches should look at, and it's due no small there's no small thanks to Sean for the amount of work he put into achieving that. I thought it was fantastic. The Executive Committee has asked that this motion be remitted. When a branch is holding a discussion that could result in industrial action being taken, one of my roles as an Assistant General Secretary is to make sure that all avenues have been considered. Specifically, is there anything that a branch has not considered? And is the industrial action being considered, is it the right way to deal with the problem at hand? Is it likely to be an adverse reaction that a branch hasn't considered? I see it as my role to assist a branch in making sure that absolutely every angle has been covered. However, I'm also aware that in each of the three unions that made up, that founded Fórsa, the PSU, the CPSU and Impact, there was a different culture and understanding of how discussions about industrial action should take place, and a different understanding in each of the unions as to the roles of HQ in those discussions. So I actually see there being an opportunity here today for the incoming executive and for head office to have that discussion. What exactly are the expectations and the roles? What will the Fórsa culture be around how we interact and how we have those industrial action discussions? So by remitting this, by asking to remit this, I think it allows that broader discussion to take place with the Executive Committee. So I think it's an opportunity that we shouldn't miss, and I would ask delegates to support the remission and by doing so direct the Executive to consider that broader question. Thank you very much, Chair.
Sean, thank you very much. I'm now going to offer Sean Loud on behalf of the proposing branch the opportunity to respond and to consider the request to have the motion remitted. If they're amenable, that's fine. If not, we will be utilising the voting process. Sean, can you consider what the other Sean has said to you? Sean Loud.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm going to take a right to reply. We don't believe that the right thing to do with this motion is remit it, basically. And you know, it's a bit of a surprise to me being elected union activists and members to be asked by, you know, the top table and paid officials to be, you know, remitting a motion of this nature, really, because this doesn't, I mean, all this does is, you know, assert our rights to defend ourselves, which, you know, when push comes to shove, sometimes we have to do. And there's, you know, we should always be, you know, at the DEC, the NEC, or anywhere else, mindful of the fact that we need to reflect on, you know, how we do things and, you know, opportunities that we might have. What are we doing that's going well? What are we doing that could be done differently? You know, that opportunity is always there, and there is an obligation on all of us as individuals, as trade unionists, as agencies, to always be doing that. And this doesn't prevent that at all. But I mean, sitting on the DEC as I do, I also know that if this is remitted, effectively nothing much is going to happen with it. You know, the quality of the discussions around what Sean just said there won't be altered in any way. Those discussions will still go ahead as they've gone ahead before, but they won't have the backing, the teeth that they would have if we get this passed. So it's, you know, with all due respect to you know, to my colleagues, it's slightly bemusing to be being asked to remit this, really, because it's pretty harmless. You know, we're not looking to, you know, go to the barricades at every given opportunity. We just need to know, as lay members and activists in the workplace, that if it really does become an emergency, and if it really does become urgent, that we have the backing of our union when we need it, at times of real distress and of real, at times of the need for real solidarity. You know, that's all this is. And it's, you know, passing this motion underlines that position and would actually inform and improve the quality of the discussions that my friend Sean Carabini just outlined. So I really do hope that people will back this, because it's a tiny bit of a mystery to me as to why we're even having this discussion, to be honest. So, you know, support this motion and support it fully and wholeheartedly, and let's get on with what we were elected to do as a DEC and as union reps. Thanks.
Okay, Sean, thanks for all that. Now, procedurally, there's a proposal before us to remit the motion. And I just want to maybe clarify some of the responses that were made by Sean Loud there, where he directed some of his comments toward head office. Head office are not seeking to remit this motion. The Divisional Executive Committee, of which you're a member, is seeking to remit this motion. So I am obliged to put the acceptance, I'm obliged to put the proposal for remission, which is in the name of the DEC, to conference. And that is going to be our first run at an electronic ballot here today. Now, it's going to take a few moments for our technical team to set that up. It won't take long, and it's not going to hinder conference. So we're going to proceed on to motion 8 and deal with it. And when we can deal with votes so consequentially as they arise. We don't have to wait for one outcome to
Yeah, point of order.
So sorry, I'm not aware of any point of order that might arise in what I've said.
Just a quick point of order.
I am adhering to conference standing orders and procedures, and I am putting the motion to remit I'm putting the proposal to remit the motion to conference. And that's what's happening now. And we will be coming back to that vote when the technical piece of it is in order. And I'm moving to motion 8, which is also in the name of the Probation Officers Branch. And I am calling on Sean to speak to motion 8. Sean.
Thank you again, Chair. I suspect that we as a branch are not the only branch with experience of inconsistency, indecision and poor judgment in the ranks of our management chains. In instruction and guidance to my members during the pandemic has varied between at all points on the spectrum, between first-rate, top class, down through slightly questionable and somewhat dodgy, all the way down to downright ridiculous and dangerous, and everything in between. And I'm sure I'm not the only person in the room that can, give examples of that happening to members that they represent, to themselves even. Account after account after account has come in of pressure on members from managers who are often, frankly, out of their depth and clueless about how to respond to this awful pandemic. Sometimes we find ourselves in a position where the accounts come in faster than we are able to respond as a union. And there have been times where the perception by members, rightly or wrongly, has been that we are somehow a little bit slow off the mark and not quite as on the ball as we should be. Passing this motion will simply be a step forward in assuring members that in an urgent situation where they're, being faced with the kind of instruction and guidance that I mentioned above, when they're in that situation, when they decide they've got to protect themselves and their health and safety, and frankly their lives actually in this scenario, when they're in that position, they need to assert themselves and protect themselves, they know that we've got their back. It's really that simple. There's not much to be to be concerned about this. It's about as basic as it comes. Members need to know that when they take action to protect themselves, we've got their back. And when the officialdom catches up with them, it will be looking out for their interests, if you like, because as I've said, the accounts of bad practice sometimes come in faster than we're able to publicly respond. So the general idea that we've got their back is something that our members would welcome and needs to be reasserted on occasion and regularly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sean. And just for the benefit of conference, I think you should all be aware that the Divisional Executive Committee has discussed and looked at every motion that was submitted to it. And I'm now calling on Sean Carabini to respond to motion 8.
Thank you very much, Chair. Again, it's Sean Carabini here, Assistant General Secretary. Been asked to speak by the Executive Committee in relation to this particular motion and to call for, again, remission of this motion. I've only to speak on 3 motions today, and I'm afraid they're all for remissions, but the reason why, as I understand it, why there's a feeling that this motion would be better served if it was remitted is very simply that things have moved on in the pandemic, and we feel that by remitting it, it would leave the spirit of it open for the Executive Committee to be able to look at it, how we might apply the lessons of it to kind of future health emergencies. So it's simply, like, I don't think anybody's against the spirit of this motion at all, but we think we could do more with this motion if it was remitted. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, I'm going to go back to Sean Loud for a right of reply, but before that, I want to advise everybody that the vote is now open in the context of motion number 7, and the vote is either for or against reference back. The motions are segmented in your pack, and this is in part 1 of your voting items. So there are 10 minutes to cast that vote, and we will return with an outcome and deal with it as it arises. So I'm now going back to Sean Loud, right of reply, motion 8.
Yes, thank you. I don't know if I'm missing something, but I don't know actually how to vote, so I'll have to come back to that. But maybe you could just go through it again afterwards. No, we're not remitting this one either, to be honest, because it's very, very basic. And to say you can do a lot more with this motion if we remit it is an odd thing to be considering, really. Because you can't do anything more by remitting this motion than you could do had this motion never been dreamed up or written. So it's an odd one. So remitting it is, again, not the way to go with this. We need to pass it because, again, I won't repeat everything I just said, but our members need to know that when they're basically feeling at the mercy of a manager who's probably been promoted way beyond their ability or level of expertise and is floundering around wondering what to tell them and giving them bad advice. They need to know that they can protect themselves and that we have their back, and that's what this motion is about. Now, the other thing is this idea that the moment has passed. I always say have a look at today's newspapers. If anybody thinks that this moment has passed, I'm actually speaking to you from England today, where I've had to come on urgent family business for the last 3 weeks. And the headlines over here are all about how the moment has not passed and how lockdown easings and all the rest of it are going to have to be probably delayed because of the emergence of new variations and of other scientific phenomenon that we hadn't realized was the case a couple of weeks ago. This is not passed at all. The possibility cannot be ruled out that we could end up finding ourselves back to square one with lockdowns and variations and all the rest of it, particularly given the haze that our government in Ireland are making of the vaccination programme and other things. So, to ask for this to be remitted on the basis that things have moved on and things are much better now is startlingly wrong as far as I can see. And I'd love to be in a position where that such optimism is the case, but we're not there yet. The moment hasn't passed. We need to protect ourselves, and we need motions like this to pass to underpin that protection. So again, I'm not remitting this. Please vote for it. This is a basic, simple resolution that does what it says on the tin, and it's slightly odd that we're being asked to remit it. So no, it's going to the vote, and I would ask you to vote for it. And I'd also, in the 12 seconds I've got left, ask for, again, clarification on how to vote, because I can't actually see on here how I'm supposed to vote for my own motion, which I intend to do. Thank you.
Okay, well, the voting procedures were dealt with comprehensively at the outset, and I haven't the wherewithal right now to do a tutorial for anybody or for conference. So use the email addresses that were given to you all at the help desk email addresses and the support email addresses. You can use them. Motion 8 is going to have to be voted upon again, and the motion, the vote on motion number 7 is in play. There seems to be some confusion about it. It's going to get some feedback on that. What you're being asked to vote on in the vote on motion 7 is whether you're for or against the remission of the motion. The Division Executive Committee have asked that the motion be remitted. The branch are disinclined, and let's have the vote on that and see where we stand at that stage. I'm now moving to motion 9, and this is also in the name of the probation officers. It's in the same genre, as in it's under COVID-related health and safety area, and I'm going to ask Sean to propose, please. Sean Loud.
Thank you again, Chair. Can we hear each other? Yeah. It relates somewhat to the previous motion in that we need to have full protection from dangerous workplace situations, particularly relevant at this time during this pandemic. The procurement and distribution of vaccines has gone very badly and should have been handled much better by the government, and we are, of course, government's civil servants, and therefore that brings us into, occasionally areas where we have to disagree with them, and we shouldn't be, we shouldn't be reluctant to do that in the interests of protecting our members. There has, of course, been some progress with the vaccinations and all the rest of it, and that's to be welcomed. And when the huge task that's in hand now is completed, I know that we're all looking forward to getting back to being able to do our jobs properly and safely. And we'll do that as soon as we can. But there has again been a lot of ambiguity and mixed messages and confusion. So this, like the motion, the last motion, will give the necessary degree of assurance to members that they are able to assert themselves and protect themselves, and that we have their back in these situations. So it really is as simple as that. Thanks.
Thank you, Sean. On behalf of the Division Executive Committee, I am asking Sean Carabini to respond or to contribute. Sean?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm coming through, am I? Sorry, I had a bit of a blip there. I just want to make sure this is in relation to motion number 9, is that correct?
Number 9, proposed by Sean Loud. Motion number 9.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. This is the last motion that Sean Carabini, Assistant General Secretary, this is the last motion that the Executive Committee have asked me to speak on, to respond to today. And this is a really simple point I've been asked to make. It was felt that because the vaccine rollout is now a lot further on than it was, and it certainly wasn't good at all at the start, because it's a lot further on than it was felt that because this motion was written at a particular point in time, it might be better if it was remitted rather than passed. It literally is as simple as that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. Thank you for that, Sean. So do you need a right reply, Sean Loud?
Yeah, brief one. Again, it's an odd one to ask to remit, and the idea that again that this is somehow because the moment has passed is a bizarre argument, given the fact that we're still in the middle of it. I mean, you know, when the job is completed and everyone who requires and wants a vaccine has had one, we'll get back to work, but we're not there yet. So the moment hasn't passed. It's as simple as that. So, you know, again, it's slightly bemusing that, you know, we're being asked to remit this. And I would ask for the, you know, full support of conference in, you know, to vote against this in a way, for me, would be a bit like turkeys voting for Christmas. I can see no logical reason why on earth we would vote against this, which actually also applies to the previous 2 motions as well, in all honesty. I'd very much like to hear anyone's personal reflections as to why they feel that any of these should be voted against, in all honesty. But yeah, that will do for me. You know, support all of these motions because they're all basic trade union sort of common sense motions about protecting our position and looking after members and making sure that they know that they've got that protection and reassurance. So yeah, support this one and support the other 2 as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sean. I just want to clarify where we're at now. And we're tied by procedures here, and there are 3 motions for which remission has been sought, and there are proposals before us for that. The first vote is already in progress, and the second vote is now going to open, and it's in part 1 of your voting terms and procedures, and the vote is similar whether or not you're in favour of referring back remission, and we'll deal with them in the order in which they have presented. We'll be back to you shortly with the vote for 7. 8 is now in progress, and I will inform you when number 9 is open. And when those determinations are made, we will look at where we're at, and then we will proceed accordingly in accordance with standard SOC practices and guidelines. Now, colleagues, I'm going to move to the first of the emergency motions which we've agreed to consider today. The proposer is Liam McLaughlin, and just before we do that, I think the Chair of Standing Orders wants to offer a point of clarification. I'll go to Jerry.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, there seems to be a question to returning officer regarding Michael Crowe. So we can get the returning officer to come back in again. We will deal with that issue. Okay.
Okay. Do we have Rosemary? Okay, it's just a formal clarification of an issue that has been brought to our attention. We'll come back to that. Is she here? She's online, yes. Folks. Rosemary.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, there has been a query on behalf of Michael Crowe into communications. It is my recollection that I did call the full validation of the results. However, just for a point of clarification, the 2 vice chairs are Michael Crowe and Dara Fox. Therefore, they are deemed valid and correct and elected. That was a point of clarification. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rosemary. I hope that puts it to bed. That was clear to me. That was the outcome, and that indeed is the outcome. Now, we're going to move to emergency motion 1, but before that, I just want to let you know that the vote for motion number 9, for or against reference back, it's now open as well. And you are encouraged to use the voting system as outlined and use the help desk and the support features that we've outlined to you as well. Now, Liam McLaughlin, that's a familiar name to me from about 2 years ago.
John, how are you?
Liam.
Can you hear me?
I can indeed.
How are you?
I'm good.
Good. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, delegates. How are you keeping? Liam McLaughlin here from the Garda Executive Grades Committee, speaking to emergency motion number 1. I'm just going to read out the motion to you for anyone that may not be aware of it. So the motion reads, this Civil Service Divisional Conference notes with great concern the recent practice by the official side of non-consultation with the staff side on proposed legislation that alters terms and conditions of civil servants. This conference calls on DEPR to ensure that any future proposed legislation that impacts on the terms, conditions or status of Fórsa members in the civil service is not introduced before full and comprehensive consultation with Fórsa has taken place. So that's the motion, folks. And basically, so just to summarise on it, draft bills have been submitted by the official side, on Garda Síochána, to DEPR without any consultation with the relevant stakeholders, which would introduce legislation that would alter Garda civilian staff terms and conditions of employment, ultimately losing our civil service status and protections. So should the bills be passed and enacted, Garda staff would become direct employees of Garda Síochána. We are also extremely concerned at the inclusion in the bill of the wide range of powers that will be given to the police and ombudsman, which, if enacted, would allow Garda staff to fall under that investigative process. So we instruct the incoming DC to ensure that Fórsa continue to object in the most strenuous of terms to any change to the terms and conditions of Garda civilian staff, and that we do not lose our civil service status. So I would urge you all, folks, to please support us on this very important motion. Thank you.
Liam, thank you very much. Good to hear from you.
You too, John.
There are no speakers to the emergency motion, and there is no resistance to it. So your powers of persuasion, Liam, haven't left you. I'm going to deem the motion carried. Now, an update on procedures. Motion 7, the voting for motion 7 on remission has closed, and the results will be in shortly. And the ballots on the votes on motions 8 and 9 are continuing. Given the fact that the 3 motions are from the same branch and that a lot of the arguments presented were reiterative, I'm not going to announce any outcome until the three ballots are in, and we will consider that outcome in a joint fashion, and then we'll see where we move and how we move from there. I'm now moving on to a different area. This is one of the Hardy annuals. Unfortunately, it hasn't moved itself away yet, despite all the efforts that are made nationally and centrally. And the headline topic is outsourcing. We have a number of motions here, 10 to 13 on the original floor, and the Standing Orders Committee have facilitated a move of 75 into the same arena. So I'm calling on the mover of motion 10, which I understand to be Jean Taylor, to move motion 10.
Morning, delegates.
Jean?
Morning, delegates. Jean Taylor, DEC, formally proposing motion number 10. Geraldine O'Brien is going to come in and speak on it.
Thank you, Jean. That motion is now formally declared and it's open, and I'm inviting Geraldine O'Brien to speak. Geraldine is with us.
Thank you, John. Delegates, we have for almost 2 decades now been manning the barricades to the relentless attack from numerous departments and organisations in relation to outsourcing. In the past, we have lost ground, and then, as predicted, we have gained it back on these matters. Now more than ever, it's vitally important that we commence this work to fully establish the extent of the impact of outsourcing has on the wider civil service. We have seen over the past 12 months departments such as the Department of Employment and Social Protection, the Department of Transport, and lesser extent the Office of the Revenue Commissioners, to name but a few, proactively pushing their outsourcing agenda, in some cases without any appropriate consultation, which is mandatory under the terms of national agreements. I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Geraldine. There were no more speakers to motion 10 and no opposition therefore to it. So I deem motion 10 to be carried. Motion 11 is in the name of the DSP and various parts of North County and West County Dublin. And Sean Malone is down to propose this motion. So I'm now asking Sean Malone to take the floor.
Hello, everybody. Hello, delegates. So I'm speaking to motion number 11, and I think that it's very much similar to the last motion, but I think that it's management never miss a good crisis to implement what they've wanted to do for a whole period. And I think this is very true with the COVID crisis and now in the future economic crisis we're entering into. I think I'll just read out the motion and then I'll speak to it. Conference notes the DSP use of outsourcing and phone bank services to Abtran during 2020. We also note the continuation of outsourcing of work in activation to CTAC and others, which is a serious threat to our members' jobs and conditions. Conference instructs our leadership to vigorously campaign to end any outsourcing and to immediately take any action necessary if management seek to introduce new outsourcing, which is being hinted with the PUP transition being a pretext for. So I think that it's when the COVID crisis has abated, there will be an attempt to place a bill at the door of ourselves and workers generally. We and our members, the public, should not pay for the price for a crisis we didn't create, and shouldn't accept any more austerity years. I think the Irish establishment, particularly in Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael and their coalition partners, are following a neoliberal and pro-privatisation agenda. I think you don't have to look very far to see that. I think at every angle you see attempts to outsource, to ruin public services, and ultimately lead to privatisation. You don't need to go back as far as the outsourcing and privatisation of the bin service to the councils, loss to the councils, but also the proliferation of agency nurses instead of permanent full-time staff in the health service who deserve good wages and conditions. The aims of the creation of Irish Water and the opening up of Dublin Bus and Bus Éireann to the go-ahead with the gifting of lucrative routes to the private company. This privatisation and neoliberal agenda is about enriching a handful of shareholders, hedge funds, at the expense of public services and workers' paying conditions in general. So I think Fórsa, just to conclude, Fórsa needs to prepare now to fight if necessary. And also we need to begin to advocate a new economic policy and also popularise and put forward the need to protect public services, for the state to invest in state home building, investment in renewable energy, and opposition to all privatisation. So I think a different way is totally possible, and the trade union movement in general should articulate that. Thank you.
Sean, thank you very much. There are no speakers indicating to participate, so I'm going to deem that motion 11 has been carried by conference, and I'll move to motion 12, which is in the name of the DSP executive grades, and I invite Francis McHugh to propose motion 12. Francis?
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, Francis McHugh, Branch Secretary, Department of Social Protection, Executive Grades Branch, proposing the motion. Do you want higher electricity costs? Ireland has always had a specific energy department down through the decades, yet in recent years that has gone. At a time now when huge employers like Intel, Google and Facebook have been instructed to provide their own power generating systems by the Energy Authority, we now need to resist privatisation and have a dedicated energy department. By the way, this is not their backup systems. This is about them being instructed to have a standalone mini power station for their own complexes, as they have been advised by EirGrid that going forward the national energy grid will not be able to provide uninterrupted supply at the voltage required for their needs. This is always the prelude to privatisation. Now, if this is the advice to the biggest Irish tech companies, the future is very bleak indeed for the ordinary household supply, the ordinary family, and all those who struggle to work from home. This is why we need, instead of this blindly copying the mistakes of others, we need a dedicated Department of Energy and not a scapegoat minister as a sacrificial offering in the event of a botched privatisation of EirGrid and the ESB. Similar privatisations abroad resulted in a 23% increase in electricity bills. The privatisation and dismantling not only of the Department of Energy but of the state energy provider in New Zealand resulted in no electricity in Auckland, the capital city of New Zealand, where criminal gangs roamed the streets with impunity and no one was safe. Privatisation is the road and higher taxation is the destination, because democracy has no other way of raising funds or no other source of income except tax, tax and more tax. For that reason then, delegates, I'm asking you to support this motion for a dedicated Department of Energy, an in-house civil service Department of Energy, and no privatisation of EirGrid and ESB. Thank you. Please vote yes. Thank you again.
Francis, thank you very much. There's no speakers showing and there's no opposition to that motion, so I deem it to be carried by conference. Moving now to motion 13, which is in the name of the Clare General Branch. I invite Adele Meany to take the floor and propose the motion.
This conference instructs the NEC to ensure that the local Intrio office is at the heart of the community to provide a full customer service to DSP recipients. We seek that our work isn't outsourced at staffing levels are not decreased, and the local office facility remains in every town in the country.
Okay, Adele, thank you very much. Very comprehensive and succinct. There is no opposition to that motion. Nobody is presenting to speak. So I deem motion 13 to be carried. The last motion in this section is in the name of the FGE branch, and it's been presented by Ellen Brennan. And I call on Ellen to propose the motion.
Good morning, delegates. Ellen Brennan here speaking to motion 75. And this conference calls on the incoming Fórsa Civil Service Executive to resist all efforts to privatise functions delivered by Fórsa members in the public service, and where these functions have been privatised, to seek an immediate reversal of this, to define the continuity of provisions of public service by publicly accountable direct employment and maintain the jobs of grades represented by Fórsa. Delegates, this is a core issue for the FGE branch. Privatisation attacks the basis for trade unionism. Currently, the civil service is spending in excess of 20 million a year on private security and cleaning services. The FGE branch have sought that all departments where these jobs have been handed to private contractors reverse this, and this work be done by service officers, service attendants and government cleaners. Fórsa in the civil service must be seen to act on this. During the COVID crisis, the value of these frontline members have been to the forefront in protecting the public and non-frontline staff from infection. These FGE members have had to attend public office during this crisis. It's time that Fórsa and government recognise the vital role of cleaning and security and bring all these functions in-house. I'd also like to add to this that we have been in discussions with DSP for a considerable length of time in the removal of private security from social protection. They currently hold 77 private security posts, which should be brought back into the civil service. Whilst we were engaging with the Department of Social Protection on this, they unilaterally went out and renewed the contract for SARS. We have objected to this. They have been referred to the oversight body. We are still awaiting a response to that. The Department of Social Protection have acted in a disgraceful manner in the way they've handled all of this, and we are seeking that the conference support this motion. I also note that this motion is downed as recommended for the NEC. This, if passed, this motion is pertinent to the civil service. We are all civil service employees and we must be protected. Thank you.
Ellen, thank you very much. There are no speakers showing to that motion and there is therefore no opposition to it. So I am deeming that motion 75 has been carried. The voting procedure has moved on to the stage now where all three votes have closed and the results will be with us.
Chair, point of order.
We will revert on that.
Chair, point of order.
Sean.
I've been trying to raise this for the last 10 minutes and getting nowhere. I have not received the email with the voting papers, and I don't believe I'm the only one.
Sean, can you take that up with the help desks at the email addresses that have been provided? I don't believe this is a systemic problem. You're the only person who has brought it to my attention.
No, there's another.
Sean, I'm trying to run the conference here, and I'm directing you to somebody who might be able to help it.
Yeah, well, be open the votes then.
Sean, I'm aware of what you said. The technical side are aware of it. Will you please consult with the helplines and the phone lines that have been provided, and it may well resolve the problem for you. But it doesn't seem to me to be systemic.
Open the votes then.
Sean,
I need to be open.
Sean, we are going through a process here and the conference has to proceed along the lines on which it has been.
Yeah, and I need to be.
Will you please revert to the help desks as everybody else is doing? I need to move on. I'm sorry, Sean. Please take that direction. Now, I'm moving to motion 14. Which is in the name, and we're into a slightly different subhead here. We're in the area of industrial relations and the way forward for ourselves as civil servants. Motion 14 is in the name of the Civil Service Divisional Executive Committee. Michael Crowe will propose it. Michael, are you with us? Are you online? Michael?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, you can hear me. Thank you, Chair. I'm very pleased to be proposing this formally on behalf of the Divisional Executive Committee. I hope this will be a very progressive, and I trust that it will be a very progressive move for all our members when it's in place. Derek is going to speak in detail about the motion. I just want to formally move it, please, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you indeed. Derek Mullen, National Secretary, on behalf of the Civil Service Division's Executive Committee, will now speak to motion 14.
Delegates, Derek Mullen speaking to motion number 14. The motion seeks access to the state industrial relations machinery for all civil servants who were excluded from the Labour Court when it was established after World War II in 1946. The government of that day declaring that no such court could rule on the pay and conditions of civil servants. As a result, the conciliation and arbitration scheme was introduced in the early 1950s and has served as our industrial relations system ever since. While it has served us well, it is now creaking at the edges, and there has been a recognition over the last 10 years particularly that we need to modernise and replace the scheme with general access to the WRC and Labour Court. It should be noted that, like all other workers, we do have access under rights-based legislation, but not on industrial relations matters. Access to the WRC would be seen as an essential tool in modern-day industrial relations, and while we are afforded ad hoc access from time to time, this just serves to reinforce the point for us on general access. Complex IR issues are dealt with in the civil service colleagues, and they would benefit greatly from the availability of conciliation services. Clearly, we would keep the best of the CNA scheme, the departmental councils and general counsel particularly, contained within a new internal dispute resolution mechanism. We received a letter from the Minister's office before Christmas last, reiterating his commitment to the transition. We have also referenced the transition in the Civil Service Action Plan, and this will also involve a review of internal policies in the third quarter of this year in advance of any move. We also urge government in this motion to make the necessary legislative changes to facilitate the move, specifically on the question of the definition of a worker under the Industrial Relations Acts, an important piece given the status of civil servants as office holders. Delegates, this transition has been under discussion this last decade. Although not progressed during the economic crisis and not helped either by the current pandemic. Therefore, it is important that we press the timescale with government, seeking outcomes in 2022. Delegates, I urge you to support this important motion before this conference today. Thank you, Chair.
Derek, thank you very much. There are no more speakers to the motion. I just want to reinforce everything that has been said there. This is an aspect of industrial relations which is foreign to many civil servants, and the benefits of it are very apparent when you're in a wider industrial relations arena and landscape that we find ourselves in. So I am quite pleased that the motion is has not been opposed, and I would urge the incoming executive to pursue it with all due speed and force, and I therefore deem the motion to be carried. Now, colleagues, we're going to take a little break from the motions, and we have another speaker, an eminent speaker for you, somebody who's going to give us a perspective on the industrial relation landscape within the broader context of our union and within the broader context of Irish life. This person is the chair of the Public Services Committee of Conference. He is deeply immersed in Irish Congress of Trade Union activities. He is our National Secretary. He is our General Secretary, sorry. Our National Secretary has reminded me of that. I see the problem with me and Kevin is I know him such a long time. I knew him when he was an Assistant General Secretary, as I did many of the people in this room. So we do go back a long way, and we go back to such an era that I always kind of go counter-cyclical with my hairstyle. You know, when everybody else grows it short and cuts it short, I let it grow long. But I can go back to an era when Kevin Callanan and Derek Mullen had longer hair than me. Now that has changed a bit. But I don't think our philosophies, our commitments, speaking a bit robustly on my own behalf, have changed. And I'm very pleased to welcome and introduce to you somebody who I've worked with when he was an AGS in a former union, and he was with a very meek branch in the Civil Service Division, who I won't name, but a few people here might know them. And Kevin is with us today as National Secretary of Fórsa and General Secretary again. Jesus. Kevin Callanan, please.
Thanks, John. We have to go back a fair while now to that kind of hair situations, but delegates, colleagues and invited guests, I'd just like to begin by congratulating all of those who've been elected to the Divisional Executive Committee, and in particular to congratulate Helen, Michael and Dara for taking on the officerships. I'd like to thank you, John, and indeed all of the outgoing Divisional Executive Committee for your work over the last 2 years. In an effort to recognise the autonomous nature of our divisions, as General Secretary, I wouldn't normally speak to the divisional conferences. However, on this occasion, when invited to do so, I was inclined to accept. The last year has severely limited the normal engagement with members and activists. So every opportunity that arises has an extra appeal. Despite the restrictions imposed by the pandemic, the union has been working hard on behalf of members and delivering for them. And it's important to tell that story. When appointed as General Secretary in July of 2019, I couldn't have foreseen what we would all face in not much more than 6 months. As I said to the full Fórsa conference last November, It's been a year like no other, and a year that will leave a legacy, as the pandemic itself is likely to serve as a great disruptor in all sorts of ways, meaning that life will never quite be the same again. In many respects, our job now collectively is to ensure that we emerge from it with better lives, with better work and working conditions, and with a better planet. Our members, along with other workers and citizens generally, have made extraordinary sacrifices during the past year or so. Some have lost their jobs or large portions of their incomes. Others have served in the front line of our health services, battling the hazardous consequences of COVID. Many have worked hard in new roles and in different ways to keep vital public services available for our communities. On the 13th of March last year, I convened the union officers, and I said to them that we were at a pivotal moment for public service, and that the response to the challenge it faced would determine how civil servants and the public service would be valued and supported for a long time to come. I am glad to say that the response has been phenomenal and is well recognised as such. An important element has been the One Public Service strategy, with flexibility and agility as key, and where there was a greater awareness of the value and the contribution of all roles, not just those normally associated with the front line. Indeed, this recognition has carried through to the broader economy, where jobs that were largely unnoticed, like retail, transport, and distribution, are now seen as vital. The amazing contribution of Fórsa members in this division was a linchpin of Ireland's COVID response. I think of the virtually instant switch to remote work, while maintaining vital services, including income supports in revenue and across the civil service. In our ports and airports, so crucial to keeping supply lines and essential retail functioning. And in social welfare, where at the outset of the pandemic, 2 years' worth of claims were processed in 2 weeks. The leadership shown by our union and by your division from the start was echoed by other public service unions and played a big role in arresting the first wave of the pandemic and contributing to the early Congress pressure for the income support schemes that emerged quickly in the form of the pandemic unemployment payment and the temporary wage support scheme as it was then. These were swiftly followed by the Return to Work Safety Protocol, which proved to be an essential tool in some difficult struggles for adequate and effective safety measures, including in social welfare, justice, and elsewhere. The success of the union strategy was due in no small measure to the way in which it resonated with members, and crucially to the strong support of activists, branches, and the divisions. Your leadership was an essential part of our ability to shape events. When I spoke to divisional conferences 2 years ago, prior to taking on the GS role, I said that I had 2 main immediate priorities. One, to prepare for a different type of public service pay agreement, and 2, to drive organisational change within the union. At the time, it would have been impossible to predict the turn of events. I recall a conference in March 2019 where I presented the case for significant pay increases based on, among other things, the performance of the economy during the previous 3 years, significant private sector pay movement, and depressed hourly earnings in the public sector. That was before COVID. The anticipated pay negotiations on a successor to the PSSA were delayed, initially as a result of the months spent during the first half of 2020 on government formation, and then as the new government grappled with the management of the pandemic and preparations for its first budget. A standoff period ensued, during which it became necessary for Fórsa to assert its readiness to face the prospect that no agreement would be in place when the PSSA expired at the end of last year. Many delegates here will recall my speech to the Union Conference last November, when I outlined our bottom line for talks, and negotiations eventually began in earnest later that month. In leading those negotiations for the trade union side, I was particularly mindful of two issues that have been the subject of several resolutions at the first Fórsa conference in 2018, as well as motions to the deferred second conference originally planned for May 2020. The first issue related to the additional working hours introduced under the 2013 Haddington Road Agreement at the height of the austerity era. And the second concerned the aspiration to do something meaningful for the low paid. Many of my colleagues didn't believe that it would be possible to achieve a restoration of working time. There was trenchant opposition on the management side. But the fact is that 8 years ago, this concession was one contribution to an overall fiscal adjustment reflected in the Haddington Road Agreement. And as the other elements have been unwound, it would be grossly unfair if those who had their hours increased were left to work them indefinitely. For me, this was and continues to be a red line. It was never realistic to expect that reduced working time could snap back immediately, particularly in the middle of a pandemic and with the existence of additional hours across the health sector. But this union forced the issue onto the bargaining table. And in the negotiations, this union ensured that the necessary process would be completed by the end of this year. Crucially, we achieved a figure of €150 million to begin implementing the recommendations from the independent body set up to examine the issues, and that will happen next year. That body is now established and work is underway, with Fórsa coordinating the union submission on behalf of all of the unions under the ICTU Public Services Committee umbrella. And I want to acknowledge the contribution and influence of Fórsa's Equivalent Grades Committee in this work. They bring together clerical and executive staff from all corners of the public sector, the civil service, but also health, local authorities, and education to give a strong, united voice for our members in these grades, regardless of where they happen to work. And could I just particularly acknowledge not just all of the people who have participated in that process and meetings over the last period, but two people in particular. Anne McGee, who has led the process on the elected side, and Orla Fall, who has supported it or led the support for it on the staff side. Obviously, there are other work colleagues involved as well. There is still much to do to ensure that the body meets its timetable of reporting this year, to enable implementation to begin in 2022. And by that, I mean for a significant proportion of your time to be restored next year. But we're working hard, and we are on schedule to achieve that goal, one that I firmly believe simply would not have happened without the creation of Fórsa. The overall fiscal conditions, including the increased level of public expenditure to meet the consequences of COVID, fundamentally changed the bargaining context. On the trade union side, we favoured a shorter two-year timeframe for any deal. This was particularly so as the fact that the deal in existence had already almost run its course meant that we could expect to be back in talks again within 18 months or so. Indeed, around this time next year. Although the overall value of the agreement is modest, 3% through a combination of general increases and sectoral bargaining, I'm proud of the fact that the floor increase of €500 per annum is more than just a token gesture for the low paid. For example, For someone on €25,000 per annum, it represents double the general round increase. This is all the more significant as it was achieved within weeks of the withdrawal of the ICTU representatives from the Low Pay Commission, because that body was only prepared to recommend a 10-cent or 1% increase in the national minimum wage. We've made progress, and we won't stop there. Already my thoughts have turned to the preparations for negotiations on a potential new agreement to succeed building momentum when it expires at the end of next year. Our union must continue to strive to influence the post-pandemic world for the better in the interests of our members, fellow workers, and all of our citizens. To achieve these outcomes, we need to strengthen our union. That's why I set up the Strategic Organisational Review Team in September of 2019. Now called the Strategic Change Project, we have taken important steps forward. The conference last November adopted a 5-year strategic plan for the union with 5 core objectives. Organising to create a stronger, more powerful union, delivering for members, campaigning and influencing, building an efficient and effective union, and future-proofing Fórsa for the challenges ahead. My focus is now turning to its implementation, and you can expect further engagement in relation to this in the coming weeks. In addition, the initial projects assigned to the staff team have either been fully implemented or have been significantly progressed. One of these relates to a new membership system for Fórsa, with a go-live target of early 2022. This will help to improve how we function and how we deliver for members. Of course, one measure of strength is membership levels. While we have recorded steady membership growth, our membership was 81,641 at the end of December. We need to address our density gaps in a systematic way to ensure that the growth in employment is reflected fully in our own numbers. An even greater indication of strength is in our connection with members and their participation in the affairs of branches and the wider union. We will continue to develop ways of involving members. The survey of members before the general election in 2020 produced valuable information that assisted our dealings with the political system. The use of an electronic ballot on the Building Momentum Agreement allowed us to reach and to engage with more members than would otherwise have been possible with so many working remotely. It meant that we could declare a substantial amount of actual votes returned rather than a vague percentage result, and this was not lost on the employers. The challenges facing Fórsa are mirrored in the trade union movement as a whole. And yet, trade unions are more relevant to the concerns of workers than ever before, and ideally placed to lead an alternative post-COVID vision for our workplaces and for wider society. The trickle-down economics and the scaling back of the state associated with the coming to power of Reagan and Thatcher has had its day, albeit after 40 years of dominance. But it is our responsibility to put forward an alternative viewpoint that can command sufficient popular support. However, our focus must be on delivering results, not merely voicing aspirations. Later this year, I will contest the presidency of the Irish Congress of Trade Unions. I will do so not to achieve the honorary status, although it would indeed be an honour, rather to try to contribute to the achievement of real progress for our movement and for our country. In many ways, this will involve bringing areas of Fórsa activity and experience to a broader setting. But it will also mean tackling new areas that have been beyond the pale or out of reach for the trade union movement to date. My approach will focus on the need to reimagine the role of the state, drawing together a fresh vision for public services on the island with a new social and economic model. This will build on our existing work, such as the More Power to You campaign for better local services, the Home for Good initiative on housing, and the Education Futures calls for overdue investment in our colleges and universities. The pandemic has shown that our health system and caring model are deficient, despite the presence of an extraordinarily committed workforce. The argument for reform is a compelling one. I want to ensure a brighter future of work by pressing on with our 4-day week campaign and seeking more pilot schemes for it. By insisting on greater access to remote and hybrid working with adequate protections. By working with others to achieve the right to disconnect and the right to request flexible working. By ensuring that the moves to automation, digitalization, and the low-carbon transition are set in a context of protection of conditions, high-quality jobs, and reduced working time. As a country, we are an outlier in Europe when it comes to collective bargaining. The contrast is more stark if you look at the more modern and progressive countries. That's why I recently sought NEC approval to commission expert legal research to help make the case for change. Next Monday, we will publish that research. It will be one contribution to the work of the high-level group on collective bargaining, which has been set up by the government under the aegis of the Labour Employer Economic Forum. I participate in the group as one of the 3 Congress representatives, and it is vital that there is an openness to all possible solutions, statutory, constitutional, and European, if we are to realise not just the right to organise, but the right to be heard and the right to bargain collectively. Although these are matters of fairness and justice, we will need to simplify our messaging and language to win the support of ordinary citizens. 10 years on from the publication of the report on the Commission on the Irish Trade Union Movement, I want us to get serious about its recommendations. At the core of the report was the view that we should move to a much smaller number of sectoral unions and that we should pool resources as far as possible. I want to initiate a fresh attempt to put these exhortations into practice. We know that avoiding them is not making us any stronger. If we're honest, we should admit that a whole section of the workforce, that associated with big tech, ICT and digital, fintech and accounting, and much of financial services, pharma, biomedical services, and the gig economy, has been out of reach for, and to an extent ignored by, the trade union movement. I would like to lead an attempt to make us relevant to these workers and to make them part of our movement. Our ability to speak with maximum credibility for workers and to influence the future to best effect will depend on whether we are successful. Finally, delegates, colleagues, friends, my message to you today is that the future can indeed be better. We have a unique opportunity, but we must resolve to work together to achieve it. That is our joint responsibility, and I look forward to your support in that endeavour. Thank you for your attention and for your work on behalf of our union, Fórsa, and I wish the rest of your conference every success. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kevin. I'm seeing your moments here all over the place. Kevin, thank you. It never ceases to amaze me how the General Secretary can have such a grasp of such a wide vista of issues, ranging from branch matters all the way across the societal issues and the future of work and the future of society itself. Keep all the flames lit, Kevin. That's all I can say to you. And thank you on behalf of all our delegates. A very welcome and inspiring speech in few words. Now, colleagues, we're going to go back to the business of conference, and we're going to backtrack a small bit. As you know, we had voting on 3 motions. There was an issue about one aspect of the voting, which it seems was confined to one particular area, and I think that's sorted out now, and the outcome has been declared, and this is the outcome that will pertain. Motion 7, in favour of reference back, we had 293 votes in favour, 203 against. Motion 8, in favour of reference back, we had 275 votes for, and we had 211 votes against. And motion 9 had in favour of reference back 280 votes and against reference back 169. So, colleagues, taking that in its entirety and by way of summary, I declare that the three motions are indeed referred back. There was never any speakers against them in any case. So the motions are referred back, and I deem that to be the outcome in respect of motions 7, 8 and 9. Now, we're going into another arena in the business of this conference. We're going to go to motions 15 and 16, which are under the headline of equality and diversity. Motion 15 is in the name of the Justice Executive Grades. We have a proposer here, and the proposer is going to be Melissa Brennan. So I invite Melissa to open the discussion.
Thank you, John. Chair. Colleagues, in speaking to this motion and proposing this motion on behalf of the Justice Executive Grades Branch, I think the safest thing to say is that it somewhat beggars belief that policy documents issued by our employer in 2001 and 2002 still await review and updating. Delegates, we are talking about documents issued 2 decades ago, and it would seem that the Department of Public Service and Reform believed that there was no need to review and update policies on gender and diversity in our workplace to reflect changes which have occurred since they were first issued. This union, or the former PSEU, first wrote the Department of Public Service and Reform seeking review of these policy documents as long ago as October 2010, over a decade ago. We pointed out that given legislative changes since the publication of these documents, it was appropriate to review and update the policy document Diversity in the Civil Service, and that it would also be appropriate to review the impact of the gender equality policy. In our correspondence, we said that any review should involve an audit of where the civil service stands, particularly in relation to gender equality in terms of composition, recruitment, participation in promotional processes, training programs, etc. So far as this branch is concerned, it is a pretty sad commentary that our employer has still to review policy documents first issued 20 years ago. Consequently, we feel that the incoming Divisional Executive Committee should seek a firm timescale for these very necessary reviews, and that is what this margin urges us to press for. Colleagues, I ask delegates to support the motion. Thank you.
Melissa, thank you. And in the same theme, I'm now going to invite Sue Kelly to propose motion 16. Sue, microphone should be open.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm not going to read out the motion. I'm taking it that you've read it. The figures have been sought since 2016, and whilst relentless in the endeavour to obtain these, they've never been provided, which by now is farcical. And we're asking that you support this motion and you show that the ignorance is not going to be tolerated any further. Thank you for the support.
Okay, I'm inviting Derek Mullen to speak to motion 16. Derek.
Chair, fully supporting motion 16. And just to advise that many of the statistics that the Ballina General Branch seek have been made available to the staff panel and are being analysed. Eugene Dunn, our staff panel secretary, put great effort into getting statistics that were seriously outstanding, and those statistics would be circulated to the Ballina General Branch and all other branches after this conference. And secondly, if you would indulge me, Sue Kelly from the Ballina General Branch had asked that the conference would support the Green Ribbon campaign. Unfortunately, the campaign is not due to launch until September of this year, but I can give an absolute commitment, particularly in the context of all of the mental health issues that we're dealing with, that this civil service division will support the Green Ribbon campaign when it launches in September. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Now, there are no speakers against that motion or no further speakers, so I now have to do two procedural matters. Motion 15 was proposed and there was no opposition to it, so I deem it as being passed. Motion 15 is carried. And motion 16, which we've just heard from two speakers, is also deemed to be carried. So they're now written into the record. We have an emergency motion before us, emergency motion number 2. We have a proposer in the name of Eddie Quinn. I'm inviting Eddie to present the motion. Eddie?
Thanks, Chair. Colleagues, thank you for allowing me to present this motion today. I won't read out the most of it, but it concerns the Department of Education's decision to move a competition for a particular section of the department without consultation to the branch. It is a concerning moment. Bear with me now 1 second till I get this up. Thank you, colleagues. In my 20 years of industrial relations dealings with management side, never have I nor the branch come across such a barefaced act of defiance on behalf of the official side in dealing with this matter and the branch. The branch heard of this competition, confined to the division of the department, was through an email to all staff advising of it. No consultation, no pre-warning. We have not had an internal AP competition in the department for years, but yet they saw fit to run an open competition for a particular section. As a background, there's an open panel in place to pass for general service grades, yes. This particular branch of the department decided they didn't want to go to that because PASS was not providing a fast enough service for them. As recently as yesterday, the branch and our head office official came and met with the PO after looking for consultation after the fact. The closing date for the open competition, we learned, had 200 applications, of which 60 were intern DO applicants. This is not for a specialist grade. This advertisement is for a general AP service grade where there is an open pass panel in place. It is the most dangerous of precedents. If you allow this to go unchallenged, it runs a course through all industrial relations norms to benefit one particular section of the department where they felt they could run a competition without consultation. I urge you to allow this motion to be accepted for the incoming DEC to express its strongest ways to the official side that we as a union will not stand for such blatant disregard of our members and its branch officials. While they have belatedly come to the table to consult with the union, they have not stopped the competition. We need your support on this 100%, as it sets a precedent for other departments who can decide that they don't want any PASS general service grades come into the department. Instead, they can run their own competitions and pick who they want. Thank you.
Eddie, thank you very much. Good presentation. I am now inviting Cliona McNamara to speak to the motion. Cliona.
Thanks, Chair. Colleagues, we've made it abundantly clear that the lack of consultation in advance of the advertisement of the competition is completely unacceptable to Fórsa. We're fully committed to trying to resolve the issues while still ensuring that the general service nature of roles within the department are completely protected. We're in support of the motion, but we have to be conscious of the fact that of the 215 applicants, approximately 160 of these are civil servants, and about 60, as Eddie was saying, working in the department. And so with that in mind, we are at this moment in full consultation with the department on the issues. And the competition has not progressed beyond the closing date for applications to allow for this full consultation. Thanks, delegates.
Cliona, thank you very much. There are no speakers showing on the emergency motion and there's no opposition to it. So I declare that emergency motion 2 has been carried by conference. Moving on to motion 17. I'm inviting Adele Meany to propose motion 17, which is the name of the Clare General Branch. Adele.
The conference instructs the NEC to seek that the same annual leave and downtime currently available to higher DSP grades are applied to CO and EO staff.
Adele, thank you very much. Motion 17 is before us. There are no speakers, so I deem motion 17 to be carried. And I move on to motion 18, and I invite Magella Murphy to join us on behalf of the DSP executive grades. Magella.
I'm Magella Murphy, DSP executive, proposing motion 18. Please support this motion to reverse the reductions in COVID sick leave arrangements for our members from the 1st of January 2021. This change was brought in during the highest levels of COVID cases in December, January, and the emergence of new variants. It is appalling that our employer would look to do this while publicly praising the efforts of public service working through this pandemic. Actions speak louder than words. A verbal pat on the back is cold comfort to those with COVID-related illnesses, including long COVID. The full effects of long COVID, which are still unknown. Please support this motion.
Thank you, Magella. And there are no speakers showing for motion 18, so I deem motion 18 to be carried. Now, colleagues, we are slightly ahead of schedule. And we don't propose to bring any motions from the afternoon forward because it would be unfair on proposers and with people who wish to participate in it. Instead of that, we're going to take an early break for lunch and we're going to resume sharply and promptly at 2 p.m. when we will consider the balance of the motions. We will begin with motion 19. And there are quite a few motions in the afternoon and I hope that we can proceed as efficiently as we've done already today and get through them. So colleagues, sus beog, take a break and we will be back to you promptly before 2 o'clock with a view to kicking off at 2. Thank you very much. Colleagues, Fórsa Rash, good day and Clár Irlone. Welcome back to the afternoon session of our biennial divisional conference. I'm going to start by inviting Jerry Foley, SC, of the Standing Orders Committee to address us. Jerry.
Mr. Chairman and delegates, this document has been circulated to the delegates, and I'm just going to agree the Standing Orders Report number 5. And this following emergency motion was received and deemed appropriate to the conference by the SOC. An emergency motion 3 will read as follows: that this divisional conference instruct the DEC to seek immediate withdrawal of an instruction to unblock numbers while phoning customers on official mobile phones due to health and safety consideration proposed by DSP executive grades. I recommend that it would be taken at 5:15. I so suggest the conference.
Okay, thank you, Jerry. I'm going to accept that recommendation, and we will schedule it accordingly at 5:15. It's proposed in the name of the DSP executive grades. Now, colleagues, we have a very busy afternoon ahead of us, and we've transacted quite an amount of business this morning, but I have to refer back to this morning's business and how it was dealt with. And there was a follow-up to a misunderstanding or whatever about voting and procedures, and it has led to what is considered by me and others that there was some inappropriate and unnecessary words and behaviours used. What I have witnessed and what I've seen and would be unacceptable if it was uttered to a civil servant in a front-facing role, and it would be unacceptable if it was said and uttered in a face-to-face working environment. So I want to ensure or assure our service providers here today and our own back office staff that this behaviour is not condoned, and that you have our collective respect and gratitude for the services you've brought to us today. And I'm just going to leave it at that. I felt it had to be said. We owe it to ourselves and we owe it to the people who are working for us and with us. I'm now moving on to the motions before us, and I'm going to move to motion 19, which is in the name of the Civil Service Division Executive Committee, and the proposer is going to be Melissa Brennan. So, Melissa.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, in proposing this motion on behalf of the DEC, I want to focus on the first part of the motion, which deals with the manner in which competitions are conducted, particularly the methodologies used for shortlisting. For a long time, the DEC has been anxious to explore and consider the options and alternatives available for competitions and promotions. The DEC believe that we need to produce a discussion paper that takes a look at the various options that might be considered for preliminary rounds of the internal promotion competitive process. This should be with a view to facilitating a discussion to enhance, support and improve competitive processes where practical and by agreement. Having said that, we need to recognise that there is no ideal system that suits and is equally fair to every candidate. We must also acknowledge that some very good people can be put at a disadvantage where one process is used to shortlist on a continuous basis to promote internally within any organisation. One of the main challenges facing in any organisation where there are large numbers of applicants for a particular competition is how to reduce the numbers to a manageable level to go forward for final interview. In the past, some sort of testing would be used to achieve this. It is likely that a number of options can be used in any preliminary round of a competitive process. Sometimes there may even be parallel competitions running for the same grade using different selection criteria. What is important is that where required, because of the level of applications, that the preliminary round process is alternated over a period of time. By using alternative approaches over a period of time, it should, in theory, reduce the number of staff who perceive they are at a disadvantage. The key issue is to ensure that any competitive process is transparent, robust in terms of the integrity of the process, and compliant with the various codes. In proposing that we review processes, the DEC believe that we should seek to identify potential selection methods available for use in any internal competitive process for recruitment and promotion. We need to ensure to evaluate each of the identified selection methods in terms of perceived advantages and/or disadvantages from the perspective of both the employer and the candidate. Deciding which methods are more appropriate for a given situation often involves finding the right balance between the ideal approach and the money and time available. We should also seek to produce a discussion paper that will endeavour to assist both the union and the employer in agreeing a number of selection methods that could be used as part of future competitive processes. Thank you, delegates, and I urge you to support this motion.
Thank you, Melissa. There are no speakers showing in response to motion 19, so therefore I am deeming it to have been carried by conference. I should have said at the outset that this section of motions is under the general heading of competitions, promotions, staffing and career paths and grading. There are a number of motions under that banner. I'm going to move to motion 20, and in doing so, I'm also going to hand the responsibility for chairing this conference over to Melissa, the last Cathaoirleach, who will take the conference through until the break, which is scheduled for in or around 3:30. So motion 20 is in the name of Letterkenny General, and Margaret Rose McGeehan is undertaken to speak in proposing the motion. Margaret?
Hello, my name is Margaret Rose McGeehan. I am a clerical officer in the Letterkenny Clerical Branch, and this motion is asking the upcoming executive to consider offering training courses for members on competency-based interview technique and aptitude test skills.
Thank you, Margaret. We have no more speakers to this motion, and as we have nobody speaking against the motion, I declare that this motion is carried. Our next motion is motion 21 in the name of the Housing Executive Grades, and I hand over to Alan Smith. Alan?
Thank you very much, Melissa. I'll briefly read through the motion and just give a slight bit of background. That IT staff hired as IT specialist grades with specific contracts, IT contracts, have a mechanism for mobility, that their technical contracts of employment are honoured to allow them to continue their career path in ICT. The background is basically that in recent years, much of the IT work of departments has been taken over by the OGCIO, Office of the Government Chief Information Officer. We had presumed that the staff would follow the work, basically, and that our IT staff would move over to the OGCIO to continue their specific contracts that they were given. That was not the case. There was very little engagement with the union at the start. And basically, this motion just seeks to support IT staff with specific IT contracts to be able to be part of the process of mobility should they decide that staying in the department does not honour the spirit of their contracts. Thanks.
Thank you, Alan. We have no more speakers on that motion, and I therefore deem that motion to be carried. We move on now to motion 22 in the name of PSO Sligo, and I have Cormac Kennedy Matton proposing the motion. Cormac?
Good afternoon, Melissa. And just for 30 seconds before I read the motion, do you mind if I just wish Anne McGee, who's our current chairperson, the very best of luck on her new role in Fórsa. And with tongue in cheek, I'd like to ask Fórsa to maybe stop stealing our really good, valuable branch members, firstly Tony Conlon and now Anne. But what's our loss is definitely Fórsa's gain. And now I'll read the motion. This conference instructs the incoming CSDEC discussion with people about the DSP department moving away from figures for the future. Lessons learned from this present pandemic is the times were unprecedented, and due to the fact tied into a headcount within DSP, no supplementary budget could be sanctioned for increased staffing to react to the increased workload due to the increase in payments. And this is really just across all grades. I myself work on the Illness Benefit Contact Centre, and actually we were only set up in September 2019 as full-time staff, and then the pandemic happened and we couldn't get more staff because our department was at Cather with numbers, and so the work was kind of just shafted out to other areas where they would have lost their had no numbers to fill. So that's really what we're asking, is that they change the way that they take in the staffing numbers. That's clear, I hope.
Okay. Thank you, Carmel. And while your branch may have missed, I think Fórsa has certainly gained. I move now to Paul McSweeney.
Hello. Thanks very much, Chair. And I suppose I'm just supporting this motion on behalf of the DEC. We've gone from a situation pre-pandemic in March 2020 where there was an unemployment rate of 5%. The current rate based in at the moment is 22.4%. Now, while that rate will hopefully come down as more and more people go back into the workplace as the economy reopens, the level of unemployment, it will be significantly higher than it was pre-pandemic. And that is putting an awful lot of pressure on our members, whether in HQ areas, in intra centres, activation, and all elements of DSP. While automation has been introduced into the department and it is reducing a certain level of workload, there is no doubt that there is a need for a significant increase in staffing in DSP. We have received 100 additional staff in activation. There's an issue in terms of the grading of those staffing, but we require a significantly increased number of staff. And the concern is that if we don't receive those additional increase in staff, it will lead to more outsourcing. And certainly it will impact on the operation of intra-centres and the excellent service that our members in DSP provide to customers. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. As we have no other speakers and nobody has spoke against, I therefore deem motion 22 to be carried. We move now to motion 23 in the name of Clare General. I have two speakers. I have Adele Meany and Paul Meyer. Adele, you have the floor.
This conference instructs the NEC to seek that all permanent DSP clerical officers be upgraded to executive officer. Discussions to commence with deeper within the next 3 months after the conference.
Thank you, Adele. Paul Meyer.
Thank you, Chair. Paul Moyer, Industrial Relations Officer, speaking in favour of the motion. The DEC are also in favour of the motion, and I would like to just point out a few problems with regard to the practicality of the motion. Although the motion seeks for discussions to commence with DPAR within 3 months, I must alert that the branch that there is a process whereby the claim will be lodged at General Council, which then would see the claim referred to a third party, as DPAR would claim this as being a cost increasing claim. The motion also seeks for permanent DSP clerical officers to be upgraded, and not all clerical officers represented by Fórsa. The Clare General's own motion 53 and motion 104 from the DSP Navan Road, Blanchardstown, Finglas and Ballymun branch both seek job evaluation of grades represented by Fórsa, which I see is the way of achieving the upgrade based on the outcome of that evaluation. I ask delegates to vote in favour of the motion.
Thank you, Paul. As there's no other speakers and nobody has spoke against the motion, I therefore deem motion 23 to be carried. We move now on to motion 24 on behalf of the Agricultural Executive Branch, and I will go to David Jennings.
Yes, thanks, Melissa. This is David Jennings, DAFM Executive Grades Branch. This motion says that this divisional conference instructs the incoming DEC to seek to ensure that there will be sufficient places in upcoming pre-retirement courses, especially in the context of the large number of retirements which can be expected over the next couple of years. Just quickly to say, you're meant to do these things maybe within 2 years of when you may be considering retiring, rather than immediately before you go. But I don't intend saying any more about this. I think the motion is self-explanatory. Thank you.
Thank you, David. we don't have any other speakers to this motion, and I therefore deem motion 24 to be carried. We move now to motion 25 in the name of Clare General, and I move to Edel Meany.
This conference instructs the NEC to ensure a deferral remains in place of further LPT phase rollouts until such time outstanding issues are raised at ad hoc facilitated discussions at the Workplace Relations Commissions are resolved.
Many thanks, Edel. I don't have any further speakers in relation to motion 25, and I therefore deem it to be carried. Moving then to motion 26 in the name of Waterford General Clerical, and I move to Margaret Warner.
Margaret Warner, Waterford Clerical Branch. Conference instructs the incoming executive to seek to ensure that Garda sergeants are not carrying out EO duties. Example, signing off probation reports, increment reports, etc. This problem is ongoing and needs to be highlighted. There are sergeants dealing with leave requests when EOs are available. These are EO duties and they need to be protected. It doesn't make sense for a sergeant and an EO to be doing the same job twice.
Thank you very much, Margaret. As we have no other speakers, I deem motion 26 to be carried. We move now to motion 27 under the heading Pay and Related Matters, and this motion is in the name of the Revenue Executive Grades, and I call on Donna Mooney.
I'm proposing motion number 27 on behalf of the Revenue Executive Grades Branch. If you look at the HEO hire scale, you'll see that the second long service increment amounts to 64,818, whereas the AP standard scale begins at 69,012. So there's a large gap there. And especially if you compare it to the pay scales of the other grades, such as the CO and the EO. And then by comparison, if you look at the AP hire scale, that goes up to 92,800 on the long service increment 2, and that falls between 0.2 and 3 of the standard PO pay scale. Therefore, we are asking that conference vote in favour of this motion so that this may be reviewed and that the HEO hire scale will be brought in line with the other AP standard scale as a reflection of the role. And we ask conference to vote in favour of this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Donna. We don't have any further speakers in relation to motion 27, and I therefore deem it to be carried. Moving now to motion 28 in the name of the Department of Enterprise, Trade and Employment Executive Branch. And I move to Bernie Shelley.
Bernie Shelley, Department of Enterprise, Trade and Employment Executive Branch. This motion instructs the incoming Executive Committee to initiate a policy and strategy for eliminating the pay differential between the top point of the higher executive officer at standard or higher pay scale and the starting point of the assistant principal officer pay scales. It further called upon the incoming Executive Committee to enter into meaningful discussions with DPER and report back to the next ADC or before. So the reason for this motion is that the current civil service salary grades for general service grades for staff appointed after the 6th of April 1995 shows that at the top point of the HEO AO grades, it doesn't overlap with the bottom point of the next general service grade above them, the assistant principal grade. In fact, the difference between the lower point of the AP grade scale and the top point of the HEO or AO scale is €6,236 or €4,194, depending on whether you're on the lower or the higher scale. So the top of the lower scale at one time overlapped the bottom point of the AP scale. And this is a lot of money for an individual to lose on an annual basis. And it's a lot of money to lose from your pension. So all the other general service grade scales, CO, EO, AP, they overlap the grades above them. And when you end up training in a new AP every 3 to 4 years, this pay differential becomes particularly objectionable. It is time, therefore, that the union makes plans and sets out a policy and a strategy with a view to entering into meaningful discussions with DPER to eliminate this unfair pay gap between HEO, AO and AP and to bring them into line with other general service grades that they're associated with. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernie. As I have no further speakers, I deem motion 28 to be carried. Moving now to motion 29 in the name of the Department of Environment, Climate and Communications Executive Branch. And I call on Tom O'Brien. Tom?
Tom O'Brien, Department of the Environment, Climate and Communications Executive Branch. Proposing motion 29. This conference instructs the incoming Divisional Executive Committee to seek realignment between the HEO, AO and Assistant Principal pay scales to reflect more equitably the work undertaken by the HEO, AO grades when the next pay agreement is being negotiated. As we progress through our civil service careers and set out on our own individual career paths, we feel that the gap between the grades in terms of pay should be equal to, or should we have a similar percentage range to be fair and equitable to all. The percentage differential to which we specifically refer to in this motion is a result of comparing the maximum, including the long service increments and higher scales of the HEO/AO grade against the maximum of the assistant principal grade using the pay scales for general service grades. We were concerned to find that the results of a comparison exercise conducted by our branch for both the pre and post 95 recruitment highlighted a differential between the pay scales for HEO, AO grades and that of the AP grade of 37%, which is the biggest margin that currently exists between any of the civil service grades up to including that of the principal officer. In fact, the comparison exercise shows some pretty stark information at the max of the salary scale. The gap between the HEO, AO grade and that of the AP grade is 11% more than the current differential between the CO, EO grades at 26%. 17% more than the differential between the EO, HEO grades, which is 20%, and even 9% more than the differential between the AP and PO grades, which currently stands at 28%. We also looked at the LSI grades just to be sure that the gap was of similar percentage and not just at the maximum of the salary scale, and found that similar percentage gaps exist across the board, including those at the maximum of the higher scales. We do not feel that the nature, volume or responsibility of the work carried out by an assistant principal merit a pay gap of 37% on the work carried out by those at the HEO grade. This motion does not set out in any way at all to attack the pay of the AP grade, but to highlight the differential that currently exists in the pay which affects our members at the HEO, AO scales. We feel that the current pay differential between the grades is unfair, inequitable and so significantly different to all the other pay scales within the civil service pay scales that we seek to have this differential addressed by means of an increase of salary at the different incremental points between the existing HEO, AO grade and that of the assistant principal grade. It is our contention that we are now at the point where civil servants have played their part, raised the bar and answered Ireland's call in helping to keep our country safe and afloat by helping to keep our economy ticking over under the backdrop of the great uncertainty that is the COVID-19 pandemic. And as such, this warrants a discussion with a view to seeking a full review and overhaul of the pay differentials that exist between all the civil service grades. However, we are acutely aware of the enormity of the task of getting our friends in deeper to the table and agreeing for such a discussion to occur. In the meantime, we feel that a more realistic expectation would be to discuss the realignment of the pay differential which exists between the grades which appears to be most out of step, i.e. the HEO, AO grades, and would urge you to support our motion that such a discussion should form part of any new pay agreement to be negotiated by Fórsa for the civil service pay scales. I hope you will see to help our motion get through. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. There's no further speakers to motion 29 and I therefore deem it to be carried. Moving on to motion 30 in the name of the Revenue Executive Grades and I call on Donna Mooney.
I'm proposing motion number 30 on behalf of the Revenue Executive Grades Branch. This motion instructs the incoming NEC to seek a review of the deeper circular dated the 7th, 2019. With this circular is in relation to the awarding of increments under the Public Service Agreement 2018 to 2020. And this motion instructs the NEC to address any anomalies found in relation to the awarding of increments and the higher scales. And we ask conference to vote in favour of this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Donna. There's no further speakers to motion 30 and I therefore deem it to be carried. Moving now to motion number 31 in the name of the probation officers, and I call on Sean Loud.
Thank you, Chair. I don't believe there are any speakers against this, so I shall just simply move it formally and take a right to reply if I need one. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. There is no further speakers to the motion, and I therefore deem motion 31 to be carried. We move now to motion number 32 in the name of the DSP Executive Grades, and I call upon Pat Duggan to propose the motion, please.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I'd like to propose this motion. It's basically starting pay on promotion from EO to HEO. The starting pay was changed about 2 years ago. It means that it was done without consultation, to my knowledge, and it creates a discrepancy between those promoted before and after, in that those promoted before are an extra point up on the HEO salary scale. So I'd ask you to carry this motion, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. I have one further speaker to this motion, and that is Derek Mullen. Derek?
Derek Mullen, National Secretary, respectfully requesting that the DSP Executive Grades Branch would remit the motion to the Divisional Executive Committee, primarily on the basis that we shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater. There was considerable progress made in the negotiation of this circular, particularly on such matters as the abolition of mark time, and that had a very positive impact for serving civil servants promoted through open competition. Yes, there's an anomaly in the circular. It's not that it was forgotten about or ignored. It just wasn't possible to achieve it in the context of the discussions. When the original circular 34 of 1977 was negotiated, there were no long service increments, and the max of the scale was the max of the scale. The current max of the scale has 2 long service increments sitting on top of it, and that created an issue in itself during those discussions. In asking the branch to rescind this motion, the Divisional Executive Committee would take the anomaly back to discussions at General Council with a view to amending the circular rather than rescinding the circular, because to rescind it would be to row back on some very positive developments that we achieved. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. As Derek has sought to have this motion remitted to the incoming DEC, I'm going to go back to Pat Duggan. And Pat, I would like to give you a right to reply, and I'd also appreciate if you could let us know whether your branch would be happy to have that motion remitted. Pat?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you. Well, if it's part of a bigger discussion that's going on and a bigger arrangement, obviously, if it's going to have negative effects on the rest of the arrangements, then I'm sure I would have to give it consideration. I can't speak right now for the entire branch. I'm just waiting for. I've just got the message here that we can agree to remit.
Okay, thank you very much, Pat. On the basis that the branch are agreeable, I deem motion 32 remitted back to the incoming DEC. Moving then to motion 33 in the name of OCFA. Okay, and I call on Owen the Bat to propose the motion. Owen?
Can you hear me okay there?
Can, yeah.
Okay, great. My name is Owen Bates. I'm the Secretary of the Oireachtas Courts and Foreign Affairs Branch. Just to say at the outset, I'm standing in at short notice for our original delegate who's unavoidably had to absent herself. I'm also a branch exec rookie, so forgive me if I appear a bit scatty at any stage dealing with our motions. Motion 33, I'll take the text of the motion as read. It relates to the foreign affairs element of our branch. I'm from the Oireachtas faction, so I'm not terribly well placed to expound at any great length on this, but I have received a note from the foreign affairs side, so I won't depart from the script here, and they say this is a long-outstanding issue for us. Unlike with most grades across the civil service, there has never been provision made for the payment of long service increments for these 2 particular grades, principal and senior development specialists, or PDSs and SDSs. In the restructuring agreement concluded in late 2019, it was agreed that these two grades would be amalgamated and replaced by a Development Specialist Counsellor or DSC grade. Existing PDSs and SDSs will be phased out through retirement over the coming years. In the restructuring agreement, there is mentioned that agreement on the issue was not reached at the time of the negotiations and that there was an acceptance that the union would pursue the issue of long service increments for SDSs and PDSs separately. Fórsa has mentioned there's provision within the central pay negotiation mechanism to address long-standing issues. We'd be grateful for the continued support of the union and members to resolve the issue through the relevant mechanisms. So Sinead, and on behalf of the Upper Branch, I ask conference to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Owen. I have no further speakers to motion 33 and I therefore deem it to be carried. Moving then to motion 34 in the name of the Civil Service Number 1 branch, and I call on Tom Madden.
Tom Madden, Civil Service Number 1 branch, speaking in support of motion number 34. Delegates, this motion is calling on conference to investigate the interface or relationship, if you will, that exists between the Department of Social Protection payroll shared services centres and employers that facilitates the continuous payment of wages in the event of absence in the workplace. The primary concern that has prompted this motion is where somebody who is absent from the workplace for a period of sick leave, for example, has their wages paid as normal, the onus being on themselves to process the PRSI reclaim, which can be assigned to the employer or repaid to themselves directly. Now, if, for example, the PRSI goes unclaimed or is claimed and not surrendered to the payroll department in a timely fashion, an employee can potentially find themselves in an overpayment of wages. A situation like this may go undetected for months or even years, and in some cases, it's only picked up by audits or by share services when a person is approaching retirement age and they're having some calculations done for pensions. In summary, delegates, these circumstances are almost certain to have disastrous financial consequences, and they're totally avoidable. The Civil Service Number 1 branch has encountered circumstances like this in the past. We're willing to be part of a solution to this problem, which surely is surmountable if there is a will, and if we're willing to join up the dots on it. Please support this motion.
Thank you, Tom. We have no further speakers to motion 34 and I therefore deem it to be carried. Moving to motion 35 in the name of Civil Service Number 1 branch, and I call upon Tom Madden again.
Tom Madden, Civil Service Number 1 branch, speaking in support of motion number 35. Delegates, this is a very old chestnut of ours, and I'm sure it affects many branches in the division also. There are employers in our midst who are flaunting the rules around the payment of travel and subsistence, and indeed other allowances. For the life of us, we cannot understand why circulars that have been agreed for years are being allowed to be routinely set aside by some employers. Delegates, it is our experience that some unscrupulous employers are making it up as they go along in pursuit of some sort of a draconian bean counting agenda, which can only have its roots in incompetence. Delegates, they're doing it to our colleagues. Delegates, they're doing it to you and to me. Delegates, they're even ignoring the Workplace Relations Commission and other institutions of the state in the pursuit of this agenda. The Civil Service Number 1 branch is calling out these employers. Enough is enough. We're coming after you for this practice. Delegates, it's time to name and shame. Please support our motion. Goramila Mahali.
Thank you, Tom. As there's no further speakers to motion number 35, I therefore deem motion 35 to be carried. Moving now to motion 36 in the name of the Defence Executive Grades, and I call upon Amy Hubbard.
Amy Hubbard, Defence Executive Grades Branch, proposing motion number 36. The context of the above motion is that over the last few years, there have been numerous specialist posts filled within the public service without remuneration to reflect the specialist nature of these positions, such as HR, industrial relations, and legal posts. If more information was made available on allowances, it would assist branches with lodging claims. Please support the motion.
Thank you, Amy. As we have no further speakers to motion 36, I therefore deem it to be carried. We move now to motion 37 in the name of the FGE branch, and I call upon Eugene Dunn.
Right, can you hear me?
Yes, Eugene, we can.
You can hear it. Right, that's great. I won't read the motion. It's rather complicated. It's something that's been going on for the past number of years since the threat and implementation of the increase in pension age. This has particular ramifications for people working in the civil service at low grades, at low pay. We have a situation where people employed pre-95 are on appallingly low pensions. We have a situation where the retirement age increase affects the ability of people to go when they've had 40 years service done and receive the pension that they thought they'd receive. In 2005, a booster pension was brought in to deal with the fact that people in the civil service and public service generally are on low wages. If you're earning less than 43,000 a year, you get this booster. That booster has effectively been withdrawn as a result of the increase in pension age, the abolition of the transition pension, and the non-application of this booster to workers in the civil service. There are ongoing discussions with DEPA about this. They've accepted that it is the case that this affects the lowest paid people in the worst possible way. It's entirely perverse. If you're a general secretary or secretary general in a government department, the changes have absolutely no effect on you. You can still retire on a maximum of 40/80ths of your salary. The legitimate expectations of the low paid to have a particular pension at retirement have now been withdrawn. We expect something to be done about this, and we hope it will be. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugene. I have no further speakers to motion 37, and I therefore deem motion 37 to be carried. Moving now to motion 38 in the name of the FGE branch, and I call upon Damien Kelly.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm speaking on motion 38, Damien Kelly from the FGE branch. This conference demands that the divisor for the calculation of overtime rates in the civil service be based on the net hours and the official claim lodged seeking this to be processed as a matter of urgency. I urge you to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Damien. We have one further speaker to this motion, and I call on Eugene Dunn.
Right, I expect to expand on what Damien has said. There's a huge degree of perversity in the approach of government to civil servants. We're the one group of employees in the public service who don't have the networked hours used as a divisor for their hourly rate of pay for the application of overtime. This is compounded by the fact that we represent people that are incredibly low pay. As a matter of clarity, if you use the 43.25 divisor for the entry points of the incremental scale for the three main grades we represent, you'll find that those three incremental points using the 43.25 hour divisor are less than the minimum wage. When this was brought to the attention of DEPA, they perversely turned around and said, we actually don't calculate your pay that way. We divide by 37 to bring you above the level of the minimum wage while not applying that for the hourly rate for overtime. I think that this perversity should be called out. I think that it should be addressed, and I think it should be reversed. We should not be the one group of employees in the public service that have a deleterious application of the hourly rate to reduce overtime obligations from our employer. And we need this changed. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugene. We have no further speakers to motion 38, and I therefore deem motion 38 to be carried. Delegates, we're now moving on to motions that come under the theme working hours and time in attendance. And we're going to take now motion 39 in the name of Letterkenny General. And I call upon Tony Callaghan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you.
Yeah, it's Tony Gallagher, Letterkenny branch here. The branch has already agreed the request from the DEC to remit this motion, so we're happy to remit as it's going to arbitration currently at the minute.
Thank you, Tony. Tony, we have Paul McSweeney, who was going to speak in order to remit the motion, but as Tony has agreed that the Letterkenny General have agreed to already remit the motion, I therefore deem motion 39 to be remitted. We're moving now on to motions under the theme professional grades issues, and motion 40 in the name of the AEHS. And I call upon Sean Cohen proposing. Do we take the amendment first? Okay, colleagues, apologies. There is an amendment to motion 40, and I call upon Andrew Davis to propose the amendment. Or Darren Bunn, sorry.
Darren, you're live.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
We can.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for the opportunity to speak on the proposed amendment to motion 40. The rationale for proposing this amendment is based on a matter that occurred recently where a principal advisor post was advertised where the relevant professional qualifications and experience were desirable as opposed to essential. Our branch believes that it should be expected that professional, scientific and technical roles should have the requisite qualifications, just like, for example, a doctor or a teacher. This branch also believes that this proposed amendment is in line with the long-standing custom and practice that professional, scientific and technical roles should have the necessary qualifications and appropriate experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. I'm going to now move to Andrew Davis, who submitted the original motion. Andrew?
Sean Kerwin here, Andrew, rather than Andrew Davis. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. First of all, I'm representing Architectural Engineering and Heritage Services branch, which is proposing the original motion, but we're more than happy to accept the amendment proposed by Department of Environment Inspectors. So I'll proceed to speak to the amended motion, if that's in order.
That's in order, thank you.
Thank you. Chair and delegates, the motion, I suppose, speaks for itself, but just to outline the core part of it, we're calling on Fórsa to seek appropriate posts at the highest level to represent the various specialist professional roles within various departments. Our own branch represents architectural engineering and heritage professionals across OPW, the Heritage Division of the Department of Housing, Local Government and Heritage, and architects in the Department of Education. In the motion itself, we give two reasons for what we're proposing. The first is to foster and protect and promote the roles of professionals within the civil service. And the second is to protect the independence and integrity of advice. As to the first, I think experience really does show that if you're to protect or promote the roles of professionals in their career development and the filling of vacancies and so on within the civil service, to have professionals, heads of profession at the appropriate levels, at the highest level within the civil service, is really essential. And that, of course, also serves to protect the public interest that's provided by the service that those professionals are providing within the civil service. As to the second, I think it's really essential, and I think, again, experience proves this, to have professional posts at the highest levels within government departments if the advice and the independence and integrity of that advice that's coming from professionals is to be secured, and because without that there is a risk that vested interests or political interests may bring pressures to bear in terms of the way in which that advice is acted upon. I think the amendment that the Department of Environment Inspectors Branch has brought forward is very much to be welcomed. I think it speaks for itself that professional posts should be filled by people with the appropriate professional and technical qualifications, and that there's a great danger to the public and to the service that's provided to the public if that isn't done. So I'd ask you all to very much support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. We have no further speakers to the amended motion, and therefore I deem motion 40 as amended to be carried. Delegates, we're now moving on to motions that fall under accommodation issues, and we move to motion number 41 in the name of the AEHS, and we call on Sean Cowan, please.
Thank you, Chair. Sean Curran again from the Architectural Engineering and Heritage Services Branch. We have 41 and 42 and 43 are our motion. I think 42 and 43 follow in terms of detail and specific circumstances from the general one and 41. So I might speak to all of them if that's in order. So in relation to 41, we're referring to the issue of blended working and the policy that's being developed in that regard. And what we're saying is clearly we're not opposed to the idea of blended working, and many delegates here will be in favour of this, as indeed many of our members are. And of course, we need to see a national policy on that negotiated. But really what we're driving at here is that there shouldn't be unilateral action by departments. And I think this motion in particular and the following two come out of the experience on the Office of Public Works side of our branch, where an employer is really taking unilateral action to decide that staff won't have designated workstations and to take that away. And the detail of that, I suppose, is spelled out in 42 and 43, that there's quite a significant block of workstations are going to be unallocated, so you won't have a specific workstation necessarily guaranteed to you, and you won't necessarily have a place where you can store your papers, your personal belongings, and so on that you have in the office, that you'll have to use lockers. So what we're saying in essence is that these issues have to be negotiated. There has to be a national policy, and in particular offices or employers have to sit down and negotiate with staff interests to arrive at a satisfactory solution and not try and impose something upon staff. So I'd ask you to support 41, 42 and 43. I'm probably getting ahead of myself here, talking in 42 and 43. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. There was actually no other speakers on either of motion 41, 42 or 43, so therefore I deem all three motions to be carried. Moving now to motion 44 in the name of the DSP Executive Grades, and I call upon Francis McHugh.
Good afternoon, Melissa. Francis McHugh, Department of Social Protection, Branch Secretary, Executive Grades, proposing the motion. There is a plan to turn all government buildings into hermetically sealed tombs with no proper ventilation or no windows that you can open, and all at the taxpayer's expense. In an era of COVID, science shows that natural ventilation is critical in keeping people safe and keeping people from contracting viruses like COVID-19. And I suppose the crux of the matter is that's what we're asking for, that there will be a dialogue and a consultation with trade union members, with trade unions, on this very expensive and important change to all government buildings. The refits will involve the installation of heat pumps. The Renewable Energy Hub UK has said that these heat pumps, they take a long time to heat up, so the office is very cold in the morning. And we'll say for office workers who may be at their desks, that is a major health problem. These heat pumps need a lot of electricity to be powered, and that puts up energy bills, and so the employer has less money then for filling vacancies and paying wages. They're very noisy. They have to be ran constantly in winter, putting up the energy costs of the taxpayer even further. They're less efficient in winter as well in countries such as Ireland, so there's only really heat in the summer rather than the winter, and that's due to a low coefficient of performance levels. So as John Hume, God rest his soul, said, dialogue hurts no one. So please vote yes to demand a consultation between the civil service and the government on the one hand, and us as their employees in the refit of buildings where workers will spend on average 1/3 of their lives. So in summary, the refit will be high cost. It'll leave workers cut off from natural ventilation, which is essential to prevent COVID type illnesses. So please vote yes to protect your health. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. We have no further speakers to motion 44, and I therefore deem motion 44 to be carried. Alex, we move now to motions under the heading Mobility, and we move to motion 45 in the name of the Defence Executive Grades. And I call upon Amy Hubbard to propose the motion.
Amy Hubbard, Defence Executive Grades Branch, proposing motion number 45. AOs should, in our view, be interchangeable with HEOs in respect of mobility arrangements, similar to the position that was in place when decentralisation was introduced in 2006. The motion is requesting that clarification be provided with regard to the current arrangements in respect of AOs and mobility. I ask you to support the motion.
Okay, thank you very much, Amy. We have one further speaker, and that is Derek Mullen. Derek?
Thank you, Chair. This phase 2A of the mobility scheme was signed off on the basis that it was our policy, once we secured mobility for clerical officers and executive officers, to proceed to higher executive officers and administrative officers. And I'm happy to report to conference that the offer stage of phase 2A will go live on Tuesday, the 8th of June, 2021. And that doesn't impede on the question of what we're doing in respect of the interchangeability of the AO-HEO grade, on the question of graduate recruitment for the future. And I believe that the reference to adjudication in the motion relates to an important victory that Sean Carabini, Assistant General Secretary, got recently at the Arbitration Board. And that was to do with the fact that people were taken off panels when they took an AO role, and that matter was resolved through that particular arbitration hearing. So on the basis of that clarification, I'm respectfully asking the Defence Executive Grades to remit the motion. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you, Derek. I believe Amy is on the call, so I'm going to go to Amy to respond, and also to let us know whether their branch is happy to have the motion remitted. Amy?
Yeah, Defence Executive Grades Branch is prepared to remit the motion, and I accept the clarification from Head Office.
Thank you, Amy. I therefore deem motion 45 to be remitted. Moving on now to a number of motions that fall under the miscellaneous character, and we go to motion 46 in the Tourism Executive Grades Branch, and I call upon Deirdre Corvin.
Hi, delegates. My name is Deirdre Corvin, and I am a branch member of the Department of Tourism, Culture, Arts, Gaeltacht, Sport and Media, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on motion number 46. This conference calls on the incoming executive to bring forward a claim to General Council to seek the introduction of a time credit to allow civil servants to attend Irish blood transfusion clinic locations to donate blood. The Irish Blood Transfusion Service provides an invaluable service in the Irish healthcare system. The service depends entirely on voluntary donations. Historically, members of the civil and public service have a long-standing relationship with the Irish Blood Transfusion Service, with many members donating blood and platelets on a regular basis. And indeed, some members have received awards over the years from the IBTS for their commitment. It is important that this relationship with the transfusion service continue, and that members are not penalised for providing such vital donations of blood and platelets. This motion would allow for this relationship to continue and build on it. I draw your attention in particular to the service provided by the Irish Blood Transfusion Service, which provides life-saving platelets to all of the hospitals in Ireland. Platelets are used in the treatment of cancer, leukemia, bone marrow, burn victims and newborn babies. Due to the rising number of cancer diagnoses in the country, there is always a need for platelet donors. There are just over 2,400 Irish platelet donors, and the Irish Blood Transfusion Service continually look for new donors to join the panel. So again, the importance of members continuing to donate cannot be overstated. In respect of platelet donations, our platelet donation clinics are in Dublin and Cork, and platelet donations cannot be done in the mobile clinics, so it has to be done in a permanent clinic. It should be noted that these donations can take up to an hour and a half, and that's not allowing for travel time. This time has been given freely by union members to date, but this motion would allow for them to receive time credit for this vital service to our community. All donations are for the community, and too often our colleagues and union members require them. So therefore, I call on the incoming executive to bring forward the claim to General Council to seek the introduction of a time credit to allow civil service to attend the Irish Blood Transfusion Clinic locations. I would also take this opportunity to offer a sincere word of thanks to all of those who donate and those who work in the Irish Blood Transfusion Service for their service to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Deirdre. As there's no further speakers to motion 46, I deem motion 46 to be carried. We move now to motion 47 in the name of the Revenue Executive, and I call upon Donna Mooney.
Thank you, Chair. This motion is to bring back the free wheelwrighting service that was available to former PSCU members, which was a perk that we lost with the amalgamation. And there's been a large appetite amongst our branch, and I'm sure amongst other branches, to bring it back. And so I propose the motion, and I ask conference to vote in favour of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Donna. Donna, there's no other speakers to this motion, and I therefore deem motion 47 to be carried. I move now to motion 48 in the name of the DSP Executive Grades, and I call upon Francis McHugh. Francis?
Good afternoon again, Melissa. Yes, Francis McHugh, Branch Secretary of the Department of Social Protection Executive Grades Branch, proposing the motion. There's a proposal by government to establish a child maintenance agency. This will cost the taxpayer big money, cut jobs out of the civil service, and impose a stealth tax on families. Sadly, marriages break down and people separate. But where this happens, parents are still obliged to maintain children. Presently, they can reach an agreement themselves. The Department of Social Protection provides a supporting role in that. However, the proposal that is now being put before as part of a consultation is to charge parents for this service through an agency. There will be fines for any breaches. These will be provided for under this approach. The approach that Ireland is being pushed towards, because there is a group looking at this, but their terms of reference is to actually set up an agency. They're not looking at any other alternative. But the approach they're going down is the one that's used in Norway and the United Kingdom, where child maintenance agencies enforce maintenance through charges and punitive fines. They're basically stealth taxes. We want Ireland to follow best practice, as in the USA and the EU, where in the main child maintenance is administered in-house in the Department of Social Protection, or the social welfare equivalent, so that Ireland will be in step with the USA and in step with the EU. Where a spouse cannot support a child, the state would step in to support, not to fine or to punish, but to support. And Ireland can well afford to do this. Last year, Ireland exported 450 billion worth of products and services. That's billion, 450 billion, not million. And that was a record in 2020, despite COVID. So please vote yes to this motion and prevent career opportunities being cut out of the civil services. And also to prevent a raft of charges and stealth taxes being imposed on families. I'll end by quoting Benjamin Franklin, who said, "The primary role of government is the care of the elderly, of the sick, and of children. And to this, all else is secondary." So I would ask you to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. I don't have any more speakers in relation to motion 48, and I therefore deem it to be carried. Moving now to motion 49 in the name of Clare General, and I call upon Edel Meany to propose. Edel?
The conference instructs the NEC to seek allowances for DSP staff to attend follow-up medical appointments without having to seek sick leave days or annual leave days after returning to work after long-term sick leave.
Thank you, Edel. As there's no further speakers to motion 49, I deem motion 49 to be carried. I move now to motion 40 in the name of Clare General, and again to Edel Meany to propose.
This conference instructs the NEC to seek that annual leave year begins on the 1st of January as opposed to the 1st of April each year for DSP, and to seek the abolishment of the 3-year cycle system.
Thank you, Edel. And I call upon now Paul Moyer.
Justice Relations Officer, seeking a remission of the motion. The DEC are also seeking remission for the following reasons. The matter of moving a member's leave year to a new starting date is a contentious one. That the motion also seeks to abolish the 3-year rule, and if the motion is to be lost because of the leave year change, would also see conference opposing the abolishment of the 3-year rule, which is what all Fórsa members have been seeking for quite a number of years. The motion also seeks that this to be done in the DSP, and therefore would ask that if the branch is agreeable to remit the motion, as the spirit of the motion can then be given to DSP Clerical National Committee and the DSP Executive Grades Committee for discussion and then for decision. I ask the proposing branch to agree to remit the motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Paul. I'm going to go back to Delmini now, if she's on the call, to see if the branch is happy to have it remitted, and if not, if they would like a right to reply. Can I call on Delmini?
Okay, Adele, you're live. Okay, we don't seem to be able to hear Adele.
Is she there? Is she there? Okay, Paul has a point of information.
Sorry, just to clarify, I spoke to Adele yesterday, and she is agreeable based on what I've just spoken on for the branch to remit the motion.
Okay, thank you, Paul. I therefore deem motion 50 to be remitted. Moving on now to motion 51 in the name of PSO Sligo. And I call upon Marcus Bennett to propose.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'll just read out the motion. Motion 51, this conference instructs the incoming Civil Service DEC to support the motion to have the percentage increase of the higher clerical officer scale of 25% of serving clerical officers in the civil service replaced by having the higher clerical officer paid to all serving clerical officers as a final increment after 20 years of service. I ask you to support the motion, colleagues.
Thank you, Marcus. There is no further speakers to motion 51, so I therefore deem motion 51 to be carried. Moving now to motion 52 in the name of the Revenue Executive Grades, and I call upon Donna Mooney. Donna?
Thank you, Chair. I'm proposing motion number 52 on behalf of the Revenue Executive Grades Branch, and this calls on conference to instruct the incoming divisional executive to maintain the HEO grade as a promotional grade for the civil service and to continue to reject all attempts by management to hold open HEO competitions. And I ask conference to pass this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Donna. Donna, there's no further speakers to motion 52, so I therefore deem motion 52 to be carried. Moving now to motion 53 in the name of Clare General, and I call upon Edel Meany.
The conference instructs the NEC to seek that the National Secretary conveys discussions with DEEPR on introducing the job evaluation scheme into the civil service, update within 6 months to the branch.
Thank you, Edel. We have no further speakers to motion 53, and I therefore deem motion 53 to be carried. Moving now to motion 54 in the name of Agriculture Executive, and I call upon David Jennings.
Yes, thanks, Melissa. David Jennings, DAFM Executive Grades Branch. That this divisional conference instructs the incoming DEC to seek the restoration of some element of promotion on the basis of seniority suitability in the civil service, especially in the context of the increase of the mandatory retirement age in the public service to 70. Now, I am only too aware of the level of ideological objection any restoration of seniority suitability promotion faces. I suppose you could discuss this in the context of the earlier motion 19 as proposed by the DEC to look at various methods of promotion and various selection process, because the argument that I would be making is that at the moment there's a very narrow criteria used for promotion, and that many people fall outside that. And if that's the case, then effectively there is no chance or outlook or pathway for you to promotion. Effectively, how good or bad you are at your current job is irrelevant, and many of the circulars effectively say that, you know. Now, to me, it's not just an age issue, by the way. I think that the current position doesn't necessarily suit many different types of people. Now, I would also say part of the reason for putting this motion forward was that a similar motion was passed 2 years ago at this conference, and it was not pursued by the DEC for a number of reasons. Now, reason one was that the official side would say no. Reason two, it would be a breach of the Croke Park Agreement. And reason three, some of our own people would be against it. Now, I fail to see how approaching the official side, looking to change something by agreement, is a breach of any agreement. And I think it's up to the official side to say no, not up to us to say no on their behalf. Okay? And it might well lead in to a wider discussion if that specific issue wasn't accepted, you know. I do have a slight issue with not pursuing a motion passed at conference on the basis that some of our own people would be against it. I don't think motions necessarily need to be unanimous. But that's the motion as is, and I would ask people to carry it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. There is no further speakers to motion 54, and I therefore deem motion 54 to be carried. Moving now to motion 55 in the name of Caller General, and I call upon Natasha Collins.
Hi, speaking to motion 55. We instruct this conference, the incoming executive, to conduct a job evaluation in all government departments as is presently used in the Health Division. For those not aware of the Health Division evaluation, it is, for example, if two CEOs in the same area doing different work but feel that their work is of a grade higher, they can look for an evaluation to be done, and then the following evaluation, if successful, can be graded as CO1, CO2. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Natasha. There is no further speakers to motion 55, and I therefore deem motion 55 carried. Moving on now to motion 56 in the name of the CSO Executive Grades, and I call upon Gareth O'Brien.
Good afternoon. Gareth O'Brien, Central Statistics Office, the Executive Branch. Motion 56 proposes the Fórsa as a union support and assist members who were surprised to see payments for tax saver transport tickets to continue to be deducted from their pay throughout the pandemic. While those who had purchased tax saver tickets from Dublin Bus or Earnode Air saw the deductions from their account be stopped and reimbursed, those using Swords Express had to endure seeing deductions of €112 a fortnight continue every fortnight from March to December of 2020. Members, including myself, have seen a total of €943 being deducted from their accounts for a service which they were directly advised by government policy and their employers not to use. While those who had bought tickets with Dublin Bus, Bus Éireann or Earnode Éireann were reimbursed their funds, those who had unwillingly seen themselves continue to pay for tickets they couldn't use were told Swords Express had issued them a credit note. Yet, this credit note would only be reimbursed if someone else in your organisation buys another tax saver ticket. This, of course, in a year in which nobody knows whether they will ever be going back to work from their office, and then how many days a week they will be using public transport, is extremely unlikely. Swords Express is a private company who are paid to supply service. Employees who paid for this service, which they were expressly advised by government policy not to use, should be treated no differently than those across the country who saw their funds reimbursed. If the situation arises that Swords Express, a private business, ceases to trade as a result of the pandemic, customers like myself stand to face just losses of just under €1,000. I don't recall them ever sending me shares of their annual profits, so it should not fall to me to shoulder their losses.
Okay, thank you very much, Gareth. As there's no more speakers to motion 56, I deem motion 56 to be carried. Moving now to motion 57 and the final motion in this part of conference, and I call upon Anil Hanlon in the name of Education Clerical.
Thank you, Melissa. Committee, I've been asked to move this motion on behalf of the Education Clerical Branch. Straightforward enough, it's just seeking an internal competition for EOs, and on behalf of the branch, I ask you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alan. There is no further speakers to motion 57, and I therefore deem motion 57 to be carried. Delegates, that ends the second part of our journey today at conference. We're going to adjourn conference now until 15:45, when we will resume, and I'll be handing the chair back to our esteemed chair, Mr. John O'Flanagan. Enjoy the break. Thank you.
Colleagues, Fórsa over Ash, good day on Shra Dernuk, Dunleanov. Welcome back, colleagues, to the last session of this conference. We've done remarkably well so far. We still have an amount of motions to consider, so I'm not going to delay much further other than to crack into them. Let's see how far we can go. Motion 59 is going to be proposed by Ken Walsh. It's in the name of the Cork General Branch. I invite Ken Walsh to join us.
Ken, you're live there.
Ken. Ken Walsh.
Yeah, and I've told you several times when I have to send you money.
What's that? Am I live?
Hi, Ken, you're live.
Ken.
They're looking for me here, I think.
Ken Walsh.
Yeah, they're looking for me.
Ken Walsh. Hello.
Hello.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Ken. Floor is yours.
Sorry, I didn't realise I was coming on now, and I thought Helen was going talking about it. Yeah, it is, sorry.
Well, either Ken or Helen, it's your call. Okay, we're going to either go to Helen. We either go to Helen or Ken, or move on. Helen, Ken?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, Ken, you have the floor.
Sorry, I didn't realise I was talking. No, motion 59 is basically about home working and the conditions that the staff are finding themselves under. Okay, it's self-explanatory, you know, and I'm asking for this motion to be passed by conference.
Yes, Ken, thank you. Your proposal is received and noted. There are no speakers against the motion, so I'm going to deem motion 59 carried. And I'll move to motion 60, which is a motion from the Revenue North Central Clerical Branch. And Jean Taylor is invited to propose this motion. Jean.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Jean Taylor, Revenue North Central Chair and member of the DEC and the NEC. We're just, sorry, we're calling on the incoming executive to ensure that there's proper working from home policy. I mean, let's not let the terms and conditions that we've been hard fought to be eroded with a veiled threat of, oh, well, if you don't do this and you don't do that, we'll just have to pull you back into the office and whatever. So there needs to be proper, rigorous things down the line to be. So I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Points noted. No speakers seeking to contribute, so I'm deeming that motion 60 is now carried as well. Motion 61 is in the name of the CSO executive grades. Garrett O'Brien, do you wish to propose the motion?
Good afternoon. Garrett O'Brien, Central Statistics Office, the Executive Branch. Since the start of the pandemic, a lot of unpredictable things have happened. Most likely the biggest change in terms of how we work that will ever happen in our lifetimes has come about with remote working. The need to respond to the threat of COVID-19 saw most of us forced to do what many of us had long been told would be impossible, to work from home. Surprisingly though, the world didn't end. The civil service didn't grind to a halt, and we all rolled up our sleeves and knuckled down to get work done. Nobody could have predicted that not only did the civil service not collapse because we stopped going to our offices, but staff in departments such as ours, the CSO, actually found themselves being congratulated by management for outdoing themselves. Productivity was up. We weren't just getting by, we were getting our work done, and we were doing it better than ever before. Who would have guessed that having removed the daily commute would have resulted in us working better? Who would have guessed that removing, in my case, 15 to 18 hours a week of commuting time would have resulted in us being able to spend more time with our families? We were always told large-scale remote working was impossible. Well, we've achieved the impossible and we excelled. Just before the pandemic brought about such unthinkable and supposedly impossible change, Fórsa and its Just Transition Network We're actively supporting the young people of Ireland in nationwide demonstrations trying to bring about other impossible changes to fight climate change. Just before the pandemic hit, wildfires swept across Australia and the Amazon, which previously we were relying on to counter the pollution we caused, went for a big part of the solution to a net burden on the environment in terms of carbon production. School kids around the world see catastrophic climate change as the make or break issue it is, and we, like them, should be actively doing everything we can to secure a safer future for them. If each employer was, by default, to allow staff to work from home as much as possible, we would be actively giving ourselves a better chance of tackling several impossible issues. Reduced numbers of people commuting would improve the work-life balance of each of those members of staff. It would reduce traffic density in the roads, thereby also reducing carbon emissions. It would also pass on many financial benefits to employers who would have reduced expenses due to potentially smaller offices, less insurance, heating and electrical costs. Therefore, our branch proposes that Fórsa puts the onus on each relevant department to have to justify, in the case of each individual employee, any request made to recall that staff member back from a remote working. I ask the conference to support this motion.
Garrett, thank you very much. There are no speakers showing, so I deem motion 61 in the name of the CSO executive grades to be carried. I move now to motion 62, which is in the name of the DSP, and the proposer is Daniel Copperthwaite. Daniel, can you join us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Daniel.
Hi, yeah, and I won't read out the motion because I believe it's self-explanatory, but just to give a background, is that going forward, I'm hoping myself to avail of home working, but it doesn't suit all staff. So it's just to account for staff that it does suit and intend to return to the office in some capacity or another, that it's not done as all hands on deck, rush job and straight back into their workplace, that it's done in a calm, rush job to reduce of COVID and so on, and just for the mental health aspect of adjusting to life back in the office again. And that's it basically, that it's done in a calm and measured approach. Thanks.
Okay, Daniel, thank you for that. I have a number of speakers showing. I'll start with Anne McGee. Anne, do you wish to contribute?
Yes, John, Chair, thanks very much. Good afternoon, delegates. And I suppose supporting my DSP Dublin City Centre colleagues in this motion, it's in the aspect of the returning to the work and returning to the workplace. And I just want to bring this to your attention, something that was referenced under the National Secretary's report, which is very serious. Our members are on the front line and are tasked with offering masks to members of the public. We ask that the same standards be applied in DSP as apply to post offices where social welfare payments are distributed, in addition to banks and retail outlets. We have raised the face coverings in the DSP offices with management and with the Minister for Health. While management has stated that the health and safety of customers and staff is of paramount importance, unfortunately, the current situation where face coverings are not mandatory in DSP offices does not support the position that the health and safety of customers and staff is of paramount importance. If it was, then face coverings would be mandatory for customers except on medical grounds, as they are on public transport, galleries, libraries, retail, banks and post offices. This needs to be addressed immediately and urgently to protect members and customers alike. Public offices, including DSP offices, have to be included in the official list of locations where face coverings are mandatory. If we return to all hands on deck with this element not addressed, this is a very serious matter. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Thanks for that, Anne McGee, Vice President of the Civil Service Division.
Anne, thank you. I'm now going to invite Derek Mullen to contribute to this debate.
Thank you, Chair. I referenced this important issue in my speech to conference this morning, and to update conference, I don't have a complete picture on this yet, but I'm reliably informed by sources this week that the statutory instrument will be amended. I hope to have further clarity over the course of next week. And in doing so, it will make the wearing of masks mandatory at in-trio centres and other public offices. I'm happy to report on that. Can I also do something separately and ask your indulgence, Chair? The incoming chairperson, Helen Linehan, was to speak on motion number 59, but somewhere it's fallen between the stools, and I'd just like to apologise to Helen over that. I'm not quite sure what happened, Helen. Thank you.
Okay, apologies, Helen. I'm not sure either what happens. It was an oversight or a glitch somewhere. Now, back to motion 62. Motion 62 has been proposed. There have been a number of speakers. Nobody has spoken against it. So I'm going to deem that motion 62 is carried by conference. And I'm going to move to motion 63. Motion 63 is in the name of the Justice Executive Grades, and the proposer is Melissa Brennan, and Melissa is here with us.
Thank you, John. Colleagues, in speaking to this motion on behalf of the Justice Executive Grades Branch, I want to acknowledge that the issue of costs incurred by staff who are working from home has in fact already been raised on behalf of members by the NEC in a claim presented to the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform. While the motion references particular costs, the underlying principle has to be that additional costs are covered. The circumstances whereby significant numbers of staff commenced working from home were, of course, unique. They have led to a recognition that very significant numbers of staff and significant blocks of work are amenable to remote working arrangements. The NEC paper presented to Public Service Management points out that there is a need to address the issue of additional household costs that accrue from home working. This was not addressed in temporary arrangements introduced during the COVID-19 emergency, but a different approach designed to maximise access to remote working is required for long-term arrangements where employees are based at home for significant periods of work time. I urge conference to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. There are no speakers showing, so I deem motion 63 to be carried, and I will move to motion 64, which is in the name of the PSO Sligo. And Marcus Bennett is down to propose this motion. Marcus, I invite you to propose the motion.
Thank you, John. Good afternoon, colleagues, again. I'll just read out the motion because it's similar to what we've spoken about previously. Motion 64 is that this conference instructs the incoming Civil Service DEC to ensure that in any new remote working agreement with DEPR, that the additional costs of working from home are covered by the employer paying the flat rate daily allowance rather than employees having to claim a percentage of the cost back from revenue after the tax year has concluded. And I ask you to support this.
Thank you, Marcus. Proposal is noted. There are no further speakers, and on that basis, I deem that the motion has been carried. And I move to motion 65, which is in the name of the Revenue Executive Grades. And Donna Mooney, would you like to propose the motion, please?
Thank you, Chair. I will. I'm proposing motion 65 on behalf of the Revenue Executive Grades, which instructs the incoming Civil Service Divisional Executive that given the likelihood that many members will continue to work from home following the COVID-19 pandemic, this conference supports the ICTU's position of demanding that employers compensate employees for expenses incurred while working from home. And I ask conference to vote in favour of this motion. Thank you very much, Chair.
Donna, thank you. No speakers showing, so therefore I deem motion 65 to be carried. And I'll move to motion 66 as we go a wee bit north to the Letterkenny General Branch. And I invite Tony Gallagher to speak. Motion 66. Tony.
Thanks, John. I'll just read the motion from Letterkenny General. This conference instructs the incoming executive to require departments to supply home workers with laptops, and where they do not, to subsidise the purchase of the home workers' laptops where the laptops are being used for work purposes. I ask you to support that motion, please.
Okay, Tony, thank you. Thank you very much. There are no more speakers, and there has been an overprint in our agenda that motion 88 which is word for word as Tony has proposed. So I'm going to deem motion 66 as carried and advise that motion 88 is carried by default. And Tony, you can have the even off. Motion 67 is I'm calling for Jean Taylor.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Jean Taylor, Revenue North Central, DEC and NEC. We're calling on the incoming executive to ensure that staff will be provided with the necessary equipment to perform their duties. Listen, you don't need to say much more than this. We shouldn't be expected to use our own stuff. Okay, maybe at the beginning, but we're a year and a half practically into it, and there's still some members of staff having to use their own phones, laptops. We need it to stop now. So I urge you to support this motion. Thank you, colleagues.
Yes, Jane, thank you. No more speakers on that motion, so that motion is carried, deemed to be carried. Motion 68, I'm looking for Donna Mooney of Revenue Executive Grades again to propose motion 68. Donna, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm proposing motion 68 on behalf of the Revenue Executive Grades. Just by way of context, Revenue early on in the pandemic made the decision to suspend core hours and move time and attendance across the 7 days of the week so that staff who had care and responsibilities and everything else that came with the pandemic to do their consignment of hours across the 7 days, which did afford members a lot of flexibility, even though it was a position we originally opposed. However, as everyone else has, as all branches across the division haven't been able to avail of flexi time hours, we are asking that conference insist that we return to flexi time and that we strongly oppose any bad thoughts on management side of the house to make Saturday and Sunday traditional working days. And I ask conference to vote in favour of this motion. Thank you very much.
Donna, thank you. Thank you indeed. There's no more speakers to that motion, and I deem it and declare that it's carried. Motion 69, I'm going back to Donna to propose motion 69. Donna, if you please.
No problem at all. So I'm proposing motion number 69 on behalf of the Revenue Executive Grades. Recognising the importance of supporting good mental health, this conference call on the Divisional Executive Committee and relevant full-time officials to work with the official side to ensure as many opportunities for members' career and personal development remain in operation as is possible. And I ask conference to vote in favour of this motion. Thank you very much.
Okay, Donna, thank you. No opposition, no speakers. That motion is deemed to be carried. And I move to motion 70, which is in the name of the Housing Executive Branch. And Alan Smith will propose this. Alan, are you with us?
I am, John. Thank you very much. How are you doing? I just ask the indulgence of conference. This was a motion taken at a point in time that the requirement to take leave following foreign travel due to COVID-19 requirements be removed. And although it is out of date, I would maybe ask that motion that conference would agree to the motion purely on the principle that instead of requiring to take leave, that if people are in a position to work from home, that they be allowed to do so. Thanks, John.
Okay, Alan, thank you. I have a speaker. Pat Ennis wishes to speak. Pat Ennis, on behalf of the DEC.
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. Thanks, Chair. Notwithstanding what Alan said there, just to say that the DEC are seeking to have this motion remitted, given that the position on foreign travel has evolved, including the point of hotel quarantine. As the position continues to change, particularly as vaccinations ramp up, we expect the situation to evolve further in the coming weeks. And therefore, the DEC believes that a remit of motion 17 makes most sense at this point in time. And we'd ask the conference to remit it, please.
Thank you, Pat. I'm going to revert to Alan Smith to put that suggestion, that proposal to him, and I'll give him the right reply.
Yes, John. And notwithstanding what I said previously, we're happy to do so.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you indeed. That motion has been remitted. Now, colleagues, I just want to take a small little time out to introduce that guy, Pat Ennis, to you. I'll allow Derek the floor to do so.
Thank you, Chair, again for indulging me. Colleagues, you just met Pat Ennis. He's the new Industrial Relations Officer in the Civil Service Division, and I just wanted to point that out and say, Pat, you're very welcome, and obviously we look forward to working with you across the division. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and Pat, you're welcome. I know you bring a wealth of experience from a slightly different domain, and I'm sure you'll add to the Fórsa package. Motion 71 is next. It's in the name of the Tullamore General Branch. We have a speaker, Eddie Quinn, to propose. Eddie, can you join us? Oh, sorry, is it my mistake there? It is. It's Cathal Whitney, my mistake, sorry. Motion 71 is indeed from the Tullamore General Branch, but it's Cathal Whitney. Cathal.
Cathal, you're like there.
Is Cathal with us?
Hello, yes.
Yes, Cathal.
Cathal Whitney, Tullamore Clerical Branch. But the motion is, its restoration is fully implemented in relation to, of hours, and the 6.5 hours per week is fully restored to members. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Cathal. We have a speaker, Paul Moyer, is going to address this motion. Paul?
Paul Moyer speaking in favour of the motion. The DSC are also in favour. Colleagues, I think this motion relates to DSP alone, and I'm pleased to note to the branch and conference that through Paul McSweeney, Assistant General Secretary of Fórsa, he has already achieved what the motion is seeking with regard to the National Processing Centre, whereby the department have given their commitment that those moving to the MPT will retain their current office as their location. I ask delegates to vote in favour of the motion.
Okay, thank you, Paul. There are no further speakers and there has been no opposition to the motion, so I will declare that that motion, motion 71, has been carried. Moving to 72, motion 72 is from the Education Executive Grades, and I am inviting Eddie Quinn to propose motion 72. Eddie?
Thank you, Chair. Just as previously discussions, we have agreed to remit this motion given that time has moved on, and we'd ask conference that if it's okay with the DEC to remit motion number 72. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Eddie. We can do so. There's no opposition to that, and there's no need for speakers, and the motion is therefore remitted. That's motion 72 remitted. Motion 73 is in the name of the North Dublin and North West Dublin DSP branches, and the proposer here is Sean Malone. Sean, do you wish to propose motion 73?
Yes, please. Did I start that? Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I wish to propose and support this motion. I think as a trade union movement, we're about empowering workers. This motion is about Fórsa reaffirming and highlighting the 2005 Health and Safety at Work Act. The legislation is already in place, and it gives workers the rights and legal protections to withdraw from a work situation that they reasonably believe is putting them at risk of harm and danger. Members in such a situation should also contact the Health and Safety rep and their Fórsa rep for support and advice. This motion, however, is contested with unfortunately a focus on the word feel, despite a full reference to the legislation in the motion. And I'll just quote the reference to the legislation in the motion. In circumstances of danger which the employee reasonably believes to be serious and imminent. So that's the basis of which this motion and the trust this motion. So the focus unfortunately is on the word feel, which I think I'm totally fine with being changed, but I think it still doesn't take away from the full wording of the legislation which is covered under this motion. The DEC is recommending this motion to be remitted, and with the greatest respect to them, I don't think that is necessary in this situation. So I'm asking the delegates of this conference to vote and pass this very serious and important motion to reaffirm this piece of legislation to empower our members. I think that's the COVID, and I think we all agree, the COVID pandemic, which is a serious threat to the health and lives of our members and our families, hopefully now with the rollout of vaccines, we can begin to see an abating of COVID. But we really can't tell what the future will hold, especially now with new variants. And really the situation is uncertain, though let's be hopeful. But I think that this motion still is relevant even without COVID. If you go back to 2019, before COVID, according to the Health and Safety Authority, there were 47 workplace fatalities reported that year and 9,335 non-fatal workplace accidents that resulted in injury and loss of 3 or more days work days. However, this figure will be much greater if you consider the amount of cases of injury that are not reported, or cases of injury that don't result in 3 or less days out of work. So I think that I'm just going to give 2 examples of my own experience as a local rep, where this piece of legislation is really important and actually helped members protect themselves. So at the start of the pandemic, I supported members who refused to work in a reception, which is a public area, without perspex glass. Under pressure, they managed to move the reception area to hatches that were covered by glass. So that was, and another incident at the start of the 3rd wave in January, February this year, we had members who were being instructed to do sit by Nelly training, which was a total breach of the health and safety and also social distance guidelines. Members correctly refused to this and contacted myself, and I also liaised with the rep, and this practice was ended. So I'm asking everyone in this conference not to remit this motion, to pass this motion, send a strong message, and I think that it's so that our members know that if they have a reasonable belief that they're being put at risk, that they can and should take action to protect themselves and avert danger and contact their reps. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you for your formal proposal. The DEC have a speaker, and Paul McSweeney. Can you respond or?
I can indeed, yeah. And I'd just like to say that the DEC supports the motion in principle, but we're seeking a remit on a technicality, and we fully support the 2005 Act. We fully support our members in DSP or any other civil service department who have a reasonable belief that they're in a serious or imminent danger and that they withdraw from the workplace in those circumstances. And I think, Sean has outlined that the wording of the motion, it talks about where a member feels they should withdraw rather than the wording of the Act, which is around a reasonable belief. So it's on that technical basis that we're seeking a remit, while absolutely confirming our commitment to the Health and Safety Act. And as Sean has pointed out, the mechanisms as to how a member comes to a decision as to what is reasonable in terms of a belief of an imminent danger. And that process is that they would contact their health and safety rep, that they would contact local management, that they would contact their union head office. And Sean has given examples of where that has been done at a local level. And that's where you come about a reasonable belief in terms of that imminent danger in line with the Act. As I say, we support the principle that has been outlined in the motion, but on a technicality, we're seeking a remit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Paul. I'm going to go back to Sean to ask him to consider that formal proposal for remit. That's now on the floor of conference. And Sean, can you respond and let us know where you stand or where the branch stands?
Sorry, yeah. I think the branch would agree with me that I think we're going to go ahead with the motion. I think that it's I understand the technical points, and I think it's unfortunate to focus it in on that one word. But I think the fact that in the motion I include the full legislation, which includes the words in circumstances. So make it in circumstances of danger which an employee reasonably believes they are serious and immediate and which he or she may not reasonably have expected to avert. So I actually include the full legislation in that motion. So I think that gets us over any technicality about the meaning of which I'm advocating in this, which is that members should follow the legislation and contact a union if they feel in danger. So while I appreciate and I utmost respect, I think we can get around that with the trust of the legislation being there, but up to the members to decide and the delegates here. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, the procedure is, as earlier, the motion is before conference now with the proposal to remit. And we're going to put the voting mechanism in place. And as soon as that's put in place and the text put on it, I will inform you that the voting is open and that you may cast your vote. So we'll move on to motion 74. Which is going to be proposed by Daniel Copperwaite. It's from the DSP City Centre, and there are other speakers showing as well. Daniel, back to you.
Thanks, Chair. We've actually agreed to remit this motion. Thanks, Chair. We've actually to remit.
Daniel, you're very broken. Has he agreed to remit it?
And last query and so on be taken into account going forward. Better now?
Yeah, am I hearing correctly that you're amenable to having the motion remitted?
Going forward. Can you hear me now? The spirit of the motion.
Yeah, thank you, Daniel. Thank you. I appreciate that. And there was a slight little glitch on the line, but we're taking it that you've agreed to remission. And on that basis, I deem that motion 74 has been remitted. Motion 75 has been dealt with, and motion 76, we're into the gambit now of industrial relations, and we have a motion from the Oireachtas Ushers branch, and Jerry Wilson. Jerry, I invite you to propose motion 76.
That's grand, John. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, look, just to go over the motion, the conference directs the incoming executive that in the event of a dispute between the employer and management and Fórsa, and where third-party intervention is required, the fees / cost of the third party would be paid jointly off by the employer and the trade union. This would allay any fears or perception regarding the bias concerning the membership. Only recently, the members are only speaking on this to me that it's important that this motion is heard today, because they have a feeling on the floor, the Oireachtas Ushers, that where third party is called in, and if the fees, which they are being paid by the employer, as one member said to me, he reminded me of a very famous proverb, he who pays the piper calls the tune. So really what we should be doing here is, where there is a breakdown and third party is required, to allay any fears or misconceptions of a bias regarding the third party concerning the members who pay a subscription into Fórsa, then the fees jointly should be paid by the trade union and indeed the employer. Thanks, John.
Thank you, Jerry. I'm going to call on Derek Mullen shortly to respond. I want to advise delegates and advise the conference that the vote for reference back in respect of motion 73 is now open. You'll find it in part 4 of your voting literature, and you have about 10 minutes to cast your vote. So you're voting for reference back of motion 73. Back to motion 76. Derek Mullen, please.
Derek Mullen speaking to motion number 76. The Divisional Executive Committee are open on this motion. However, I have significant concerns about what's expressed in the motion. I understand where the branch is coming from, and indeed myself and Jerry Wilson have had some number of conversations on this matter. I would have referred earlier in motion 14 and in my speech to the proposed transition from the conciliation and arbitration scheme to the state industrial relations machinery. That's something that will resolve this problem. But from time to time under the CNA scheme, we are pressed for conciliation or facilitation services, given some of the limitations in the scheme. And for that reason, we use independent adjudicators or facilitators from time to time. They're all very reputable, including those who would be involved in particular business in the Oireachtas Ushers branch at this point in time. And there is absolutely no bias, colleagues, in terms of the business decisions and the direction these independent facilitators and adjudicators take where we use them. And indeed, if we felt there was bias in any situation, then we'd move on swiftly, but that sort of circumstance has never arisen. And what I'd remind conference about as well is that under the conciliation and arbitration scheme, our arbitration board and our adjudicators are paid for by the state. There is no bias as a result of that. When we transition to the WRC and the Labour Court, we'll sit in front of civil servants who'll adjudicate on our cases. They're paid by the state, obviously, as civil servants, and there is no bias in terms of the position that they take. So, yes, we're open on this. I think, I'd prefer if it were remitted on the basis that we would take account of, the intent that Jerry expresses with the commitments that if there ever was a difficulty with an independent facilitator or adjudicator, we would deal with that matter. Thank you.
Okay, Derek, thank you for that. There are no other speakers showing, so I'm going to go back to the proposer of the motion.
I'd like to reply, John.
Yes, Jerry, I'll offer it to you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Look, I hear what Derek is saying, but quite simply, I feel strongly, or my branch feels strongly, that this should be put to the floor. Nobody in the Oireachtas Ushers branch is casting any aspersions on the third-party practitioners. All they're asking for that to allay any concerns or reservations that the fees jointly shall be paid by the union and indeed the employer. And I remind conference again of the proverb, he who pays the piper calls the tune. So we need to allay any fears, not just of the Oireachtas Ushers who are a member of Fórsa, but any other branch out there where there's a breakdown in negotiations and where it's deemed necessary to bring a third party in, then that should happen. I look forward to the day that we move to the state's foremost resolution machinery, the WRC. But in the meantime, this is a small price to pay for independence, that the fees and costs are jointly paid by the union. So therefore, you don't get a home referee for either side, but you get, insofar as possible, an independent referee because he or she's fees are paid jointly by the trade union and indeed the employer. And I've been instructed by my branch that we're not amenable for remittance. They want the democratic process to take place here with the delegates. And I'd urge all delegates to vote in favour of the Oireachtas Ushers branch, because someday a third party could be called into your section, and you don't want any perception or concerns in relation to that. Once again, I'm casting no aspersions, or indeed my branch, on any of the third-party practitioners that are assigned to the civil service. Thanks, John.
Okay, Jerry, thank you for that. We've heard three lengthy submissions, two from Jerry and one from the National Secretary, and the DEC position was open on it. Our views have been represented. There is no opposition to this. We have tempered it with our views, so I'm going to declare that in the absence of opposition, that the motion is carried. And there's a lot of things imminent which may supersede it anyway. So I declare motion 76 carried. Motion 77 is from the Educational Clerical Branch, and Kathleen Doherty is the proposer. Kathleen, do you wish to do so?
Hi there, good
Kathleen?
afternoon. Yeah, I'd just like to formally propose the motion that the conference instructs the NEC to seek an extension of the upper limit to utilise parental leave in the civil service to the age of the child's 15th birthday from the current age of 12.
Okay, Kathleen, that's good. There are no more speakers showing to motion 77, so I declare motion 77 carried. Thank you, Kathleen. Motion 78 is in the name of the DSP executive grades, and I'm asking Magella Murphy to propose motion 78.
Magella Murphy, DSP executive grades branch. The care of children doesn't end at 13 years. This extension is even more important at the moment to our members during the current pandemic. Many people opted for the option to work from home, and certainly staff and DSP in our department are dedicated to providing a service to those depending on our department. Those PUP payments we talked about earlier did not pay themselves. There was a lot of staff working extra evenings and weekends to get that work done. Taking parental leave took a backseat. Many others could not afford to take parental leave where their spouse or partner lost wages due to COVID. For some of those people, their children are coming to the age where they have turned 13 or are about to, and there is unused parental leave. It would make more sense for the extension to be had generally, but certainly in the next 2 years for the people who have not had the ability to take it for the last year and a half. Please support this motion.
Thank you, Magella. There are no speakers showing and no opposition to that motion, so I declare motion 78 to be carried. Motion 79, I am advised that the branch has agreed to remission already, and so therefore I will declare that motion 79 has been remitted. And I move to motion 80 from the DSP executive grades, and I call upon Pádraig de Butler to propose motion 80.
Here, Department of Social Protection executive grades. I'd like to propose motion 80, please. Conference calls on the Executive Committee to initiate negotiations with the official side to endeavour to put in place an arrangement whereby leave accrued or compounded during the pandemic can be parked in some way. Throughout the civil and public service, frontline and essential workers have had to carry surplus leave over, and this has been allowed on an exceptional basis. During 2021-22 leave year, it would prove impossible for all staff to draw down this accrued leave, leading once again to an untenable situation at the end of the leave year. It is proposed that some sort of sinking fund be negotiated, whereby leave can be banked and held in trust to be added back as additional service or cash lump sum on retirement as appropriate. The bank of leave could also be considered for use to fund payment for periods of sanctioned special leave without pay, such as parental leave or special leave without pay, which may be given in certain other circumstances. Given that the situation has developed throughout the public service and beyond, the conference further calls on the Executive Committee to engage through the ICTU with public service and other relevant unions to have this matter pursued on a national basis. The motion really speaks for itself, and I'd urge you to support the motion. Thanks very much.
There are no further speakers to motion 80, so I declare motion 80 is carried. In respect of motion 73 and the vote for reference back, that vote has now closed, and the vote will be collated and we will bring it to you as soon as possible. As we reach motion 81, and I go back to Alan Smith of the Housing Executive Branch to propose motion 81. Alan.
Thank you very much, John. I'm just really going to read through the motion because I think, again, it will speak for itself. I hope the simplicity and brevity of our language doesn't affect the intent of the motion. That conference calls on the DEC to liaise with DEPR to have mental illness included as one of the medical criteria for critical illness pay. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you very much. The DEC are in favour of the motion, and we're going to, I'll be moving to pass it, but Derek Mullen wants to offer an insight to it. Derek.
Yeah, and I don't want to keep conference, Chair, but I just wanted to clarify that we have managed to achieve discretion on chronic illnesses following further discussions at the level of the Public Service Committee. And that discretion now exists for HR departments to consider mental illness covered under the critical illness protocol. So what the motion seeks is there, but we have to be vigilant with departments that they apply that discretion. Thank you.
Okay, I hope that's helpful to you, Alan, and to everybody. And I'm going to stay with Alan for motion 82, which is in the name again of the Housing Executive Branch. Alan Smith.
Thank you, John. It's a bit longer, but I'll read it again. The staff who have used up their sick leave due to a serious accident, for example, be allocated additional sick days to ensure that due to the risk of loss of income by not attending, they are not attending work when they are not able to, and to ensure that they will not be responsible for spreading an illness in the workplace. Basically, our motion is if, for example, somebody were to be involved in a car crash and all of their sick leave is used up, at some point during the rest of that sick leave period, if they were to get ill, we don't want workers to make a choice between their health, their pay, and the health of their colleagues. So we would just ask that those some additional time be considered in such cases. Thank you.
Yes, Alan, thank you. The conference sees merit in that. There are no further speakers and certainly no opposition, so I declare motion 82 to be carried. Motion 83 is in the name of the FGE branch, and the proposer is Ronan Bulger. Ronan.
Good evening. It's actually Damien Kelly here. Ronan has been detained, so he had to go. So I'll be proposing this motion on behalf of the FGE branch. Motion 83, that this conference condemns the hardship and the changes in sick leave arrangements have caused its members. This conference supports the return to the sick leave arrangements which applied prior to the financial crisis and instructs the incoming CSDEC act upon this. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, sorry for that, Damien. I hope Ronan isn't detained too long. I declare motion 83 to be carried on that basis. Now, we have a result of the ballot or the vote on motion 73, which was seeking remission. There were 260 votes for remission and 144 votes against remission. So that motion will be dealt with by the incoming DEC on that basis. Thank you. Motion 84, I have Pat Duggan to propose from Clare General, and I have additional speakers. Pat Duggan, can you propose?
No, I'm not from Clare General. I'm from DSP Executive Grades. And I just wanted to speak in favour of the motion.
Sorry, Pat. There's a miscue here. I'm going to go to Adele Meany then. Can we take the clip from Adele, or is she with us?
The clerk to grade have experienced increasingly demands and are looked upon to carry out work that is above their graded pay structure. Report the issue to both CSDEC and branch within 6 months with update.
Okay, thank you, Adele. Now, I'm unclear whether Pat Duggan wishes to speak. Pat, do you wish to speak to this motion? Don't think so. Okay, well, there are no other speakers, and motion 84 is before you without opposition, so I'm going to declare that motion 84 has been carried. And I'll move to motion 85, which is in the name of Ballina General. And I'm offering the floor to Sue Kelly. Sue Kelly. Hello, Sue.
You're live, Sue.
Hello.
Sue, your voice is very faint.
Hello.
Yes, Sue, that's a bit better.
Right, thank you.
Now.
Sorry, Chair. Motion 85, I'm taking it that it's being read. Folks, I'm asking 37 years. That is 1984 since this last was reviewed, and it took place for anyone to have the opportunity to opt out of the Widow and Orphans Pension Scheme, which is deemed to be a compulsory obligation once employment is taken up within the Irish Civil Public Service. Ireland and its society has changed considerably in this time. It's unfair and unjust to ask someone to pay into the scheme if they're single and or have no issue of dependence. We seek a report as to why members have to pay into the scheme regardless of status. It's unjust and unfair, and as a union that is against inequality, we should seek to look for a reversal of same. Please support the motion.
Okay, thank you, Sue. I have a speaker showing and I call on Melissa Brennan.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, the DEC decided to remain open on this motion. However, it is important that conference is aware of what the motion calls for and what can be done or not done as the case may be. In relation to this motion, the relevant provisions begin at Section 16 of the Spouses and Children's Pension Scheme, which was set out in the Superannuation Handbook. Women were originally precluded from membership of the scheme, but were eventually given an option of joining. Those who exercised that option joined the scheme on the same terms as men. Subsequently, a revised scheme was introduced for all officers appointed on or after the 1st of September 1984. Both women and men were in the original scheme, or who were in no scheme had the option to join that scheme. The revised scheme extended its provisions beyond retirement age, and the quid pro quo for that was that there would be no refunds of contributions. Thus, for example, marriages which take place post-retirement are also covered by the scheme. If we were to have a set of circumstances where people were free to make retrospective choices at the end of their career, the overall contribution rates for all would have to be looked at, I expect. In any event, the choices being exercised would involve people choosing to waive the entitlements of other potential beneficiaries, and that could not be considered reasonable. The purpose of introducing the original scheme was partly influenced by the fact that there was no provisions for widows and children, and people were being left in severe financial difficulties after the death of their husbands. Finally, it should be noted that the issue of options was previously considered by the Commission on Public Service Pensions. The Commission decided not to recommend the granting of further options to staff to join the scheme, and in so doing commented as follows at Section 6.81. The Commission gave careful consideration to the arguments involved. On balance, we have decided not to recommend a further general membership option across the public service as a whole. We would be particularly concerned about the major additional costs which a new option would impose, given that it would almost certainly be availed of by those who would either have an immediate entitlement or a higher expectation of a benefit at a later stage. We would be concerned also that a further option would weaken the integrity of the schemes, leading to pressure for individuals to enter and leave at will. Such a development could undermine fundamentally the financing of the schemes. Thank you, delegates.
Okay, thank you. That is a clarification from the DEC who have expressed an open position on it. I have a speaker showing, Helen Linehan. Do you wish to speak? I'll go to Helen. Yeah, but Helen, we're going to Helen. Helen Linehan.
Give me status.
Helen, you have the floor. Has Helen...
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm speaking in favour of motion number 85. I agree with Sue. I am a single person. I'm paying into this, but this scheme is of no benefit to me. and I think it should be a scheme that is optional. If you wish to opt in, you should be able to opt in. If you wish to opt out, you should be able to opt out. But I think it is, I agree with Sue, there's very great inequality in this. There's a lot of people paying into the scheme which is of no benefit to us. And I expressed this opinion at our DEC when we discussed these motions. I have been going on for years and years about this, and I've been getting nowhere. I've been told you can't leave it, you can't leave it. But I think this now is 2021, and there's lots of things that we can do that we were told we couldn't do. And the past 14 months have proved that. We were always told that we could never work from home. Well, since March 2020, that has absolutely changed, and we've proved that we can. So when it comes to things like this, yes, it can be changed. There's a lot of people out there and a lot of people in government and other organisations that might not want it to change, but it can be changed if we pursue it. So I would ask delegates here to please support motion number 85. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. Sue Kelly can have the right to reply, even though there's been nobody speaking against the motion. Sue, do you wish to contribute further?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, just in relation, all we're looking for is for a report to be done as to why this is. I mean, people come into the service and they're not told why they're paying into it. They're not told that they've got to pay into it. They're just sign this form, that's it. Maybe if we even looked for a single person's rate to a married person's rate like they have across the water. All it is a report. I mean, it's not looking for rocket science to take place. So please support the motion. This is the time for change. 2021, 37 years since the last review. Thank you.
Okay, Sue, thank you. There are no more speakers showing, and there was no opposition to the motion as such, and on the basis that you're just looking for a report, that can be easily provided. I would also point you all to the response that Melissa provided, which was high on detail and which illustrated that this feature of our terms and conditions has been looked at recently by no less eminent a body than the Commission on Public Service Pensions. So there's no opposition to the motion, and I'm going to deem it carried, but it has to be taken on the basis that this is quite a complex issue and that the report will issue. Thank you. Motion 86 is from the OCFA branch. Owen Bates is... Owen, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Thanks very much. This motion is very clearly worded and self-explanatory, so I won't delay conference by expounding on it at any great length. It relates to recruitment, mobility and retention challenges among professional and technical grades, such as those represented by our branch, which is the Oireachtas Courts and Foreign Affairs branch. I appreciate conference's support for the motion.
Thank you, Owen. There are no further speakers to motion 86, so I declare motion 86 to have been carried by conference. And I move back to Owen Reish for motion 87, also in the name of the OCFA branch, OCFA. Owen.
Thanks very much. This motion calls on Fórsa to explore ways, means and mechanisms under the new Public Pay Agreement Sectoral Bargaining Fund to apply a specific pay award to professional and technical grades. For example, could this be used to increase new entrants' initial salaries in order to mitigate the impact of FMP measures applied to new entrants, whereby 2 additional points were added to their pay scales? The previous agreement did introduce jump increments at points 4 and 8 of pay scales, but this means that new entrants must have served for at least 2 to 3 years before seeing any real equalisation or increase. And then the second half of the motion suggests that DPER review the entire professional and technical pay scale structure across the civil service, given issues with both recruiting and retaining these specialist staff. and appreciate the conference's support again. Thanks.
Owen Gormaigo de Cara. There are no speakers. National Secretary wants to give a point of clarification.
Thank you, Chair. Derek Mullen, National Secretary. Understanding the sentiment in the motion, we're engaging at the moment in the context of the sectoral bargaining clause in building momentum insofar as it impacts on professional and technical grades. This particular issue that's raised by the branch, though, could be precluded under the terms of the sectoral bargaining clause, given its cross-grade implications. But we'll take it under advisement at the Divisional Executive Committee. We'll talk to the branch after conference. The DEC is in favour of the motion.
Okay, thank you, Derek. There's been no opposition to motion 87, so I declare that it has been carried by conference. Motion 88 was a verbatim reprise of motion 86, which has been carried, and I now move to motion 89, which is in the name of the Civil Service Number 1 branch, and I call on Tom Madden to propose motion 89.
Tom Madden, Civil Service Number 1 branch, speaking in support of motion number 89. Delegates, this motion affects many new entrants into the workplace and colleagues in the same grade who are subjected to lower pay scales. Why is it the case that people carrying out identical roles to their colleagues who are predecessors in identical employment, yet are subject to this blatant discriminatory practice? Ireland, as an EU state, has some of the most advanced employment legislation and acts enshrined in law. These aim to protect employees' terms and conditions of employment at many levels. However, when it comes to basic things like treating people as equals, some employers regretfully fall short of the mark by a mile. Please support this motion so that we can continue to highlight this practice with a view to rooting it out entirely. Goramila Mahagi.
Thank you, Tom. There are no speakers to that motion and certainly no opposition, so I declare motion 89 to have been carried by conference. And I move to motion 90 in the name of the Waterford General Branch. The proposer is Margaret Warner. Margaret, do you wish to propose the motion?
Margaret Warner, Waterford Clerical Branch. Conference instructs the incoming executive to seek to ensure that the state old age pension is at 65 years of age. The majority of people in Ireland will have spent between 40 and 48 years working and paying their taxes. They should be entitled to receive the old age pension at 65 years of age.
Thank you, Margaret. That motion is proposed. There are no further speakers, so I deem that motion 90 has been carried by conference. Moving to motion 91 in the name of the FGE branch, Dara Fox is down to propose this. Dara, are you with us?
Good afternoon, John. Good afternoon, John. Can you hear me?
Yes, Dara, go ahead.
Very good. Good afternoon, delegates. I'm Dara Fox, FGE branch secretary, income and vice chair to the Civil Service Division. For the record, we, the FGE branch, represent the lowest paid workers in the civil service: the cleaning staff, service attendants, service officers and night watchmen. I might add, we're the frontline staff during this pandemic. Therefore, the FGE branch are very unhappy that our motion 91, is not here for a decision today at conference. Instead, it's being put forward for a recommendation to the NEC. The motion 91, the living wage. The FGE branch this conference notes that after tax position of its members is lower than that which existed prior to the onset of the financial crisis and implementation of FEMPI. In that context, this conference demands the following: the return of the hours worked prior to the crisis and return to the overtime rates that applied prior to the crisis, and in particular, that no civil servant should be paid less than the living wage. The living wage is currently 12.30 per hour. This is set by the Low Pay Commission and is defined as the minimum income necessary for a single adult worker in full-time employment to meet his or her basic acceptable needs and afford a minimum acceptable standard of living. The civil service are currently employing members of the FGE grade branch on less than this living wage. In fact, they are representing members based on a gross hours and earning less than the minimum wage of €10.20 per hour. This reflects badly on Fórsa trade union and on the civil service, who should be setting standards, not dodging them. We called on this conference to pass this motion and to act on it. Thank you.
Okay, Dara, thank you very much. There are no more speakers to that motion, no opposition to it, and I therefore declare that motion 91 is carried. And I'll just dwell for a moment. Dara, when he was proposing the motion, introduced himself as branch secretary and incoming Laska-Hurlick of the division. I just want to re-emphasise that. It's a name you delegates and members of the DEC will become familiar with as the days, months go ahead. So Dara, welcome to the firmament of the DEC, and I hope all goes well for you. Moving to motion, okay, Dara, a long time since I saw you. Motion 92, Owen Bates will propose motion 92. Osh.
Yep. Hello again. I'll read this one out. That this conference calls on Fórsa, noting that the financial position of the state and how it will approach any pay interactions in 2020 has changed to ensure that a mechanism is established to allow for the discussion and negotiation of anomalous and atypical pay matters arising outside of normal pay agreement negotiations. Sorry. So I suppose this motion is maybe a bit out of date at this stage. It was drafted a while ago, but the issue there is anomalous and atypical pay matters outside of negotiations on pay agreements. Also, I don't know if this has been picked up on your site, but this motion number 92 and motion number 107 are identical. I don't know what the how that's dealt with your end. I just wanted to flag that.
Okay, Owen, thank you very much. If we could get more of that, we'll simplify and speed up conference a small bit. Thanks for that. There are no further speakers to your motion, no opposition to it, so motion 92 is deemed to be carried by conference. And I now move to motion 93, and I go to the PSO branch in Sligo, and I open the floor to Marcus Bennett.
Thank you, John. I'll just read the motion. Motion 93. This conference instructs the incoming Civil Service DEC to support the further reduction of increments for serving staff, especially the lower middle paid staff, and to canvass the NEC to ensure the reduction is included in the recommendation from Fórsa in the next set of negotiations to a successor agreement. Thank you. I ask you to support this motion.
Thank you, Marcus. The motion is before conference. There are no more speakers, no opposition, so motion 93 is deemed to be carried. I now move to motion 94, and we go to the domain of the Forensic Science branch, and I invite Stephen Clifford to propose motion 94.
Stephen Clifford, Forensic Science Ireland branch. We request that Fórsa investigate whether the application of pay cuts to salaries over €65,000 to those working part-time and as a result earning less than €65,000 was justified, and if not, that the monies lost by those affected is recouped. So in summary, a cohort of staff at Forensic Science Ireland, almost exclusively female scientists who had progressed in their career. However, due to the part-time nature or job-sharing nature of their work, of the role, they never earned or weren't earning over €65,000. However, they had their pay cut in line with those who did earn that amount of money and above. We would like Fórsa to look at whether this was justified and fair, and if not, that the monies lost by those affected could be recouped. Please support our motion.
Okay, that's very good from Stephen. Thank you. There are no speakers showing to motion 94, so I deem motion 94 to have been carried. Motion 95, we go to the Tullamore General branch, and I invite Etna Flynn to propose motion 95.
Okay, Etna, you're live.
Etna. Etna, are you with us? There seems to be a glitch or a breakdown in the comms with Etna. Is Etna with us, Jason?
I can see Etna.
Etna is here, but her microphone isn't on. So, Etna, are you muted or are you in a position to join us?
You're unmuted, Etna.
Etna. Okay, we're going to come back to that. We'll move on to motion 96 and we'll try and come back to motion 95 if we can get connectivity with Etna. The Agricultural Executive Branch are the sponsors of motion 96 and David Jennings is invited to propose it.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. I'll just read out this motion as is, actually. As a consequence of Brexit and the pandemic, it is possible that there could be another recession. Should this happen, this conference instructs the incoming executive to immediately and strongly oppose any attempt to impose unwarranted and unfair cuts to pay or conditions of members under the guise of another FMP. The economic policy of austerity has been proven to be widely discredited. And I think that motion speaks for itself. Thank you.
Okay, David, thank you for that. There are no further speakers to motion 96, so I'll deem motion 96 to be passed. We're going to Stephen Clifford for his proposal of motion 97.
Hi, Siobhan Waldron, the Chairperson, Forensic Science Branch. We propose that Fórsa seek additional leave for essential workers as a recognition of their contribution in providing continuous service throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. During the pandemic, staff at FSI have continued to keep the service going at close to pre-pandemic levels. Due to the nature of our work, long days in the lab have always been part and parcel of our job. However, this was always offset by flexi-time arrangements. Over a year into the pandemic and with no flexi-time allowed, many of the staff at FSI have worked multiples of days, if not weeks, above their contracted hours. We therefore seek some additional special leave for these staff and other essential workers in a similar position in recognition of their service throughout the pandemic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was a heavily disguised David Stephen Clifford there, Siobhan Waldron actually. There are no further speakers to that motion, so motion 97 in the name of the Forensic Science Branch is carried. I'll go to motion 98 from the Education Executive Grades, and I invite Eddie Quinn to present.
Delegates. Motions 98 and 98 from the Executive Grades Branch of Education and Skills request that for future pay agreements, Head Office and the NEC provide the pros and cons in a non-partisan way of the agreements. These are important agreements that members vote on whenever they come up. We request that, as a matter of courtesy and as common practice, that instead of all the positives, yes, there are negatives to these agreements sometimes, that we simply look and receive both sides of the argument. Thank you for your time on this motion, and I'd be glad to answer any questions you have on it.
Okay, colleagues, Eddie proposed two motions there together, motions 98 and 99, in the name of the Education Executive Grades Branch. I propose to take them together. There are no speakers against either motion, so I deem that both motions have been carried by conference. Now, motion 100 is in the name of the Forensic Science Branch, and their proposer, please.
Stephen Clifford, Forensic Science Ireland Branch. We propose that Fórsa seek an avenue to progress non-general civil service bespoke pay claims during the lifetime of pay deals. Professional and technical grades, such as scientists and analysts at Forensic Science Ireland, are highly trained, educated and motivated. Difficulties in recruitment and retention at Forensic Science Ireland have highlighted the need for an avenue to progress bespoke pay claims that would solve many of these issues that general civil service bargaining cannot progress. Please support this motion.
Okay, thank you, delegates. Thank you, Stephen. There are no further speakers to that motion and no opposition to it, so I declare motion 100 to have been carried. In cricket terms, folks, we're at 100 not out. 101 is in the name of the Educational and Clerical Branch. And Kathleen Doherty, I'm inviting you back. Kathleen, do you wish to propose motion 101?
I do, yeah. It just reads, this conference asks the incoming NEC to listen to all their members and take their worries, concerns and comments on board going into the next round of pay talks. It's vital that all members are heard and feel that Fórsa is working for them to get the best deal possible.
Thank you, Kathleen. No further speakers there, and that motion is deemed to be carried. Now, I haven't forgotten about motion 95. I intend to take it after motion 104, where there's a natural break in the order or in the categorization of motions. So I'm now going to motion 102, and Francis McHugh of the DSP Executive Grades. Francis.
Good afternoon, John. Francis McHugh, Department of Social Protection Executive Grades Branch Secretary. I'm proposing the motion. So why are we seeking to conduct such a ballot for industrial action? Well, over the last 10 years, we'll say the 10 years to 2019, our members suffered pay cuts, pension cuts, and increased working hours. Yes, there was some restoration. But in return for all that, there have been huge increases in work volumes. 80.6 million payments to 1.9 million people by June 2019 by the Department of Social Protection. And that's even before the 650,000 PUP payments every week over the lockdown and pandemic. Yet the process of outsourcing of social welfare, automating revenue and indeed social welfare as well, outsourcing in the Attorney General's office, and dismantling other civil service functions, and indeed cutting back on public libraries and other functions, that is now gaining pace again. So this cuts jobs out of the civil and public service. It transfers taxpayers' money into private property. A prime example is the €12 million of taxpayers' money spent on the local property tax, giving it to Abtrans, even though the Civil, Public and Services Union, the clerical union, proved that it would have been cheaper to do it in-house. So basically, what we're saying is if there's any further attack on civil and public sector workers, or indeed workers in general, then it is good to be prepared and to have a ballot ready. We need to be ready. An EU study shows that productivity increased in Ireland by 30% over 2010-2017. That was the highest in the EU-UK bloc, and yet workers' wages was cut by minus 24%, the worst in the EU-UK bloc. Now we'll be told, and we're already being told, we have to pay off the Celtic Tiger debt and the austerity timeframe debt and now the COVID-19 debt. And this is going to be repaid by workers, especially civil and public sector workers, by cuts, by the digitalisation of public services, cutting the public off from the service that they pay for. So finally, there's more ways to take industrial action than taking money out of people's pockets through strike. We can refuse to cooperate with PMDS, refuse to cooperate with the digitalisation of public services, which cuts the general public off from the service that they pay for. We can engage in work to rules, for example. So I would ask you to support the motion. And I end by quoting Roy Keane: fail to prepare, prepare to fail. So vote yes. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Francis. Thank you. There is no opposition to that motion and no further speakers. So the motion is carried and I declare it so. I now move to motion 103, which is in the name of the Dublin Central Clerical Branch, and I offer the floor to Betty Tyrrell Collard. Betty.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Motion 103 is actually self-explanatory. It instructs the incoming executive to ensure that when a clerical officer gets promoted, the vacancy is filled immediately. Well, what's been happening in our department and other departments that I look after is that CO vacancies are not filled immediately. They're left on the long finger, and the excuse is that they have no people from pass. The other thing that's happening is that a lot of posts are being upgraded. And unless you bring it to your departmental council, you're out the door. So I'm just asking that that you carry the motion, because I think it's important. Eventually, we'll have an extinct CO grade if we don't look after getting our COs. Thanks.
Thank you, Betty. There are no speakers to that motion, and therefore I declare that motion 103 has been carried. Now, I need to go back and see if Etna is with us on the call. I'm not sure she is. That's referring to motion 95. No, we'll move on. We'll move on to motion 104. from the DSP, Navan Road, Blanchardstown, Finglas, Ballymun. And the proposer here is Sean Malone, 104.
Look, I'll just read the motion there. Conference is instructed to immediately seek to have job evaluation for all grades to ensure that Fórsa members are doing work appropriate to their grade. So therefore, we're seeking promotions and HDA opportunities. I think that FOBO, and now a national processing team, is a real threat to our members' conditions and a serious test for our union. So I think that work that was previously SO grade is now going onto the clerical grade, and there's a real blurring of the lines in the terms of different work and which grade is responsible. So I think that represents serious impact on our pay and promotion opportunities. So I ask the people to support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sean. There are no speakers showing and no opposition to motion 104, so I deem it to be carried by conference. I go back to motion 95 and I put a call out to Etna Flynn. Etna, are you with us? Not with us. Okay, we'll move on. Motion 105, we're in a slightly different category now of working hours, time and attendance. 105, I'm offering the floor to Cathal Whitney. Cathal, are you with us?
Hello, my name is Cathal Whitney and I'm representing the Tullamore Clerical Branch, and our motion is the restoration is fully implemented in relation to hours of work, and that the 6 hours and 57 minutes per day is fully restored to members. Thank you.
Thank you, Cathal. No issues with that motion, no speakers showing, so I'm deeming motion 105 in the name of Tullamore General to be carried. Motion 106, Dublin Clerical Education. The proposer is Kathleen Doherty. Kathleen?
Hi, I'd just like to formally propose this as it is. It's much the same as the previous branch, just to reiterate the desire for the restoration of the 6.57 hour day.
Okay, Kathleen, thank you very much. Clearly understood, and no dispute from the floor. No speakers, so motion 106 is carried by conference. Back to the Oxford branch. Owen Bates on motion 107.
Yeah, Harley, this is word for word a duplicate of motion number 92, which was carried a few moments ago.
Hey, thank you for that. My mistake. I didn't feed that in. I'm going straight back to you, Owen, for motion 108. It's in the name of your branch. Could you propose 108 for us, please?
Yeah, I so propose, I read out the text of the motion, that this conference call on Fórsa to continue to engage with deeper on the future of remote working and flexible working, including e-working, and to continue to pursue the 4-day working week. So the motion very much speaks for itself, and it's very general, and nothing further to add, really. I just ask for your support for it. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you. The DEC are in support of that, and there are no speakers against it. So motion 108 is deemed to be carried by conference. I'm moving to motion 109 in the name of the Housing Executive, and I'm going back to Alan Smith. Alan, do you wish to propose 109?
Yes, thank you very much, John. Can I just say thanks to everybody involved in today's conference. It's been very well run. And just to acknowledge the continued support of our members. And in that light, I would just like to propose that there is an immediate restoration of flexi time. Thanks.
Alan, thank you very much. There are no speakers and no opposition to 109, so 109 is deemed to be carried by conference. I now move to motion 110. Motion 110 is in the name of the Justice Executive Branch, and the speaker is Melissa Brennan. Melissa?
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, this motion largely speaks for itself. Throughout, the changes required of members to consider to deliver public services during the pandemic has been a requirement that staff are flexible in their approach to their work. These flexibilities have included redeployment to new roles involving contact tracing and support for citizens affected by the pandemic. In some instances, it has involved flexibility in terms of hours of attendance, staggered attendance regimes, and new ways of working, including split shifts, and in some instances, split shifts across the weekends. It has involved members taking on new roles and responsibilities to ensure vital public services continued to be delivered. It involved in the speedy introduction of pandemic support payments to people who lost their income due to business closures. It has been very disappointing then that the flexibility shown by members was greeted by the withdrawal of the limited flexibility afforded to staff by the flexi system of attendance. This message says to me that management expects flexibilities from the very people with whom it has withdrawn limited flexibility. Many members have been putting in extended unpaid hours way beyond normal patterns of attendance. Management have been happy to entrust us with doing these things, while at the same time apparently saying that they do not really trust our staff. This motion asks the DEC to ensure that the limited attendance flexibilities afforded by the flexi attendance system should continue, notwithstanding necessary changes in working arrangements brought about by the pandemic. We would urge you to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. There are no speakers showing for motion 10. So I deem motion 110. I deem motion 110 to have been carried. I move to motion 111. Tom O'Brien is the proposer for the motion from the Department of Environment, Climate, Communications, Executive Grades. Tom O'Brien, please.
Tom O'Brien, Department of the Environment, Climate and Communications. Motion 111. This conference instructs the incoming executive to seek the re-establishment of the flexi-time provisions for staff who continue to work from home and provide a similar service to when they were in attendance in the office environment. Our branch is proposing this motion to address the anomaly, which is that the hours worked by civil service staff members are no longer than ever, as evidenced by recent surveys conducted. However, the requisite compensation for those additional hours, i.e. the reuse of them as flexi leave, has been removed. The government, i.e. senior management, has been full of conversation regarding the importance of mental health issues and the taking of work breaks for the extraordinary lifestyle we are currently enduring. However, they have also effectively removed the possibility of 18 days additional leave for staff by removing the right to bank the additional hours worked as flexi time. This marks a major change to our terms and conditions of work. The reason given for its removal was the sudden emergency nature of the COVID-19 situation. But working from home is now our new normal. It is no longer a hasty stopgap scenario, it is our new working life. Thus, if we are working on a normal basis from home, then our normal terms and conditions should apply. For the vast majority of us, we will not return to our office environment before September 2021. Realistically speaking, most of us will not be back in situ before Christmas, and even then, there's consensus that whether it'll be safe to return then or not. To be honest, it could be 2022 or even 2023 before things revert to when they were pre-March 2020, if they ever do at all. Long term, we need to protect and ensure that our working conditions are no longer downgraded and that we return to the terms and conditions that we were employed under. The majority of staff on flexi time has already lost the possibility of an additional 3.5 weeks worth of leave in the last 12 months. We must do all in our power to ensure that it is not repeated into the future. Thus, we seek re-establishment of flexi time provisions for staff who continue to work from home and provide a similar service to what they did when they were in attendance in the office environment. We request that you would support our motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. There are no speakers showing and there is no opposition to the content of that motion. So I'm declaring that motion number 111 has been carried by conference. I want to go back to motion 95, folks. Etna is having technical difficulties getting into the hall, and I want to beg your indulgence and ask that you allow the motion to be proposed in the branch's name. And if there are no speakers against, I would like to have the motion carried. And I'm going to ask Melissa Brennan to formally propose the motion.
Thank you, Chair. I'm proposing the motion on behalf of Tullamore General. The motion calls that we ensure that during the duration of the next pay agreement that the members' pay and conditions are not reduced by management's reaction to the next recession. We would urge you to support the motion.
Okay, thank you, Melissa. Thank you, everybody. There is no opposition showing to that, nor do I think there should be or ought to be. So I'm going to declare that motion 95 has been properly put and is carried by conference. I'm moving on now to motion 112, which is in the name of the CLME branch. This is back to my old stomping ground. CLME is a long-winded name. The ME at the end of it is what matters. It stands for Met Éireann. That's where I work, and that's where my colleague who's going to propose this motion also works. So I'm offering the floor to Vincent Fagan of the CLME branch to propose motion 112. Vinny?
Margaret Cahirlock and G. Vicorja, Tano Zorma, and you. Thanks very much, everybody, and Cahirlock, very happy to be here today. So I'd just like to take the opportunity to recognise and thank the Cahirlock Sean Flanagan for his service to the branch CLME locally and to the Fórsa Union nationally as well. Thanks very much for that. So just on motion 112, that Fórsa be directed to investigate and propose solutions and ways that new and recent initiatives like remote working, a 4-day week, family-friendly policies, etc., could be implemented to facilitate members' working shift. So there's been a number of family-friendly policies in recent years that have been made available to the majority of civil servants, but it is the experience of some of our members that shift workers on rosters are unable to experience these benefits. So it is usually deemed too difficult to release somebody from a roster as there is not enough cover or flexibility built into the roster. So we ask Fórsa and Conference to work to make sure that professional and technical grades and shift workers be included in recent and future family-friendly policies and initiatives. Thanks. So I'd ask Conference to support this motion.
Okay, thank you, Vincent, and thank you for your complimentary remarks at the start. There's no speakers and no opposition to motion 112, so I declare it carried. So I'm going back to you, Vincent, for motion 113 in the name of the CLME Common Lucht Mitra Licht in Éireann. Vincent, motion 113.
So that Conference directs Fórsa to seek to increase mobility for technical and professional grades to facilitate transfers for those grades. Basically, admin grades in the civil service, general admin grades, now have access to mobility of jobs and locations, and professional and technical grades do not have access to that mobility at the moment. So we'd ask Conference to support this motion as well.
Thank you, Vincent. There is no opposition to that motion, and there are no more. The National Secretary wishes to add something that we're not opposing. There's no opposition to the motion, but the National Secretary wishes to speak on this motion.
Thanks, Chair. Absolutely no opposition to this motion, and happy to report that we have commenced negotiations with public expenditure on the extension of the mobility scheme to professional and technical and take my glasses off, professional and technical and service grades, and we worked hard to ensure that that was inserted as a must in the Civil Service Action Plan. Thank you.
Okay, Vincent, I hope that's helpful. And motion number 113 on that basis is carried by Conference, and I deem it so. Back to Vincent Fagan, CLME branch again for motion 114. Vincent. Vinny.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Derek, as well. Yeah, that was great news. So motion 114, that Conference directs Fórsa to make possible the recertification of professional and technical grades as general service grades for those members who are unable to transfer to or apply for another location in their current professional or technical grades. So this year, with changes in circumstances for civil servants in professional and technical grades, may be able to continue their current work practices, e.g. shift work, may be unable, to continue their current work practices like shift work or long commutes due to health concerns, possibly, or change in family circumstance. So without mobility, shift workers and professional and technical grades can be trapped in their job or location, and sometimes with limited prospects of promotion or relocation. So I ask conference to support this motion.
I think so. Vince, thank you.
That will form part of the mobility. No.
Sorry, Vincent, Derek just wants to give another point of clarification on that.
That will form part of the mobility negotiations for professional and technical grades too. Thank you.
Okay, Vincent, there's progress there. It's a technical issue that I'm very familiar with. The conference may not fully appreciate it, but there's heartening news there. There are no further speakers to the motion, no opposition, so motion 114 in the name of the CLME branch is deemed to be carried. I now move to emergency motion number 3, which was contained in Standing Orders Committee report number 5. The motion has been approved by the Standing Orders Committee. It's been proposed by the DSP Executive Grades, and the motion will be moved by Francis McHugh. Francis.
Thank you, John. Yes, basically we have members who are working from home, and the employer DSP contacted them yesterday. They were asked, do they block numbers from mobile phones that they use for official purposes? They said they did, and they were told to unblock them. These employees work very hard and deal with a large number of vulnerable members of the public every week. If they unblock their numbers, they'll be getting calls all day and all night. Their numbers will go all over the country. They'll be receiving calls on every single social welfare point, not just the social welfare scheme that they deal with. They'll also be getting emails, because you can send an email now via phone. So their right to switch off will be gone. However, even more seriously, they'll be targeted by difficult customers, offenders and criminals. So for that reason, we're asking you to pass this emergency motion. It's them at 3 p.m, but it'll be every other civil servant at 4 p.m. Just as an adjunct, this is also against EU Regulation 2016-679 of the European Parliament and Council, adopted on the 27th of April 2016, adopted into Irish law as GDPR on the 25th of May 2018. Section 32 clearly refers to consent. Our members have not been given consent, but please pass the motion, because our members will lose the right to switch off, but they could also be targeted and their physical health and safety put under threat. Thank you, delegates.
Okay, thank you, Francis. The National Secretary wants to address some of the content of the motion. Derek.
Thank you. It's an emergency motion, and therefore there isn't a Divisional Executive Committee position on it. I would caution against some of the more inflammatory parts of the contribution from Francis there about, what sort of people might be calling. I think generally, people are operating remotely who are involved in answering these telephone calls, and we'll obviously have discussions with the instruction from the Department of Social Protection, but I do want to advise conference that absolutely we do all that we can do to ensure that customers of the department are looked after. I understand some of the sentiment in the motion, but I think we just need to be careful. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. Now, there are no further speakers and there is no opposition to the motion, so I'm going to deem the motion as presented to be carried by conference. And thank you, Francis, and thank you, Derek. We'll move on to motion 115, and I will ask Amy Hubbard from the Defence Executive Grades to propose motion 115.
Amy Hubbard, Defence Executive Grades Branch, proposing motion number 115. The motion is asking if there is a need to get legal advice on the role of branch campaign officers, given that civil servants are not allowed to openly criticise government policy and are prohibited from participation in political activities, and yet are being asked to participate in lobbying campaigns. I ask you to support the motion.
That's all good, Amy. Thank you. There are no speakers to motion 115, so I deem it to be carried by conference. I move to motion 116, and I call on Jean Taylor to propose it. Jean.
Good evening, delegates. Jean Taylor, DEC, and NEC, formally proposing motion 116 in relation to training. Look, self-explanatory. We get a job to do. At the very minimum, we should be trained to do the same. So I urge you to support the motion. Thank you, delegates.
Okay, thank you, Jane. No speakers, nobody showing, no opposition, so therefore motion 116 is deemed to be carried. And I move to motion 117 in the name of the CSO Executive, and I offer the floor to Noel Fallon. Noel?
Yeah. Good evening. Hello, delegates. It's Noel Fallon, Fórsa CSO Executive Grades Branch. Motion 117 is about making Fórsa's training programs available online so that the maximum reach can be made to members, while helping to ensure that all members have equal and timely access to the training provided by the union. By way of example, I know that our branch has sought training on a number of occasions for various courses such as the Workplace Representative Training, GDPR and Treasurer Training, to name a few, and we have found that it's very difficult to obtain places given the high demand and the limited availability with training in the traditional face-to-face manner. Online training would address any such limitations on members. Having trained members in Fórsa lends itself to having more active members within Fórsa's branch network, making Fórsa stronger in dealing with the myriad of issues that can arise at local level. It is for this purpose that Fórsa needs to embrace online learning as a method of empowering itself. Now, I understand that Fórsa is making headway in embracing online learning over the last number of months, and the union is to be commended on this. Indeed, the Fórsa Summer School 2020 is a case in point, but we feel more is needed while also looking to the longer term post-pandemic. I would ask conference to support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, Noel, thank you. There are no speakers showing and no opposition, so therefore I deem that motion 117 has been carried by conference. I now move to motion 118 in the name of the DSP Executive Grades. I have a proposer, Pádraig de Butler, to propose, and I have a speaker showing. Pádraig, do you wish to propose motion 118?
Hello, Pádraig de Butler, Department of Social Protection Executive Grades. I'd like to propose motion 118, please. Conference calls on the Executive Committee to initiate negotiations with the official side with a view to having surplus PCs and accessories released for secure disposal or for sale as functioning equipment, with staff giving first refusal. There's a huge amount of equipment sitting on desks and we're about to be, replaced, what they call the fleet replacement, moving from Windows 8 to Windows 10. And also this will be all over the civil and public service. These are going to end up on a skip or just getting recycled, where there's people, staff members who would really like these to have so that their children don't have to share computers at home, like 5 children trying to fight over the one PC or laptop to do their homework. And also both parents may be remote working still and need a few PCs in the house. They can't fork out the full whack for every one of them. So I'd like you to support the motion, please. Thank you.
Okay, Pádraig, thank you. Francis McHugh is showing to speak on this motion, and I offer the floor to Francis. Francis.
No, I think Pádraig has put our argument very eloquently, and there are other people who wish to have motions passed. So thank you very much, John, for your excellent chairing. Thanks to everyone who has organised this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. There are no other speakers to this motion, and on that basis, I deem motion 118 to be carried. I'm going to keep going for another couple of minutes because it literally is a couple of minutes. We're going to finish at 5:30 in terms of business. I go back to Kathleen Doherty for motion 119. Kathleen, do you wish to propose motion 119?
Sorry, I think I'm motion 120, or maybe I've got that wrong.
Maybe I have it wrong. Sorry, maybe I have it wrong. Kathleen, propose motion 120, and I'll have a look at motion 119. Can you speak to motion 120?
Motion 120. This conference instructs the incoming NEC to enable better communication for all members in their branches, to ensure that membership lists are as accurate as possible and shared with branch secretaries, and, for example, the head office contacts are easily identified.
Okay, Kathleen, thank you very much. That was motion 120, and I deem that to be carried. There are no other speakers. And I'm going to stick with Kathleen for motion 121.
Thank you very much. So motion 121, this conference instructs the incoming NEC to consider rearranging meetings, particularly with a view to supporting Fórsa women activists, so that they're taking place during the week and not held at the weekends. Some of our branch members are parents to young children, and often there are like extracurricular activities on a Saturday, and so having to sacrifice that to attend trainings or meetings is a lot to ask. And so we just ask that you try to schedule these meetings during the week, please.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, Kathleen, point of order from...
I want to clarify a point on behalf of Standing Orders Committee as well. There is a typo in 121. The word dental is actually events. Obviously take responsibility in terms of the proofreading of that, and responsibility, colleagues, for the couple of duplicated motions on the agenda today. Obviously haven't read it about 20 times. I need better glasses. Thank you.
Okay. Now, I just want to clarify for myself and for the benefit of conference. Kathleen has proposed motion 120 and 121. And motion 119 is in her name as well. But I don't recall it being formally proposed. So have we a proposer for motion?
I'll formally propose that. Sorry, it's Kathleen again. Please, I'll propose 119 as well, please, as it's written.
That clarifies it for me, and I can confirm that there are no further speakers to either or any of those three motions. So I declare that motion 119, and 120 and 121 in the name of the educational clerical branches have been passed by conference. Now, colleagues, we have reached the end of today. It has been a phenomenal day in a phenomenal year. And I think we should be kind of a little bit proud of ourselves. We've got through 121 motions and a phenomenal amount of business in a one-day conference. It makes me wonder how we might manage in the future when we get back to physical and a more normal world. There was a good attendance today. I spoke to the back of the house people earlier, and they had high numbers, way into the 200s, and I'm told that there's 182 participants at the moment, and that of itself on a Friday evening of a civil service conference is a statement in itself. And I want to thank you all for your participation. If you could re-roll that auto cue to the very top. I just want to make a couple of comments before I go to the script here. I sat through a number of concerts in the last 12 months. By the way, heaven on earth for me is Vicar Street with either Christy Moore or Finbar Fury. I had two concerts with Christy from the National Concerts Hall where he had an audience of nil. Today, we had an audience of hundreds, but it didn't feel that way. We didn't have the connectivity with the participants. Christy Moore said these are his words, he missed the waft of perfume coming up from the front rows of the audience. Now, we never had that at a conference, but you do miss the people. And it is a credit to ourselves that we have been able to do our business in this virtual fashion in such a short period of time, and to have considered so many motions. And I just want to say that spontaneously before I thank the wealth of people that are due thanks for today, for making today the success that it was. I think we've achieved as much as we could have in the circumstances. So, colleagues, we've come to the end of our 2021 Biennial Delegate Conference. And I want to put on record our thanks to the staff of the Killashee House Hotel, who have provided us with magnificent facilities here today. The studio production has been a phenomenon and expertly delivered by Jason Thompson and his team from Fastlane Audio Visual. It's amazing what's possible and how easy it can be done. And I think we need to look at, we talk about blended work and we talk about different ways of doing business. We need to blend the real good things about today and this type of event with the traditional conference that we had. And I think there's lessons to be learned and improvements all around. We've also had a great contribution from Ger Fogarty of Covasal. We had antigen tests yesterday and again today. Everybody here in the studio, it was the clinching point for me to attend. It's an important element of COVID safety, and it's in place and was in place for all our divisional conferences. We didn't just come here lightly. I also want to thank My Voice, who put in place a very competent and robust electronic voting platform for conference, and it served us well. Our appreciation also goes to Nikki O'Brien, who designed and produced the conference documentation in a very readable format. Now, looking inwards to Fórsa, I want to acknowledge the hard work and commitment of the in-house team of Jerry Foley, SC. SC is short for Standing Orders Committee, by the way. It could be SC as well, underwater. But Jerry Foley has been a bedrock and a stalwart of union conferences for a long number of years. I've known him. I've sat beside him more often in Croke Park than I've sat beside him at conferences, but that says another story. And we're still flying. And I told Jerry 3 years ago I wouldn't get my hair cut until Dublin lost in All-Ireland. So the hair is still growing and Dublin are still winning. His team comprises, amongst others, Helen Lundy and Rosemary Conroy. And they have a team around them on the Standing Orders Committee, which brings experience and order to how we do business. There was an interlink and support supplied to the SOC by one of our own AGSs, Tosh Cowman. He worked with them today and in the run-up to conference. And I want to thank you, Tom, for your diligence and guidance as well. The communications unit of Fórsa is a very, very important piece of our artillery. Front and centre of that today has been Roisin McCain and Mahak Dougal. They have been incredible, the amount of work they've put in today and the ease and the organisation that they've brought to us and to us all, with the pre-recording and the live inputs to the conference. The seamless way in which it has been done, where they collaborated with the Jason and the Fastlane team, has been a marvel to watch. And we are very, very grateful to you all. Staying with the communication side of the house, the script here says I have to thank Neil Shanahan. Now, I want to do that anyway, but because in one way he put some words in my mouth. So I want to thank him for that. But look, in terms of communications, the head honcho, the doyen of communications in the union world, is one of our own. I remember, I'm sounding, making myself very old here. I remember the day he walked into the first NEC. It was a novel appointment, but a very, very good one. It has stood us well. It has stood Michael D well. It has stood various Labour politicians well. I'm talking about Bernard Harbour, and I want to commend him on all our behalves for the assuredness he brings to us and the amount of positive exposure he brings to the union and to the union movement. In Nerny's Court, we also had a team of support staff who worked on the help desk today. Their diligence has been remarkable and a big asset to a smooth running of conference. I also want to thank Moira Haslam, Deirdre McAward, Linda Casey and Jade O'Donoghue, who are in that setup as well. Another name that I've known for some time is Billy Hannigan, and he was behind the scenes in Nerny's Court on the voting for conference and prior to conference, and his nous and experience again brought an awful lot to what we did and today, and to the amount of work that this and other divisional conferences have had over the past few months. I really want to put on record my appreciation for his experience and valuable inputs. I also want to turn to our National Secretary, Derek Mullen, and his full team of officials who have worked tirelessly in very unprescribed circumstances for the last year, and also to the activists as well. David Moore came to us in the course of the last few months, and boy, has he grown into the job. He has turned out to be an ace in terms of the support he gives to the DEC, and I expect also to the National Secretary. That's all those help is due to those people for making this conference a success, and for their work not only today but over the recent months and years. I also need to place on record my thanks to my DEC colleagues, particularly the two vice chairs, the Laska Hurley, Melissa Brennan, who was with us today, and Helen, who couldn't be with us today, but she is a face and a name that you will meet and see and greet very often over the next few years. I say that as I'm confident that we will be getting back to the more traditional face-to-face type meetings. So she will chair the next divisional conference. She will be the next person you see chairing a meeting of this division. So I also want to thank, elections have been of great interest to me over the years, and I'll tell you one thing, I never disrespected or disregarded anybody who stood for election. I admired them for standing, and even if they didn't win, or even if I was responsible for the winner, it's great, and I really respect and admire people who contest elections. And I want to commend all the contestants in the elections, but particularly the new holders of executive positions within the division. And I want to extend my warm congratulations to all of those who've been elected. And I want to single out Helen again and say that I expect that she will be an excellent chair of this division. But most of all, delegates, I want to thank yourselves for your participation in conference today. Not only for today, but for all the work you put in, day out. Activists and branches are the heart and soul of the union, and you do your work on behalf of Fórsa members across the country. I also want to firmly acknowledge all our members across the civil service for their loyalty to this union, their commitment, their dynamism, and the sacrifices that they have made during this pandemic. It has been remarkable. I hope you've found this conference enjoyable and rewarding, and I look forward to seeing you all in person sometime soon. Gura Mahagiv Galer, thank you very much. Safe home for those of you who travel, and Bear Bua, and we'll all keep the flame lit. Thank you very much.